The nights are growing colder, the air a little heavier, and the shadows a little longer. As the leaves fall and the veil between worlds grows thin, there's no better time to settle in for stories that make your heart race and your imagination wander. Tonight we step beyond the threshold into creaking hallways, candlelit corridors, and the whispers of those who never truly left. These are the haunted houses of autumn. Stories of restless spirits, forgotten rooms, and doors that should have stayed closed. So light a candle, lock your doors, and listen closely. Because once you enter, you may never feel alone again. The House of the Dead Hand by Edith Wharton. Published August 1904 in Atlantic Monthly. 1. Above all, the letter ended, don't leave Siena without seeing Dr. Lombard's Leonardo. Lombard is a queer old Englishman, a mystic or a madman, if the two are not synonymous, and a devout student of the Italian Renaissance. He's lived for years in Italy, exploring its remotest corners, and has lately picked up an undoubted Leonardo, which came to light in a farmhouse near Bergamo. It is believed to be one of the missing pictures mentioned by Vasari and is, at any rate, according to the most competent authorities, a genuine and almost untouched example of the best period. Lombard's a queer stick and jealous of showing his treasures, but we struck up a friendship when I was working on the Sodomas in Siena 3 years ago, and if you give him the enclosed line, you may get a peep at the Leonardo. Probably not more than a peep, though, for I hear he refuses to have it reproduced. I want badly to use it in my monograph on the Windsor drawings, so please see what you can do for me. And if you can't persuade him to let you take a photograph or make a sketch, at least jot down a detailed description of the picture and get from him all the facts you can. I hear that the French and Italian governments have offered him a large advance on his purchase, but that he refuses to sell at any price, though he certainly can't afford such luxuries. In fact, I don't see where he got enough money to buy the picture. He lives in the Via Papa Giulio. Wyant sat at the table d'hôte of his hotel rereading his friend's letter over a late luncheon. He had been 5 days in Siena without having found time to call on Dr. Lombard. Not from any indifference to the opportunity presented, but because it was his first visit to the strange Red City, and he was still under the spell of its more conspicuous wonders. The brick palaces flinging out their wrought iron torch holders with the gesture of arrogant suzerainty, the great council chamber emblazoned with civic allegories, the pageant of Pope Julius on the library walls, the Sodomas smiling balefully through the dusk of mouldering chapels. And it was only when his first hunger was appeased that he remembered that one course in the banquet was still untasted. He put the letter in his pocket and turned to leave the room, with a nod to its only other occupant, an olive-skinned young man with lustrous eyes and a low collar, who sat on the other side of the table, perusing the Fanfula di Domenica. This gentleman, his daily vis-a-vis, returned the nod with a Latin eloquence of gesture, and Wyant passed on to the antechamber, where he paused to light a cigarette. He was just restoring the case to his pocket when he heard a hurried step behind him, and the lustrous-eyed young man advanced through the glass doors of the dining-room. "Pardon me, sir," he said in measured English, and with an intonation of exquisite politeness. "You have let this letter fall." Wyant, recognizing his friend's note of introduction to Dr. Lombard, took it with a word of thanks, and was about to turn away when he perceived that the eyes of his fellow diner remained fixed on him, with a gaze of melancholy interrogation. "Again, pardon me," the young man at length ventured, "but are you by chance the friend of the illustrious Dr. Lombard?" "No," returned Wyant, with the instinctive Anglo-Saxon distrust of foreign advances. Then, fearing to appear rude, he said with a guarded politeness, "Perhaps, by the way, you could tell me the number of his house. I see it is not given here." The young man brightened perceptibly. "The number of the house is 13, but anyone can indicate it to you. It is well known in Siena. It is called," he continued after a moment, "the House of the Dead Hand." Wyant stared. "What a queer name," he said. "The name comes from an antique hand of marble which for many 100 years has been above the door." Wyant was turning away with a gesture of thanks when the other added, "If you would have the kindness to ring twice." To ring twice?" "At the doctor's," the young man smiled. "It is the custom." It was a dazzling March afternoon, with a shower of sun from the mid-blue and a marshalling of slaty clouds behind the umber-coloured hills. For nearly an hour Wyant loitered on the Litza, watching the shadows race across the naked landscape and the thunder blacken in the west. Then he decided to set out for the House of the Dead Hand. The map in his guidebook showed him that the Via Papa Giulio was one of the streets which radiate from the piazza, and thither he bent his course, pausing at every other step to fill his eye with some fresh image of weather-beaten beauty. The clouds had rolled upward, obscuring the sunshine, and hanging like a funereal baldachin above the projecting cornices of Dr. Lombard's street. And Wyant walked for some distance in the shade of the beetling palace fronts, before his eye fell on a doorway surmounted by a sallow marble hand. He stood for a moment staring up at the strange emblem. The hand was a woman's, a dead, drooping hand, which hung there convulsed and helpless, as though it had been thrust forth in denunciation of some evil mystery within the house, and had sunk, struggling, into death. A girl who was drawing water from the well in the court said that the English doctor lived on the first floor, and Wyant, passing through a glazed door, mounted the damp degrees of a vaulted stairway with the plaster Aesculapius mouldering in a niche on the landing. Facing the Aesculapius was another door, and as Wyant put his hand on the bell rope, he remembered his unknown friend's injunction, and rang twice. His ring was answered by a peasant woman with a low forehead and small, close-set eyes, who, after a prolonged scrutiny of himself, his card, and his letter of introduction, left him standing in a high, cold antechamber floored with brick. He heard her wooden pattens click down an interminable corridor, and after some delay she returned and told him to follow her. They passed through a long saloon, bare as the antechamber, but loftily vaulted and frescoed with a 17th century triumph of Scipio or Alexander, martial figures following Wyant with the filmed melancholy gaze of shades in limbo. At the end of this apartment he was admitted to a smaller room, with the same atmosphere of mortal cold, but showing more obvious signs of occupancy. The walls were covered with tapestry, which had faded to the grey-brown tints of decaying vegetation, so that the young man felt as though he were entering a sunless autumn wood. Against these hangings stood a few tall cabinets on heavy gilt feet, and at a table in the window 3 persons were seated: an elderly lady who was warming her hands over a brazier, a girl bent above a strip of needlework, and an old man. As the latter advanced toward Wyant, the young man was conscious of staring with unseemly intentness at his small, round-backed figure, dressed with shabby disorder, and surmounted by a wonderful head, lean, vulpine, eagle-beaked as that of some art-loving despot of the Renaissance. A head combining the venerable hair and large, prominent eyes of the humanist with the greedy profile of the adventurer. Wyant, in musing on the Italian portrait medals of the 15th century, had often fancied that only in that period of fierce individualism could type so paradoxical have been produced. Yet the subtle craftsman who committed them to the bronze had never drawn a face more strangely stamped with contradictory passions than that of Dr. Lombard. "I'm glad to see you," he said to Wyant, extending a hand which seemed a mere framework held together by knotted veins. "We lead a quiet life here and receive few visitors, but any friend of Professor Clyde's is welcome." Then, with a gesture which included the 2 women, he added dryly, My wife and daughter often talk of Professor Clyde. Oh, yes, he used to make me such a nice toast. They don't understand toast in Italy, said Mrs. Lombard in a high, plaintive voice. It would have been difficult from Dr. Lombard's manner and appearance to guess his nationality, but his wife was so inconsciently and ineradicably English that even the silhouette of her cap seemed a protest against continental laxities. She was a stout, fair woman, with pale cheeks netted with red lines. A brooch with a miniature portrait sustained a bogwood watch chain upon her bosom, and at her elbow lay a heap of knitting and an old copy of The Queen. The young girl, who had remained standing, was a slim replica of her mother, with an apple-cheeked face and opaque blue eyes. Her small head was prodigally laden with braids of dull, fair hair, and she might have had a kind of transient prettiness but for the sullen droop of her round mouth. It was hard to say whether her expression implied ill temper or apathy, but Wyant was struck by the contrast between the fierce vitality of the doctor's age and the inanimateness of his daughter's youth. Seating himself in the chair which his host advanced, the young man tried to open the conversation by addressing to Mrs. Lombard some random remark on the beauties of Siena. The lady murmured a resigned assent, and Dr. Lombard interposed with a smile. My dear sir, my wife considers Siena a most salubrious spot, and is favourably impressed by the cheapness of the marketing, but she deplores the total absence of muffins and cannel coat, and cannot resign herself to the Italian method of dusting furniture. But they don't, you know, they don't dust it, Mrs. Lombard protested, without showing any resentment of her husband's manner. Precisely, they don't dust it. Since we have lived in Siena, we have not once seen the cobwebs removed from the battlements of the Mangia. Can you conceive of such housekeeping? My wife has never yet dared to write it home to her aunts in Bonechurch. Mrs. Lombard accepted in silence this remarkable statement of her views, and her husband, with a malicious smile at Wyant's embarrassment, planted himself suddenly before the young man. And now, said he, do you want to see my Leonardo? Do I? Cried Wyant on his feet in a flash. The doctor chuckled. Ah, he said, with a kind of crooning deliberation. That's the way they all behave. That's what they all come for. He turned to his daughter with another variation of mockery in his smile. Don't fancy it's for your beau year, my dear, or for the mature charms of Mrs. Lombard, he added, glaring suddenly at his wife, who had taken up her knitting and was softly murmuring over the number of her stitches. Neither lady appeared to notice his pleasantries, and he continued, addressing himself to Wyant, They all come, but many are called, and few are chosen. His voice sank to solemnity. While I live, he said, no unworthy eye shall desecrate that picture, but I will not do my friend Clyde the injustice to suppose that he would send an unworthy representative. He tells me he wishes a description of the picture for his book, and you shall describe it to him, if you can. Wyant hesitated, not knowing whether it was a propitious moment to put in his appeal for a photograph. Well, sir, he said, you know Clyde wants me to take away all I can of it. Dr. Lombard eyed him sardonically. You're welcome to take away all you can carry, he replied, adding, as he turned to his daughter, that is, if he has your permission, Sibylla. The girl rose without a word, and laying aside her work, took a key from the secret drawer in one of the cabinets, while the doctor continued in the same note of grim jocularity, For you must know that the picture is not mine. It is my daughter's. He followed with evident amusement the surprised glance which Wyant turned on the young girl's impassive figure. Sibylla, he pursued, is a votary of the arts. She has inherited her fond father's passion for the unattainable. Luckily, however, she also recently inherited a tidy legacy from her grandmother, and having seen the Leonardo, on which its discoverer had placed a price far beyond my reach, she took a step which deserves to go down in history. She invested her whole inheritance in the purchase of the picture, thus enabling me to spend my closing years in communion with one of the world's masterpieces. My dear sir, could Antigone do more? The object of this strange eulogy had meanwhile drawn aside one of the tapestry hangings and fitted her key into a concealed door. "Come," said Dr. Lombard, "let us go before the light fails us." Wyant glanced at Mrs. Lombard, who continued to knit impassively. "No, no," said his host, "my wife will not come with us. You might not suspect it from her conversation, but my wife has no feeling for art, Italian art, that is, for no one is fonder of our early Victorian school." "Frith's railway station, you know," said Mrs. Lombard, smiling. "I like an animated picture." Miss Lombard, who had unlocked the door, held back the tapestry to let her father and Wyant pass out. Then she followed them down a narrow stone passage with another door at its end. This door was iron-barred, and Wyant noticed that it had a complicated patent lock. The girl fitted another key into the lock, and Dr. Lombard led the way into a small room. The dark panelling of this apartment was irradiated by streams of yellow light slanting through the disbanded thunderclouds, and in the central brightness hung a picture concealed by a curtain of faded velvet. "Little too bright, Sibylla," said Dr. Lombard. His face had grown solemn, and his mouth twitched nervously as his daughter drew a linen drapery across the upper part of the window. That'll do, that'll do." He turned impressively to Wyant. "Do you see the pomegranate bud in this rug? Place yourself there. Keep your left foot on it, please. And now, Sibylla, draw the cord." Miss Lombard advanced and placed her hand on a cord hidden behind the velvet curtain. "Ah," said the doctor, "one moment. I should like you, while looking at the picture, to have in mind a few lines of verse. Sibylla?" Without the slightest change of countenance, and with a promptness which proved her to be prepared for the request, Miss Lombard began to recite in a full, round voice like her mother's, St. Bernard's invocation to the Virgin in the 33rd canto of the Paradise. "Thank you, my dear," said her father, drawing a deep breath as she ended. "That unapproachable combination of vowel sounds prepares one better than anything I know for the contemplation of the picture." As he spoke, the folds of velvet slowly parted, and the Leonardo appeared in its frame of tarnished gold. From the nature of Miss Lombard's recitation, Wyant had expected a sacred subject, and his surprise was therefore great as the composition was gradually revealed by the widening division of the curtain. In the background, a steel-coloured river wound through a pale, calcareous landscape, while to the left, on a lonely peak, a crucified Christ hung livid against indigo clouds. The central figure of the foreground, however, was that of a woman, seated in an antique chair of marble with bas-reliefs of dancing maenads. Her feet rested on a meadow sprinkled with minute wild flowers, and her attitude of smiling majesty recalled that of Dossodossy's Circe. She wore a red robe flowing in closely fluted lines from under a fancifully embroidered cloak. Above her high forehead, the crinkled golden hair flowed sideways beneath a veil. One hand drooped on the arm of her chair, the other held up an inverted human skull, into which a young Dionysus, smooth, brown, and sidelong as the St. John of the Louvre, poured a stream of wine from a high-poised flagon. At the lady's feet lay the symbols of art and luxury, a flute and a roll of music, a platter heaped with grapes and roses, the torso of a Greek statue, and a bowl overflowing with coins and jewels. Behind her, on the chalky hilltop, hung the crucified Christ. A scroll in the corner of the foreground bore the legend Lux Mundi. Wyant, emerging from the first plunge of wonder, turned inquiringly towards his companions. Neither had moved. Miss Lombard stood with her hand on the cord, her lids lowered, her mouth drooping. The doctor, his strange, Thoth-like profile turned towards his guest, was still lost in rapt contemplation of his treasure. Wyant addressed the young girl. "You are fortunate," he said, "to be the possessor of anything so perfect." "It is considered very beautiful," she said coldly. Beautiful, beautiful, the doctor burst out. Ah, the poor, worn-out, overworked word. There are no adjectives in the language fresh enough to describe such pristine brilliancy. All their brightness has been worn off by misuse. Think of the things that have been called beautiful, and then look at that. It is worthy of a new vocabulary, Wyant agreed. Yes, Dr. Lombard continued. My daughter is indeed fortunate. She has chosen what Catholics call the higher life, the counsel of perfection. What other private person enjoys the same opportunity of understanding the Master? Who else lives under the same roof with an untouched masterpiece of Leonardo's? Think of the happiness of being always under the influence of such a creation, of living into it, of partaking of it in daily and hourly communion. This room is a chapel. The sight of that picture is a sacrament. What an atmosphere for a young life to unfold itself in. My daughter is singularly blessed. Sibylla, point out some of the details to Mr. Wyant. I see that he will appreciate them. The girl turned her dense blue eyes toward Wyant. Then, glancing away from him, she pointed at the canvas. Notice the modelling of the left hand, she began in a monotonous voice. It recalls the hand of the Mona Lisa. The head of the naked genius will remind you of that of the St. John of the Louvre, but it is more purely pagan and is turned a little less to the right. The embroidery on the cloak is symbolic. You will see that the roots of this plant have burst through the vase. This recalls the famous definition of Hamlet's character in Wilhelm Meister. Here are the mystic rose, the flame, and the serpent, emblem of eternity. Some of the other symbols we have not yet been able to decipher. Wyant watched her curiously. She seemed to be reciting a lesson. And the picture itself, he said. How do you explain that? Lux mundi. What a curious device to connect with such a subject. What can it mean? Miss Lombard dropped her eyes. The answer was evidently not included in her lesson. What indeed? The doctor interposed. What does life mean? As one may define it in 100 different ways, so one may find 100 different meanings in this picture. Its symbolism is as many-faceted as a well-cut diamond. Who, for instance, is that divine lady? Is it she who is the true lux mundi, the light reflected from jewels and young eyes, from polished marble and clear waters and statues of bronze? Or is that the light of the world extinguished on yonder stormy hill? And is this lady the pride of life, feasting blindly on the wine of iniquity, with her back turned toward the light which has shone for her in vain? Something of both these meanings may be traced in the picture, but to me it symbolizes rather the central truth of existence, that all that is raised in incorruption is sown in corruption. Art, beauty, love, religion, that all our wine is drunk out of skulls and poured for us by the mysterious genius of a remote and cruel past. The doctor's face blazed. His bent figure seemed to straighten itself and become taller. Ah, he cried, growing more dithyrambic. How lightly you ask what it means. How confidently you expect an answer. Yet here am I who have given my life to the study of the Renaissance, who have violated its tomb, laid open its dead body, and traced the course of every muscle, bone, and artery, who have sucked its very soul from the pages of poets and humanists, who have wept and believed with Joachim of Flora, smiled and doubted with Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini, who have patiently followed to its source the least inspiration of the masters, and groped in Neolithic caverns and Babylonian ruins for the first unfolding tendrils of the arabesques of Mantegna and Crivelli. And I tell you that I stand abashed and ignorant before the mystery of this picture. It means nothing. It means all things. It may represent the period which saw its creation. It may represent all ages, past and to come. There are volumes of meaning in the tiniest emblem on the lady's cloak. The blossoms of its border are rooted in the deepest soil of myth and tradition. Don't ask what it means, young man, but bow your head in thankfulness for having seen it. Miss Lombard laid her hand on his arm. Don't excite yourself, father, she said, in the detached tone of a professional nurse. He answered with a despairing gesture. Ah, it's easy for you to talk. You have years and years to spend with it. I am an old man, and every moment counts. It's bad for you, she repeated with gentle obstinacy. The doctor's sacred fury had in fact burnt itself out. He dropped into a seat with dull eyes and slackening lips, and his daughter drew the curtain across the picture. Wyant turned away reluctantly. He felt that his opportunity was slipping from him, yet he dared not refer to Clyde's wish for a photograph. He now understood the meaning of the laugh with which Dr. Lombard had given him leave to carry away all the details he could remember. The picture was so dazzling, so unexpected, so crossed with elusive and contradictory suggestions that the most alert observer, when placed suddenly before it, must lose his coordinating faculty in a sense of confused wonder. Yet how valuable to Clyde the record of such a work would be! In some ways it seemed to be the summing up of the master's thought, the key to his enigmatic philosophy. The doctor had risen and was walking slowly toward the door. His daughter unlocked it, and Wyant followed them back in silence to the room in which they had left Mrs. Lombard. That lady was no longer there, and he could think of no excuse for lingering. He thanked the doctor and turned to Miss Lombard, who stood in the middle of the room as though awaiting further orders. It's very good of you, he said, to allow one even a glimpse of such a treasure. She looked at him with her odd directness. You will come again, she said quickly, and turning to her father she added, You know what Professor Clyde asked. This gentleman cannot give him any account of the picture without seeing it again. Dr. Lombard glanced at her vaguely. He was still like a person in a trance. Eh? He said, rousing himself with an effort. I said, father, that Mr. Wyant must see the picture again, if he is to tell Professor Clyde about it, Miss Lombard repeated with extraordinary precision of tone. Wyant was silent. He had the puzzled sense that his wishes were being divined and gratified for reasons with which he was in no way connected. Well, the doctor muttered, I don't say no. I don't say no. I know what Clyde wants. I don't refuse to help him. He turned to Wyant. You may come again. You may make notes, he added with a sudden effort. Jot down what occurs to you. I'm willing to concede that. Wyant again caught the girl's eye, but its emphatic message perplexed him. You're very good, he said tentatively, but the fact is, the picture is so mysterious, so full of complicated detail, that I'm afraid no notes I could make would serve Clyde's purpose as well as a photograph, say, if you would allow me. Miss Lombard's brow darkened, and her father raised his head furiously. A photograph? A photograph, did you say? Good God, man, not 10 people have been allowed to set foot in that room. A photograph! Wyant saw his mistake, but saw also that he had gone too far to retreat. I know, sir, from what Clyde has told me, that you object to having any reproduction of the picture published, but he hoped you might let me take a photograph for his personal use, not to be reproduced in his book, but simply to give him something to work by. I should take the photograph myself, and the negative would, of course, be yours. If you wished it, only one impression would be struck off, and that one Clyde could return to you when he had done with it. Dr. Lombard interrupted him with a snarl. When he had done with it? Just so. I thank thee for that word. When it had been re-photographed, drawn, traced, autotyped, passed about from hand to hand, defiled by every ignorant eye in England, vulgarized by the blundering praise of every art scribbler in Europe. Pah! I'd as soon give you the picture itself. Why don't you ask for that? Well, sir, said Wyant calmly, if you will trust me with it, I'll engage to take it safely to England and back, and to let no eye but Clyde see it while it's out of your keeping. The doctor received this remarkable proposal in silence. Then he burst into a laugh. Upon my soul, he said, with sardonic good humour. It was Miss Lombard's turn to look perplexedly at Wyant. His last words and her father's unexpected reply had evidently carried her beyond her depth. "Well, sir, am I to take the picture?" Wyant smilingly pursued. "No, young man, nor a photograph of it, nor a sketch either, mind that. Nothing that can be reproduced. Sibylla," he cried with sudden passion, "swear to me that the picture shall never be reproduced. No photograph, no sketch now or afterward. Do you hear me?" "Yes, father," said the girl quietly. "The vandals," he muttered, "the desecrators of beauty. If I thought it would ever get into their hands, I'd burn it first, by God." He turned to Wyant, speaking more quietly. "I said you might come back. I never retract what I say. But you must give me your word that none but Clyde shall see the notes you make." Wyant was growing warm. "If you won't trust me with a photograph, I wonder you trust me not to show my notes," he exclaimed. The doctor looked at him with a malicious smile. He said. "Would they be much use to anybody?" Wyant saw that he was losing ground and controlled his impatience. "To Clyde, I hope, at any rate," he answered, holding out his hand. The doctor shook it without a trace of resentment, and Wyant added, "When shall I come, sir?" "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow morning," cried Miss Lombard, speaking suddenly. She looked fixedly at her father, and he shrugged his shoulders. "Picture's hers," he said to Wyant. In the antechamber, the young man was met by the woman who had admitted him. She handed him his hat and stick, and turned to unbar the door. As the bolt slipped back, he felt a touch on his arm. "You have a letter?" she said in a low tone. A letter?" he stared. "What letter?" She shrugged her shoulders and drew back to let him pass. 2. As Wyant emerged from the house, he paused once more to glance up at its scarred brick facade. The marble hand drooped tragically above the entrance. In the waning light, it seemed to have relaxed into the passiveness of despair, and Wyant stood musing on its hidden meaning. But the dead hand was not the only mysterious thing about Dr. Lombard's house. What were the relations between Miss Lombard and her father? Above all, between Miss Lombard and her picture. She did not look like a person capable of a disinterested passion for the arts, and there had been moments when it struck Wyant that she hated the picture. The sky at the end of the street was flooded with turbulent yellow light, and the young man turned his steps towards the church of San Domenico in the hope of catching the lingering brightness on Sodoma St. Catherine. The great bare aisles were almost dark when he entered, and he had to grope his way to the chapel steps. Under the momentary evocation of the sunset, the saint's figure emerged pale and swooning from the dusk, and the warm light gave a sensual tinge to her ecstasy. The flesh seemed to glow and heave, the eyelids to tremble. Wyant stood fascinated by the accidental collaboration of light and colour. Suddenly he noticed that something white had fluttered to the ground at his feet. He stooped and picked up a small, thin sheet of notepaper, folded and sealed like an old-fashioned letter, and bearing the superscription, "To the Count Ottaviano Chelsea." Wyant stared at this mysterious document. Where had it come from? He was distinctly conscious of having seen it fall through the air close to his feet. He glanced up at the dark ceiling of the chapel. Then he turned and looked about the church. There was only one figure in it, that of a man who knelt near the high altar. Suddenly Wyant recalled the question of Dr. Lombard's maidservant. Was this the letter she had asked for? Had he been unconsciously carrying it about with him all the afternoon? Who was the Count Ottaviano Chelsea, and how came Wyant to have been chosen to act as that nobleman's ambulant letterbox? Wyant laid his hat and stick on the chapel steps and began to explore his pockets in the irrational hope of finding there some clue to the mystery. But they held nothing which he had not himself put there, and he was reduced to wondering how the letter, supposing some unknown hand to have bestowed it on him, had happened to fall out while he stood motionless before the picture. At this point he was disturbed by a step on the floor of the aisle, and turning he saw his lustrous-eyed neighbour of the table d'hôte. The young man bowed and waved an apologetic hand. "I do not intrude," he inquired suavely. Without waiting for a reply, he mounted the steps of the chapel, glancing about him with the affable air of an afternoon caller. I see, he remarked with a smile, that you know the hour at which our saint should be visited. Wyant agreed that the hour was indeed felicitous. The stranger stood beamingly before the picture. What grace, what poetry, he murmured, apostrophizing the St. Catherine, but letting his glance slip rapidly about the chapel as he spoke. Wyant, detecting the manoeuvre, murmured a brief assent. But it is cold here, mortally cold. You do not find it so? The intruder put on his hat. It is permitted at this hour when the church is empty, and you, my dear sir, do you not feel the dampness? You are an artist, are you not? And to artists it is permitted to cover the head when they are engaged in a study of the paintings. He darted suddenly toward the steps and bent over Wyant's hat. Permit me, cover yourself, he said, a moment later, holding out the hat with an ingratiating gesture. A light flashed on Wyant. Perhaps, he said, looking straight at the young man, you will tell me your name. My own is Wyant. The stranger, surprised but not disconcerted, drew forth a coroneted card, which he offered with a low bow. On the card was engraved, Il Conte Ottaviano Chelsea. I am much obliged to you, said Wyant, and I may as well tell you that the letter which you apparently expected to find in the lining of my hat is not there, but in my pocket. He drew it out and handed it to his owner, who had grown very pale. And now, Wyant continued, you will perhaps be good enough to tell me what all this means. There was no mistaking the effect produced on Count Ottaviano by this request. His lips moved, but he achieved only an ineffectual smile. I suppose you know, Wyant went on, his anger rising at the sight of the other's discomfiture, that you have taken an unwarrantable liberty. I don't understand what part I have been made to play, but it's evident that you have made use of me to serve some purpose of your own, and I propose to know the reason why. Count Ottaviano advanced with an imploring gesture. Sir, he pleaded, you permit me to speak. I expect you to, cried Wyant. But not here, he added, hearing the clank of the verger's keys. It's growing dark, and we shall be turned out in a few minutes. He walked across the church, and Count Ottaviano followed him out into the deserted square. Now, said Wyant, pausing on the steps. The Count, who had regained some measure of self-possession, began to speak in a high key, with an accompaniment of conciliatory gesture. My dear sir, my dear Mr. Wyant, you find me in an abominable position, that, as a man of honour, I immediately confess. I have taken advantage of you, yes. I have counted on your amiability, your chivalry. Too far, perhaps? I confess it. But what could I do? It was to oblige a lady. He laid a hand on his heart. A lady whom I would die to serve. He went on with increasing volubility, his deliberate English swept away by a torrent of Italian, through which Wyant with some difficulty struggled to a comprehension of the case. Count Ottaviano, according to his own statement, had come to Siena some months previously on business connected with his mother's property, the paternal estate being near Orvieto, of which ancient city his father was syndic. Soon after his arrival in Siena, the young count had met the incomparable daughter of Dr. Lombard, and falling deeply in love with her, had prevailed on his parents to ask her hand in marriage. Dr. Lombard had not opposed his suit, but when the question of settlements arose, it became known that Miss Lombard, who was possessed of a small property in her own right, had, a short time before, invested the whole amount in the purchase of the Bergamo Leonardo. Thereupon, Count Ottaviano's parents had politely suggested that she should sell the picture and thus recover her independence. And this proposal being met by a curt refusal from Dr. Lombard, they had withdrawn their consent to their son's marriage. The young lady's attitude had hitherto been one of passive submission. She was horribly afraid of her father, and would never venture openly to oppose him. But she had made known to Ottaviano her intention of not giving him up, of waiting patiently till events should take a more favourable turn. She seemed hardly aware, the Count said with a sigh, that the means of escape lay in her own hands, that she was of age and had a right to sell the picture and to marry without asking her father's consent. Meanwhile, her suitor spared no pains to keep himself before her, to remind her that he too was waiting, and would never give her up. Dr. Lombard, who suspected the young man of trying to persuade Sibylla to sell the picture, had forbidden the lovers to meet or to correspond. They were thus driven to clandestine communication, and had several times, the Count ingenuously avowed, made use of the doctor's visitors as a means of exchanging letters. "And you told the visitors to ring twice?" Wyant interposed. The young man extended his hands in a deprecating gesture. Could Mr. Wyant blame him? He was young. He was ardent. He was enamoured. The young lady had done him the supreme honour of avowing her attachment, of pledging her unalterable fidelity. Should he suffer his devotion to be outdone? But his purpose in writing to her, he admitted, was not merely to reiterate his fidelity. He was trying by every means in his power to induce her to sell the picture. He had organised a plan of action. Every detail was complete. If she would but have the courage to carry out his instructions, he would answer for the result. His idea was that she should secretly retire to a convent of which his aunt was the Mother Superior, and from that stronghold should transact the sale of the Leonardo. He had a purchaser ready who was willing to pay a large sum, a sum, Count Ottaviano whispered, considerably in excess of the young lady's original inheritance. Once the picture sold, it could, if necessary, be removed by force from Dr. Lombard's house, and his daughter, being safely in the convent, would be spared the painful scenes incidental to the removal. Finally, if Dr. Lombard were vindictive enough to refuse his consent to her marriage, she had only to make a sommation respectueuse, and at the end of the prescribed delay, no power on earth could prevent her becoming the wife of Count Ottaviano. Wyant's anger had fallen at the recital of this simple romance. It was absurd to be angry with a young man who confided his secrets to the first stranger he met in the streets, and placed his hand on his heart whenever he mentioned the name of his betrothed. The easiest way out of the business was to take it all as a joke. Wyant had played the wall to this new Pyramus and Thisbe, and was philosophic enough to laugh at the part he had unwittingly performed. He held out his hand with a smile to Count Ottaviano. "I won't deprive you any longer," he said, "of the pleasure of reading your letter." "Oh, sir, 1,000 thanks. And when you return to the Castle Lombard, you will take a message from me, the letter she expected this afternoon." "The letter she expected?" Wyant paused. "No, thank you. I thought you understood that where I come from, we don't do that kind of thing." Knowingly. "But, sir, to serve a young lady—" "I'm sorry for the young lady, if what you tell me is true." The Count's expressive hands resented the doubt. "But remember that if I am under obligations to anyone in this matter, it is to her father, who has admitted me to his house and has allowed me to see his picture." "His picture? Hers?" "Well, the house is his at all events." "Unhappily, since to her it is a dungeon." "Why doesn't she leave it then?" exclaimed Wyant impatiently. Count clasped his hands. "Ah, how you say that! With what force? With what virility? If you would but say it to her in that tone, you, her countryman! She has no one to advise her. The mother is an idiot. The father is terrible. She is in his power. It is my belief that he would kill her if she resisted him. Mr. Wyant, I tremble for her life while she remains in that house." "Oh, come," said Wyant lightly. "They seem to understand each other well enough. But in any case, you must see that I can't interfere." "At least you would, if you were an Englishman," he added, with an escape of contempt. 3. Wyant's affiliations in Siena being restricted to an acquaintance with his landlady, he was forced to apply to her for the verification of Count Ottaviano's story. The young nobleman had, it appeared, given a perfectly correct account of his situation. His father, Count Chelsea Monirone, was a man of distinguished family and some wealth. He was a syndic of Orvieto, and lived either in that town or on his neighbouring estate of Monirone. His wife owned a large property near Siena, and Count Ottaviano, who was the second son, came there from time to look into its management. The eldest son was in the army, the youngest in the church, and an aunt of Count Ottaviano was Mother Superior of the Visitandine convent in Siena. At one time it had been said that Count Ottaviano, who was a most amiable and accomplished young man, was to marry the daughter of the strange Englishman, Dr. Lombard. But difficulties having arisen as to the adjustment of the young lady's dowry, Count Chelsea Monirone had very properly broken off the match. It was sad for the young man, however, who was said to be deeply in love, and to find frequent excuses for coming to Siena to inspect his mother's estate. Viewed in the light of Count Ottaviano's personality, the story had a tinge of opera bouffe. But the next morning, as Wyant mounted the stairs of the house of the dead hand, the situation insensibly assumed another aspect. It was impossible to take Dr. Lombard lightly, and there was a suggestion of fatality in the appearance of his gaunt dwelling. Who could tell amid what tragic records of domestic tyranny and fluttering broken purposes the little drama of Miss Lombard's fate was being played out? Might not the accumulated influences of such a house modify the lives within it in a manner unguessed by the inmates of a suburban villa with sanitary plumbing and a telephone? One person at least remained unperturbed by such fanciful problems, and that was Mrs. Lombard, who, at Wyant's entrance, raised a placidly wrinkled brow from her knitting. The morning was mild, and her chair had been wheeled into a bar of sunshine near the window, so that she made a cheerful spot of prose in the poetic gloom of her surroundings. "What a nice morning," she said. "It must be delightful weather at Bonchurch." Her dull blue glance wandered across the narrow street with its threatening house fronts, and fluttered back, baffled like a bird with clipped wings. It was evident, poor lady, that she had never seen beyond the opposite houses. Wyant was not sorry to find her alone. Seeing that she was surprised at his reappearance, he said at once, "I've come back to study Miss Lombard's picture." "Oh, the picture." Mrs. Lombard's face expressed a gentle disappointment, which might have been boredom in a person of acuter sensibilities. It's an original Leonardo, you know," she said mechanically. "And Miss Lombard's very proud of it, I suppose. She seems to have inherited her father's love for art." Mrs. Lombard counted her stitches, and he went on, "It's unusual in so young a girl. Such tastes generally develop later." Mrs. Lombard looked up eagerly. "That's what I say. I was quite different at her age, you know. I liked dancing and doing a pretty bit of fancy work. Not that I couldn't sketch too. I had a master down from London. My aunts have some of my crayons hung up in their drawing-room now. I did a view of Kenilworth that was sort pleasing. But I liked a picnic too, or a pretty walk through the woods with young people of my own age. I say it's more natural, Mr. Wyand. One may have a feeling for art and do crayons that are worth framing, and yet not give up on everything else. I was taught that there were other things." Wyand, half ashamed of provoking these innocent confidences, could not resist another question. "And Miss Lombard cares for nothing else?" Her mother looked troubled. "Sybilla's so clever. She says I don't understand. You know how self-confident young people are. My husband never said that of me now. He knows I had an excellent education. My aunts were very particular. I was brought up to have opinions, and my husband has always respected them. He says himself that he wouldn't for the world miss hearing my opinion on any subject. You may have noticed that he often refers to my tastes. He has always respected my preference for living in England. He likes to hear me give my reasons for it. He is so much interested in my ideas that he often says he knows just what I'm going to say before I speak. But Sibylla doesn't care for what I think." At this point, Dr. Lombard entered. He glanced sharply at Wyant. "The servant's a fool. She didn't tell me we're here." His eye turned to his wife. "Well, my dear, what have you been telling Mr. Wyant about the aunts at Bonchurch, I'll be bound?" Mrs. Lombard looked triumphantly at Wyant, and her husband rubbed his hooked fingers with a smile. "Mrs. Lombard's aunts are very superior women. They subscribe to the circulating library and borrow good words and the monthly packet from the curate's wife across the way. They have the rector to tea twice a year and keep a page boy, and are visited by 2 baronets' wives. They devoted themselves to the education of their orphan niece, And I think I may say, without boasting, that Mrs. Lombard's conversation shows marked traces of the advantages she enjoyed. Mrs. Lombard coloured with pleasure. I was telling Mr. Wyatt that my aunts were very particular. Quite so, my dear. And did you mention that they never sleep in anything but linen, and that Miss Sophia puts away the furs and blankets every spring with her own hands? Both those facts are interesting to the student of human nature. Dr. Lombard glanced at his watch. But we are missing an incomparable moment. The light is perfect at this hour. Wyatt rose, and the doctor led him through the tapestried door and down the passageway. The light was, in fact, perfect, and the picture shone with an inner radiancy, as though a lamp burned behind the soft screen of the lady's flesh. Every detail of the foreground detached itself with jewel-like precision. Wyatt noticed a dozen accessories which had escaped him on the previous day. He drew out his notebook, and the doctor, who had dropped his sardonic grin for a look of devout contemplation, pushed a chair forward and seated himself on a carved settle against the wall. Now then, he said, tell Clyde what you can, but the letter killeth. He sank down, his hands hanging on the arm of the settle like the claws of a dead bird, his eyes fixed on Wyatt's notebook with the obvious intention of detecting any attempt at a surreptitious sketch. Wyatt, nettled at this surveillance and disturbed by the speculations which Dr. Lombard's strange household excited, sat motionless for a few minutes, staring first at the picture and then at the blank pages of the notebook. The thought that Dr. Lombard was enjoying his discomfiture at length roused him, and he began to write. He was interrupted by a knock on the iron door. Dr. Lombard rose to unlock it, and his daughter entered. She bowed hurriedly to Wyatt without looking at him. Father, have you forgotten that the man from Monte Amiato was to come back this morning with an answer about the bas-relief? He's here now. He says he can't wait. The devil! Cried her father impatiently. Didn't you tell him? Yes, but he says he can't come back. If you want to see him, you must come now. Then you think there's a chance? She nodded. He turned and looked at Wyatt, who was writing assiduously. You will stay here, Sibylla. I shall be back in a moment. He hurried out, locking the door behind him. Wyatt had looked up, wondering if Miss Lombard would show any surprise at being locked in with him, but it was his turn to be surprised. For hardly had they heard the key withdrawn, when she moved close to him, her small face pale and tumultuous. I arranged it. I must speak to you, she gasped. He'll be back in 5 minutes. Her courage seemed to fail, and she looked at him helplessly. Wyatt had a sense of stepping among explosives. He glanced about him at the dusky vaulted room, at the haunting smile of the strange picture overhead, and at the pink and white girl whispering of conspiracies in a voice meant to exchange platitudes with a curate. How can I help you? He said with a rush of compassion. Oh, if you would. I never have a chance to speak to anyone. It's so difficult. He watches me. He'll be back immediately. Try to tell me what I can do. I don't dare. I feel as if he were behind me. She turned away, fixing her eyes on the picture. A sound startled her. There he comes, and I haven't spoken. It was my only chance, but it bewilders me so to be hurried. I don't hear anyone, said Wyatt, listening. Try to tell me. How can I make you understand? It would take so long to explain. She drew a deep breath, and then, with a plunge, Will you come here again this afternoon, at about 5? She whispered. Come here again? Yes. You can ask to see the picture. Make some excuse. He'll come with you, of course. I'll open the door for you and lock you both in, she gasped. Lock us in? You see, you understand. It's the only way for me to leave the house, if I'm ever to do it. She drew another difficult breath. The key will be returned by a safe person in half an hour, perhaps sooner. She trembled so much that she was obliged to lean against the settle for support. Wyatt looked at her steadily. He was very sorry for her. I can't, Miss Lombard, he said at length. You can't? I'm sorry. I must seem cruel, but consider. He was stopped by the futility of the word. As well ask a hunted rabbit to pause in its dash for a hole. Wyant took her hand. It was cold and nerveless. "I will serve you in any way I can, but you must see that this is impossible. Can't I talk to you again, perhaps?" "Oh!" she cried, starting up. "There he comes!" Dr. Lombard's steps sounded in the passage. Wyant held her fast. "Tell me one thing. He won't let you sell the picture." "No, hush! Make no pledges for the future, then. Promise me that." "The future? In case he should die. Your father's an old man. You haven't promised—" She shook her head. "Don't, then. Remember that." She made no answer, and the key turned in the lock. As he passed out of the house, its scowling cornice and facade of ravaged brick looked down on him with the startlingness of a strange face seen momentarily in a crowd and impressing itself on the brain as part of an inevitable future. Above the doorway, the marble hand reached out like the cry of imprisoned anguish. Wyant turned away impatiently. "Rubbish," he said to himself. "She isn't walled in. She can get out if she wants to." 4. Wyant had any number of plans for coming to Miss Lombard's aid. He was elaborating the 20th when, on the same afternoon, he stepped into the express train for Florence. By the time the train reached Certaldo, he was convinced that in thus hastening his departure he had followed the only reasonable course. At Empoli he began to reflect that the priest and the Levite had probably justified themselves in much the same manner. A month later, after his return to England, he was unexpectedly relieved from these alternatives of extenuation and approval. A paragraph in the morning paper announced the sudden death of Dr. Lombard, the distinguished English dilettante who had long resided in Siena. Wyant's justification was complete. Our blindest impulses become evidence of perspicacity when they fall in with the course of events. Wyant could now comfortably speculate on the particular complications from which his foresight had probably saved him. The climax was unexpectedly dramatic. Miss Lombard on the brink of a step which, whatever its issue, would have burdened her with retrospective compunction, had been set free before her suitor's ardours could have had time to cool, and was now doubtless planning a life of domestic felicity on the proceeds of the Leonardo. One thing, however, struck Wyant as odd. He saw no mention of the sale of the picture. He had scanned the papers for an immediate announcement of its transfer to one of the great museums, but presently concluding that Miss Lombard, out of filial piety, had wished to avoid an appearance of unseemly haste in the disposal of her treasure, he dismissed the matter from his mind. Other affairs happened to engage him. The months slipped by, and gradually the lady and the picture dwelt less vividly in his mind. It was not till 5 or 6 years later, when chance took him again to Siena, the recollections started from some inner fold of memory. He found himself, as it happened, at the head of Dr. Lombard's street, and glancing down that grim thoroughfare caught an oblique glimpse of the doctor's house front, with the dead hand projecting above its threshold. The sight revived his interest, and that evening, over an admirable frittata, he questioned his landlady about Miss Lombard's marriage. "The daughter of the English doctor, but she has never married, signore." "Never married? What then became of Count Ottaviano?" "For a long time he waited, but last year he married a noble lady of the Maremma." "But what happened? Why was the marriage broken?" The landlady enacted a pantomime of baffled interrogation. "And Miss Lombard still lives in her father's house?" "Yes, signore, she is still there." "And the Leonardo?" "The Leonardo also is still there." The next day, as Wyant entered the house of the dead hand, he remembered Count Ottaviano's injunction to ring twice, and smiled mournfully to think that so much subtlety had been in vain. But what could have prevented the marriage? If Dr. Lombard's death had been long delayed, time might have acted as a dissolvent, or the young lady's resolve have failed, but it seemed impossible that the white heat of ardour in which Wyant had left the lovers should have cooled in a few short weeks. As he ascended the vaulted stairway, the atmosphere of the place seemed a reply to his conjectures. The same numbing air fell on him, like an emanation from some persistent willpower, a something fierce and imminent which might reduce to impotence every impulse within its range. Wyant could almost fancy a hand upon his shoulder, guiding him upward with the ironical intent of confronting him with the evidence of its work. And he was presently introduced to the tapestried room where, from their usual seats in the window, Mrs. Lombard and her daughter advanced to welcome him with faint ejaculations of surprise. Both had grown oddly old, but in a dry, smooth way, as fruits might shrivel on a shelf instead of ripening on the tree. Mrs. Lombard was still knitting, and pausing now and then to warm her swollen hands above the brazier, and Miss Lombard, in rising, had laid aside a strip of needlework, which might have been the same on which Wyant had first seen her engaged. Their visitor inquired discreetly how they had fared in the interval, and learned that they had thought of returning to England, but had somehow never done so. "I'm sorry not to see my aunts again," Mrs. Lombard said resignedly, "but Sibylla thinks it best that we should not go this year." "Next year, perhaps," murmured Miss Lombard in a voice which seemed to suggest that they had a great waste of time to fill. She had returned to her seat and sat bending over her work. Her hair enveloped her head in the same thick braids, but the rose colour of her cheeks had turned to blotches of dull red, like some pigment which has darkened in drying. "And Professor Clyde, is he well?" Mrs. Lombard asked affably, continuing as her daughter raised a startled eye. "Surely, Sibylla, Mr. Wyant was the gentleman who was sent by Professor Clyde to see the Leonardo." Miss Lombard was silent, but Wyant hastened to assure the elder lady of his friend's well-being. "Ah, perhaps then he will come back some day to Siena," she said, sighing. Wyant declared that it was more than likely, and there ensued a pause, which he presently broke by saying to Miss Lombard, "And you still have the picture?" She raised her eyes and looked at him. "Should you like to see it?" she asked. On his assenting, she rose, and extracting the same key from the same secret drawer, unlocked the door beneath the tapestry. They walked down the passage in silence, and she stood aside with a grave gesture, making Wyant pass before her into the room. Then she crossed over and drew the curtain back from the picture. The light of the early afternoon poured full on it. Its surface appeared to ripple and heave with a fluid splendour. The colours had lost none of their warmth, the outlines none of their pure precision. It seemed to Wyant like some magical flower which had burst suddenly from the mould of darkness and oblivion. He turned to Miss Lombard with a movement of comprehension. "Ah, I understand. You couldn't part with it after all," he cried. "No, I couldn't part with it," she answered. "It's too beautiful, he assented. "Too beautiful," she turned on him with a curious stare. "I have never thought it beautiful, you know." He gave back the stare. "You've never?" She shook her head. "It's not that. I hate it. I've always hated it. But he wouldn't let me. He will never let me now." Wyant was startled by her use of the present tense. Her look surprised him too. There was a strange fixity of resentment in her innocuous eye. Was it possible that she was labouring under some delusion, or did the pronoun not refer to her father? "You mean that Dr. Lombard didn't wish you to part with the picture?" "No, he prevented me." "He will always prevent me." There was another pause. "You promised him, then, before his death?" "No, I promised nothing. He died too suddenly to make me." Her voice sank to a whisper. "I was free, perfectly free, or I thought I was till I tried." "Till you tried to disobey him, to sell a picture. Then I found it was impossible. I tried again and again, but he was always in the room with me." She glanced over her shoulder as though she heard a step, and to Wyant too for a moment the room seemed full of a third presence. "And you can't," he faltered, unconsciously dropping his voice to the pitch of hers. She shook her head, gazing at him mystically. "I can't lock him out." I can never lock him out now. I told you I should never have another chance. Wyant felt the chill of her words like a cold breath in his hair. Oh, he groaned, but she cut him off with a grave gesture. It is too late, she said. But you ought to have helped me that day.
The empty house. Certain houses, like certain persons, manage somehow to proclaim at once their character for evil. In the case of the latter, no particular feature need betray them. They may boast an open countenance, an ingenuous smile, and yet a little of their company leaves the unalterable conviction that there is something radically amiss with their being, that they are evil. Willy-nilly they seem to communicate an atmosphere of secret and wicked thoughts, which makes those in their immediate neighbourhood shrink from them, as from a thing diseased. And perhaps with houses, the same principle is operative, and it is the aroma of evil deeds committed under a particular roof, long after the actual doers have passed away, that makes the goose-flesh come and the hair rise. Something of the original passion of the evildoer and of the horror felt by his victim enters the heart of the innocent watcher, and he becomes suddenly conscious of tingling nerves, creeping skin, and a chilling of the blood. He is terror-stricken, without apparent cause. There was manifestly nothing in the external appearance of this particular house to bear out the tales of the horror that was said to reign within. It was neither lonely nor unkempt. It stood crowded into a corner of the square and looked exactly like the houses on either side of it. It had the same number of windows as its neighbours, the same balcony overlooking the gardens, the same white steps leading up to the heavy black front door, and in the rear there was the same narrow strip of green with neat box borders running up to the wall that divided it from the backs of the adjoining houses. Apparently, too, the number of chimney pots on the roof was the same, the breadth and angle of the eaves, and even the height of the dirty area railings. And yet this house in the square, that seemed precisely similar to its 50 ugly neighbours, was, as a matter of fact, entirely different. Horribly different. Wherein lay this marked, invisible difference is impossible to say. It cannot be ascribed wholly to the imagination, because persons who had spent some time in the house, knowing nothing of the facts, had declared positively that certain rooms were so disagreeable they would rather die than enter them again, and that the atmosphere of the whole house produced in them symptoms of a genuine terror, while the series of innocent tenants who had tried to live in it and been forced to decamp at the shortest possible notice was indeed little less than a scandal in the town. When Shorthouse arrived to pay a weekend visit to his Aunt Julia in her little house on the seafront at the other end of the town, he found her charged to the brim with mystery and excitement. He had only received her telegram that morning, and he had come anticipating boredom, but the moment he touched her hand and kissed her apple-skin wrinkled cheek, he caught the first wave of her electrical condition. The impression deepened when he learned that there were to be no other visitors, and that he had been telegraphed for with a very special object. Something was in the wind, and the something would doubtless bear fruit, for this elderly spinster aunt with a mania for psychical research had brains as well as willpower, and by hook or by crook she usually managed to accomplish her ends. The revelation was made soon after tea, when she sidled close up to him as they paced slowly along the seafront in the dusk. "I've got the keys," she announced in a delighted yet half-awesome voice. "Got them till Monday." "The keys of the bathing machine, or?" he asked innocently, looking from the sea to the town. Nothing brought her so quickly to the point as feigning stupidity. "Neither," she whispered. "I've got the keys of the haunted house in the square, and I'm going there tonight." Shorthouse was conscious of the slightest possible tremor down his back. He dropped his teasing tone. Something in her voice and manner thrilled him. She was in earnest. "But you can't go alone," he began. "That's why I wired for you," she said with decision. He turned to look at her. The ugly, lined, enigmatical face was alive with excitement. There was the glow of genuine enthusiasm round it like a halo. The eyes shone. He caught another wave of her excitement, and a second tremor, more marked than the first, accompanied it. "Thanks, Aunt Julie," he said politely. "Thanks awfully." "I shouldn't dare to go quite alone," she went on, raising her voice, "but with you, I should enjoy it immensely. You're afraid of nothing, I know." "Thanks so much," he said again. Is anything likely to happen?" "A great deal has happened," she whispered, though it's been most cleverly hushed up. 3 tenants have come and gone in the last few months, and the house is said to be empty for good now. In spite of himself, Shorthouse became interested. His aunt was so very much in earnest. "The house is very old indeed," she went on, "and the story, an unpleasant one, dates a long way back. It has to do with a murder committed by a jealous stableman who had some affair with a servant in the house. One night, he managed to secrete himself in the cellar, and when everyone was asleep, he crept upstairs to the servants' quarters, chased the girl down to the next landing, and before anyone could come to the rescue, threw her bodily over the banisters into the hall below. And the stableman was caught, I believe, and hanged for murder. But it all happened a century ago, and I've not been able to get more details of the story." Shorthouse now felt his interest thoroughly aroused, but though he was not particularly nervous for himself, he hesitated a little on his aunt's account. "On one condition," he said at length. "Nothing will prevent me going," she said firmly, "but I may as well hear your condition, that you guarantee your power of self-control if anything really horrible happens. I mean, that you're sure you won't get too frightened." "Jim," she said scornfully, "I'm not young, I know, nor are my nerves. But with you, I should be afraid of nothing in the world." This, of course, settled it, for Shorthouse had no pretensions to being other than a very ordinary young man, and an appeal to his vanity was irresistible. He agreed to go. Instinctively, by a sort of subconscious preparation, he kept himself and his forces well in hand the whole evening, compelling an accumulative reserve of control by that nameless inward process of gradually putting all the emotions away and turning the key upon them. A process difficult to describe, but wonderfully effective, as all men who have lived through severe trials of the inner man well understand. Later, it stood him in good stead. But it was not until 10:30, when they stood in the hall, well in the glare of friendly lamps and still surrounded by comforting human influences, that he had to make the first call upon this store of collected strength. For once the door was closed, and he saw the deserted, silent street stretching away white in the moonlight before them, it came to him clearly that the real test that night would be in dealing with 2 fears instead of 1. He would have to carry his aunt's fear as well as his own, and as he glanced down at her sphinx-like countenance and realized that it might assume no pleasant aspect in a rush of real terror, he felt satisfied with only one thing in the whole adventure, that he had confidence in his own will and power to stand against any shock that might come. Slowly they walked along the empty streets of the town. A bright autumn moon silvered the roofs, casting deep shadows. There was no breath of wind, and the trees in the formal gardens by the seafront watched them silently as they passed along. To his aunt's occasional remarks, Shorthouse made no reply, realizing that she was simply surrounding herself with mental buffers, saying ordinary things to prevent herself thinking of extraordinary things. Few windows showed lights, and from scarcely a single chimney came smoke or sparks. Shorthouse had already begun to notice everything, even the smallest details. Presently they stopped at the street corner and looked up at the name on the side of the house full in the moonlight, and with one accord, but without remark, turned into the square and crossed over to the side of it that lay in shadow. "The number of the house is 13, whispered a voice at his side. And neither of them made the obvious reference, but passed along the broad sheet of moonlight and began to march up the pavement in silence. It was about halfway up the square that Shorthouse felt an arm slipped quietly but significantly into his own, and knew then that their adventure had begun in earnest, and that his companion was already yielding imperceptibly to the influences against them. She needed support. A few minutes later they stopped before a tall, narrow house that rose before them into the night, ugly in shape and painted a dingy white. Shutterless windows without blinds stared down upon them, shining here and there in the moonlight. There were weather streaks in the wall and cracks in the paint, and the balcony bulged out from the first floor a little unnaturally. But beyond this generally forlorn appearance of an unoccupied house, there was nothing at first sight to single out this particular mansion for the evil character it had most certainly acquired. Taking a look over their shoulders to make sure they had not been followed, they went boldly up the steps and stood against the huge black door that fronted them forbiddingly. But the first wave of nervousness was now upon them, and Shorthouse fumbled a long time with the key before he could fit it into the lock at all. For a moment, if truth be told, they both hoped it would not open, for they were a prey to various unpleasant emotions as they stood there on the threshold of their ghostly adventure. Shorthouse, shuffling with the key and hampered by the steady weight on his arm, certainly felt the solemnity of the moment. It was as if the whole world, for all experience, seemed at that instant concentrated in his own consciousness, were listening to the grating noise of that key. A stray puff of wind wandering down the empty street woke a momentary rustling in the trees behind them, but otherwise, this rattling of the key was the only sound audible. And at last it turned in the lock, and the heavy door swung open and revealed a yawning gulf of darkness beyond. With a last glance at the moonlit square, they passed quickly in, and the door slammed behind them with a roar that echoed prodigiously through empty halls and passages. But instantly, with the echoes, another sound made itself heard, and Aunt Julia leaned suddenly so heavily upon him that he had to take a step backwards to save himself from falling. A man had coughed close beside them, so close that it seemed they must have actually been by his side in the darkness. With the possibility of practical jokes in his mind, Shorthouse at once swung his heavy stick in the direction of the sound, but it met nothing more solid than air. He heard his aunt give a little gasp beside him. "There's someone here," she whispered. "I heard him." "Be quiet," he said sternly. It was nothing but the noise of the front door. "Oh, get a light, quick," she added, as her nephew, fumbling with a box of matches, opened it upside down and let them all fall with a rattle onto the stone floor. The sound, however, was not repeated, and there was no evidence of retreating footsteps. In another minute they had a candle burning, using an empty end of a cigar case as a holder, and when the first flare had died down, he held the impromptu lamp aloft and surveyed the scene. And it was dreary enough in all conscience, for there is nothing more desolate in all the abodes of men than an unfurnished house dimly lit, silent and forsaken, and yet tenanted by rumour with the memories of evil and violent histories. They were standing in a wide hallway. On their left was the open door of a spacious dining room, and in front the hall ran, ever narrowing, into a long, dark passage that led apparently to the top of the kitchen stairs. The broad, uncarpeted staircase rose in a sweep before them, everywhere draped in shadows, except for a single spot about halfway up, where the moonlight came in through the window and fell in a bright patch on the boards. This shaft of light shed a faint radiance above and below it, lending to the objects within its reach a misty outline that was infinitely more suggestive and ghostly than complete darkness. The filtered moonlight always seems to paint faces on the surrounding gloom, and as Shorthouse peered up into the well of darkness and thought of the countless empty rooms and passages in the upper part of the old house, he caught himself longing again for the safety of the moonlit square, or the cosy, bright drawing room they had left an hour before. Then, realizing that these thoughts were dangerous, he thrust them away again and summoned all his energy for concentration on the present. "Aunt Julia," he said aloud severely, "we must go now through the house from top to bottom and make a thorough search." The echoes of his voice died away slowly all over the building, and in the intense silence that followed, he turned to look at her. In the candlelight he saw that her face was already ghastly pale, but she dropped his arm for a moment and said in a whisper, stepping close in front of him, "I agree, we must be sure there's no one hiding. That's the first thing. She spoke with evident effort, and he looked at her with admiration. "You feel quite sure of yourself? It's not too late." I think so," she whispered, her eyes shifting nervously towards the shadows behind. "Quite sure. Only one thing." "What's that?" "You must never leave me alone for an instant." "As long as you understand that any sound or appearance must be investigated at once, for to hesitate means to admit fear. That is fatal." "Agreed," she said a little shakily after a moment's hesitation. "I'll try." Arm in arm, Shorthouse holding the dripping candle and the stick, while his aunt carried the cloak over her shoulders, figures of utter comedy to all but themselves, they began a systematic search. Stealthily walking on tiptoe and shading the candle lest it should betray their presence through the shutterless windows, they went first into the big dining room. There was not a stick of furniture to be seen. Bare walls, ugly mantelpieces, and empty grates stared at them. Everything, they felt, resented their intrusion, watching them, as it were, with veiled eyes. Whispers followed them. Shadows flitted noiselessly to right and left. Something seemed ever at their back, watching, waiting an opportunity to do them injury. There was the inevitable sense that operations which went on when the room was empty had been temporarily suspended till they were well out of the way again. The whole dark interior of the old building seemed to become a malignant presence that rose up, warning them to desist and mind their own business. Every moment the strain on their nerves increased. Out of the gloomy dining room they passed through large folding doors into a sort of library or smoking room, wrapped equally in silence, darkness and dust, and from this they regained the hall near the top of the back stairs. Here a pitch-black tunnel opened before them into the lower regions, and, it must be confessed, they hesitated, but only for a minute. With the worst of the night still to come, it was essential to turn from nothing. Aunt Julia stumbled at the top step of the dark descent, ill-lit by the flickering candle, and even Shorthouse felt at least half the decision go out of his legs. "Come on," he said peremptorily, and his voice ran on and lost itself in the dark, empty spaces below. I'm coming," she faltered, catching his arm with unnecessary violence. They went a little unsteadily down the stone steps, a cold, damp air meeting them in the face, close and malodorous. The kitchen, into which the stairs led along a narrow passage, was large, with a lofty ceiling. Several doors opened out of it, some into cupboards with empty jars still standing on the shelves, and others into horrible little ghostly back offices, each colder and less inviting than the last. Black beetles scurried over the floor, and once, when they knocked against a deal table standing in a corner, something about the size of a cat jumped down with a rush and fled, scampering across the stone floor into the darkness. Everywhere there was a sense of recent occupation, an impression of sadness and gloom. Leaving the main kitchen, they next went towards the scullery. The door was standing ajar, and as they pushed it open to its full extent, Aunt Julia uttered a piercing scream, which she instantly tried to stifle by placing her hand over her mouth. For a second, Shorthouse stood stock still, catching his breath. He felt as if his spine had suddenly become hollow, and someone had filled it with particles of ice. Facing them, directly in the way between the doorposts, stood the figure of a woman. She had dishevelled hair and wildly staring eyes, and her face was terrified and white as death. She stood there motionless for the space of a single second, then the candle flickered, and she was gone utterly, and the door framed nothing but empty darkness. "Only the beastly jumping candlelight," he said quickly in a voice that sounded like someone else's, and was only half under control. "Come on, Aunt, there's nothing there." He dragged her forward. With a clattering of feet and a great appearance of boldness, they went on, but over his body the skin moved as if crawling ants covered it, and he knew by the weight on his arm that he was supplying the force of locomotion for two. The scullery was cold, bare and empty, more like a large prison cell than anything else. They went around it, tried the door into the yard and the windows, but found them all fastened securely. His aunt moved beside him like a person in a dream. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she seemed merely to follow the pressure of his arm. Her courage filled him with amazement. At the same time, he noticed that a certain odd change had come over her face, a change which somehow evaded his power of analysis. "There's nothing here, Auntie," he repeated aloud quickly. "Let's go upstairs and see the rest of the house. Then we'll choose a room to wait up in." She followed him obediently, keeping close to his side, and they locked the kitchen door behind them. It was a relief to get up again. In the hall there was more light than before, for the moon had travelled a little further down the stairs. Cautiously, they began to go up into the dark vault of the upper house, the boards creaking under their weight. On the first floor, they found the large double drawing rooms, a search of which revealed nothing. Here also was no sign of furniture or recent occupancy, nothing but dust and neglect and shadows. They opened the big folding doors between front and back drawing rooms and then came out again to the landing and went on upstairs. They had not gone up more than a dozen steps when they both simultaneously stopped to listen, looking into each other's eyes with a new apprehension across the flickering candle flame. From the room they had left hardly 10 seconds before came the sound of doors quietly closing. It was beyond all question. They heard the booming noise that accompanies the shutting of heavy doors, followed by the sharp catching of the latch. "We must go back and see," said Shorthouse briefly in a low tone, and turned to go downstairs again. Somehow she managed to drag after him, her feet catching in her dress, her face livid. When they entered the front drawing room, it was plain that the folding doors had been closed half a minute before. Without hesitation, Shorthouse opened them. He almost expected to see someone facing him in the back room, but only darkness and cold air met him. They went through both rooms, finding nothing unusual. They tried in every way to make the doors close of themselves, but there was not wind enough to even set the candle flame flickering. The doors would not move without strong pressure. All was silent as the grave. Undeniably, the rooms were utterly empty, and the house utterly still. "It's beginning," whispered a voice at his elbow, which he hardly recognized as his aunt's. He nodded acquiescence, taking out his watch to note the time. It was 15 minutes before midnight. He made the entry of exactly what had occurred in his notebook, setting the candle in its case upon the floor in order to do so. It took a moment or two to balance it safely against the wall. Aunt Julia always declared that at this moment she was not actually watching him, but had turned her head towards the inner room, where she fancied she heard something moving, but at any rate both positively agreed that there came the sound of rushing feet, heavy and very swift, and the next instant the candle was out. But to Shorthouse himself had come more than this, and he has always thanked his fortunate stars that it came to him alone and not to his aunt too. For, as he rose from the stooping position of balancing the candle, and before it was actually extinguished, a face thrust itself forward, so close to his own that he could almost have touched it with his lips. It was a face working with passion, a man's face, dark, with thick features and angry, savage eyes. It belonged to a common man, and it was evil in its ordinary normal expression, no doubt. But as he saw it, alive with intense, aggressive emotion, it was a malignant and terrible human countenance. There was no movement of the air, nothing but the sound of rushing feet, stockinged or muffled feet, the apparition of the face, and the almost simultaneous extinguishing of the candle. In spite of himself, Shorthouse uttered a little cry, nearly losing his balance as his aunt clung to him with her whole weight in one moment of real, uncontrollable terror. She made no sound, but simply seized him bodily. Fortunately, however, she had seen nothing, but had only heard the rushing feet, for her control returned almost at once, and he was able to disentangle himself and strike a match. The shadows ran away on all sides before the glare, and his aunt stooped down and groped for the cigar case with the precious candle. Then they discovered that the candle had not been blown out at all. It had been crushed out, The wick was pressed down into the wax, which was flattened as if by some smooth, heavy instrument. How his companion so quickly overcame her terror, Shorthouse never properly understood. But his admiration for her self-control increased tenfold, and at the same time served to feed his own dying flame, for which he was undeniably grateful. Equally inexplicable to him was the evidence of physical force they had just witnessed. He at once suppressed the memory of stories he had heard of physical mediums and their dangerous phenomena, for if these were true, and either his aunt or himself was unwittingly a physical medium, it meant that they were simply aiding to focus the forces of a haunted house already charged to the brim. It was like walking with unprotected lamps among uncovered stores of gunpowder. So, with as little reflection as possible, he simply relit the candle and went on up to the next floor. The arm in his trembled, it is true, and his own tread was often uncertain, but they went on with thoroughness, and after a search revealing nothing, they climbed the last flight of stairs to the top floor of all. Here they found a perfect nest of small servants' rooms with broken pieces of furniture, dirty cane-bottomed chairs, chests of drawers, cracked mirrors, and decrepit bedsteads. The rooms had low sloping ceilings already hung here and there with cobwebs, small windows, and badly plastered walls, a depressing and dismal region which they were glad to leave behind. It was on the stroke of midnight when they entered a small room on the third floor, close to the top of the stairs, and arranged to make themselves comfortable for the remainder of their adventure. It was absolutely bare, and was said to be the room then used as a clothes closet, into which the infuriated groom had chased his victim and finally caught her. Outside, across the narrow landing, began the stairs leading up to the floor above, and the servants' quarters where they had just searched. In spite of the chilliness of the night, there was something in the air of this room that cried for an open window. But there was more than this. Shorthouse could only describe it by saying that he felt less master of himself here than in any other part of the house. There was something that acted directly on the nerves, tiring the resolution, enfeebling the will. He was conscious of this result before he had been in the room 5 minutes, and it was in the short time they stayed there that he suffered the wholesale depletion of his vital forces, which was, for himself, the chief horror of the whole experience. They put the candle on the floor of the cupboard, leaving the door a few inches ajar, so that there was no glare to confuse the eyes, and no shadow to shift about on walls and ceiling. Then they spread the cloak on the floor and sat down to wait, with their backs against the wall. Shorthouse was within 2 feet of the door to the landing. His position commanded a good view of the main staircase leading down into the darkness, and also of the beginning of the servants' stairs going to the floor above. The heavy stick lay beside him within easy reach. The moon was now high above the house. Through the open window they could see the comforting stars like friendly eyes watching in the sky. One by one, the clocks of the town struck midnight, and when the sounds died away, the deep silence of a windless night fell again over everything. Only the boom of the sea, far away and lugubrious, filled the air with hollow murmurs. Inside the house, the silence became awful. Awful, he thought, because any minute now it might be broken by sounds portending terror. The strain of waiting told more and more severely on the nerves. They talked in whispers when they talked at all, for their voices aloud sounded queer and unnatural. A chilliness, not altogether due to the night air, invaded the room and made them cold. The influences against them, whatever these might be, were slowly robbing them of self-confidence and the power of decisive action. Their forces were on the wane, and the possibility of real fear took on a new and terrible meaning. He began to tremble for the elderly woman by his side, whose pluck could hardly save her beyond a certain extent. He heard the blood singing in his veins. It sometimes seemed so loud that he fancied it prevented his hearing properly certain other sounds that were beginning, very faintly, to make themselves audible in the depths of the house. Every time he fastened his attention on these sounds, they instantly ceased. They certainly came no nearer, yet he could not rid himself of the idea that movement was going on somewhere in the lower regions of the house. The drawing-room floor, where the doors had been so strangely closed, seemed too near. The sounds were further off than that. He thought of the great kitchen with the scurrying black beetles and of the dismal little scullery, but somehow or other they did not seem to come from there either. Surely they were not outside the house. Then suddenly the truth flashed into his mind, and for the space of a minute he felt as if his blood had stopped flowing and turned to ice. The sounds were not downstairs at all. They were upstairs. Upstairs, somewhere among those horrid, gloomy little servants' rooms, with their bits of broken furniture, low ceilings and cramped windows. Upstairs, where the victim had first been disturbed and stalked to her death. And the moment he discovered where the sounds were, he began to hear them more clearly. It was the sound of feet moving stealthily along the passage overhead, in and out among the rooms and past the furniture. He turned quickly to steal a glance at the motionless figure seated beside him to note whether she had shared his discovery. The faint candlelight coming through the crack in the cupboard door threw her strongly marked face into vivid relief against the white of the wall, but it was something else that made him catch his breath and stare again. An extraordinary something had come into her face and seemed to spread over her features like a mask. It smoothed out the deep lines and drew the skin everywhere a little tighter, so that the wrinkles disappeared. It brought into the face, with the sole exception of the old eyes, an appearance of youth and almost of childhood. He stared in speechless amazement that was dangerously near to horror. It was his aunt's face indeed, but it was her face of 40 years ago, the vacant, innocent face of a girl. He had heard stories of that strange effect of terror which could wipe a human countenance clean of other emotions, obliterating all previous expressions, but he had never realized that it could be literally true, or could mean anything so simply horrible as what he now saw. For the dreadful signature of overmastering fear was written plainly in that utter vacancy of the girlish face beside him, and when, feeling his intense gaze, she turned to look at him, he instinctively closed his eyes tightly to shut out the sight. Yet, when he turned a minute later, his feelings well in hand, he saw to his intense relief another expression. His aunt was smiling, and though the face was deathly white, the awful veil had lifted, and the normal look was returning. "Anything wrong?" was all he could think of to say at the moment, and the answer was eloquent coming from such a woman. "I feel cold and a little frightened," she whispered. He offered to close the window, but she seized hold of him and begged him not to leave her side, even for an instant. "It's upstairs, I know," she whispered with an odd half-laugh, "but I can't possibly go up." But Shorthouse thought otherwise, knowing that in action lay their best hope of self-control. He took the brandy flask and poured out a glass of neat spirits stiff enough to help anybody over anything. She swallowed it with a little shiver. His only idea now was to get out of the house before her collapse became inevitable, but this could not safely be done by turning tail and running from the enemy. Inaction was no longer possible. Every minute he was growing less master of himself, and desperate, aggressive measures were imperative without further delay. Moreover, the action must be taken towards the enemy, not away from it. The climax, if necessary and unavoidable, would have to be faced boldly. He could do it now, but in 10 minutes he might not have the force left to act for himself, much less for both. Upstairs, the sounds were meanwhile becoming louder and closer, accompanied by occasional creaking of the boards. Someone was moving stealthily about, stumbling now and then awkwardly against the furniture. Waiting a few moments to allow the tremendous dose of spirits to produce its effect, and knowing this would last but a short time under the circumstances, Shorthouse then quietly got to his feet, saying in a determined voice, "Now, Aunt Julia, we'll go upstairs and find out what all this noise is. You must come too. It's what we agreed." He picked up his stick and went to the cupboard for the candle. A limp form rose shakily beside him, breathing hard, and he heard a voice say very faintly something about being ready to come. The woman's courage amazed him. It was so much greater than his own. And as they advanced, holding aloft the dripping candle, some subtle force exhaled from this trembling, white-faced old woman at his side that was the true source of his inspiration. It held something really great that shamed him and gave him the support without which he would have proved far less equal to the occasion. They crossed the dark landing, avoiding with their eyes the deep black space over the banisters. Then they began to mount the narrow staircase to meet the sounds which, minute by minute, grew louder and nearer. About halfway up the stairs, Aunt Julia stumbled, and Shorthouse turned to catch her by the arm, and just at that moment there came a terrific crash in the servants' corridor overhead. It was instantly followed by a shrill, agonized scream that was a cry of terror and a cry for help melted into one. Before they could move aside or go down a single step, someone came rushing along the passage overhead, blundering horribly, racing madly at full speed, 3 steps at a time, down the very staircase where they stood. The steps were light and uncertain, but close behind them sounded the heavier tread of another person, and the staircase seemed to shake. Shorthouse and his companion just had time to flatten themselves against the wall when the jumble of flying steps was upon them, and 2 persons, with the slightest possible interval between them, dashed past at full speed. It was a perfect whirlwind of sound breaking in upon the midnight silence of the empty building. The 2 runners, pursuer and pursued, had passed clean through them where they stood, and already, with a thud the boards below, had received first one, then the other. Yet they had seen absolutely nothing, not a hand or arm or face, or even a shred of flying clothing. There came a second's pause. Then the first one, the lighter of the 2, obviously the pursued one, ran with uncertain footsteps into the little room where Shorthouse and his aunt had just left. The heavier one followed. There was a sound of scuffling, gasping and smothered screaming, and then, out onto the landing, came the step of a single person, treading weightily. A dead silence followed for the space of half a minute, and then was heard a rushing sound through the air. It was followed by a dull crashing thud in the depths of the house below, on the stone floor of the hall. Utter silence reigned after. Nothing moved. The flame of the candle was steady. It had been steady the whole time, and the air had been undisturbed by any movement whatsoever. Palsied with terror, Aunt Julia, without waiting for her companion, began fumbling her way downstairs. She was crying gently to herself, and when Shorthouse put his arm around her and half carried her, he felt that she was trembling like a leaf. He went into the little room and picked up the cloak from the floor, and arm in arm, walking very slowly, without speaking a word or looking once behind them, they marched down the 3 flights into the hall. In the hall they saw nothing, but the whole way down the stairs they were conscious that someone followed them, step by step. When they went faster, it was left behind, and when they went more slowly, it caught them up. But never once did they look behind to see, and at each turning of the staircase they lowered their eyes for fear of the following horror they might see upon the stairs above. With trembling hands, Shorthouse opened the front door, and they walked out into the moonlight and drew a deep breath of the cool night air blowing in from the sea.
The Magic Shop by H. G. Wells. I had seen the magic shop from afar several times. I had passed it once or twice, a shop window of alluring little objects, magic balls, magic hens, wonderful cones, ventriloquist dolls, the material of the basket trick, packs of cards that looked all right, and all that sort of thing. But never had I thought of going in until one day, almost without warning, Jip hauled me by my finger right up to the window, and so conducted himself that there was nothing for it but to take him in. I had not thought the place was there, to tell the truth. A modest-sized frontage in Regent Street, between the picture shop and the place where the chicks run about just out of patent incubators. But there it was, sure enough. I had fancied it was down nearer the circus or round the corner in Oxford Street or even in Holborn, always over the way, and a little inaccessible it had been, with something of a mirage in its position. But here it was now, quite indisputably, and the fat end of Jip's pointing finger made a noise upon the glass. "If I was rich," said Jip, dabbing a finger at the disappearing egg, "I'd buy myself that, and that," which was the crying baby, very human, "and that," which was a mystery, and called, so a neat card asserted, "Buy one, and astonish your friends." "Anything," said Jip, "will disappear under one of those cones. I've read about it in a book. And there, Dada, is the vanishing halfpenny, only they've put it this way so as we can't see how it's done." Jip, dear boy, inherits his mother's breeding, and he did not propose to enter the shop or worry in any way, only, quite unconsciously, he lugged my finger doorward, and he made his interest clear. "That," he said, and pointed to the magic bottle. "If you had that," I said, at which promising inquiry he looked up with a sudden radiance. "I could show it to Jessie," he said, thoughtful as ever of others. "It's less than 100 days to your birthday, Jibbles," I said, and laid my hand on the door handle. Jip made no answer, but his grip tightened on my finger, and so we came into the shop. It was no common shop, this. It was a magic shop, and all the prancing precedence Jip would have taken in the matter of mere toys was wanting. He left the burden of the conversation to me. It was a little, narrow shop, not very well lit, and the doorbell pinged again with a plaintive note as we closed it behind us. For a moment or so, we were alone and could glance about us. There was a tiger in papier-mâché on the glass case that covered the low counter, a grave, kind-eyed tiger that waggled his head in a methodical manner. There were several crystal spheres, a china hand holding magic cards, a stock of magic fish bowls in various sizes, and an immodest magic hat that shamelessly displayed its springs. On the floor were magic mirrors, one to draw you out long and thin, one to swell your head and vanish your legs, and one to make you short and fat like a draught. And while we were laughing at these, the shopman, as I suppose, came in. At any rate, there he was behind the counter, a curious, sallow, dark man with one ear larger than the other and a chin like the toe-cap of a boot. "What can we have the pleasure?" he said, spreading his long magic fingers on the glass case. And so, with a start, we were aware of him. "I want," I said, "to buy my little boy a few simple tricks." "Legerdemain?" he asked. "Mechanical? Domestic? Anything amusing?" said I. Said the shopman, and scratched his head for a moment, as if thinking. Then, quite distinctly, he drew from his head a glass ball. "Something this way," he said, and held it out. The action was unexpected. I'd seen the trick done at entertainments endless times before. It's part of the common stock of conjurers, but I had not expected it here. "That's good," I said with a laugh. "Isn't it?" said the shopman. Jip stretched out his disengaged hand to take this object and found merely a blank palm. "It's in your pocket," said the shopman. And there it was. "How much will that be?" I asked. "We make no charge for glass balls," said the shopman politely. "We get them," he picked one out of his elbow as he spoke, "free." He produced another from the back of his neck and laid it beside its predecessor on the counter. Jip regarded his glass balls sagely, then directed a look of inquiry at the two on the counter, and finally brought his round-eyed scrutiny to the shopman, who smiled. "You may have those too," said the shopman, "and if you don't mind, one from my mouth. So." Jip counselled me mutely for a moment, and then, in a profound silence, put away the 4 balls, resumed my reassuring finger, and nerved himself for the next event. "We get all our smaller tricks in that way," the shopman remarked. I laughed in the manner of one who subscribes to a jest. "Instead of going to the wholesale shop," I said. "Of course, it's cheaper." "In a way," the shopman said, "though we pay in the end, but not so heavily as people suppose. Our larger tricks and our daily provisions and all the other things we want, we get out of that hat. And you know, sir, if you'll excuse my saying it, there isn't a wholesale shop. Not for genuine magic, good sir. I don't know if you noticed our inscription, the genuine magic shop." He drew a business card from his cheek and handed it to me. "Genuine," he said, with his finger on the word, and added, "There is absolutely no deception, sir." He seemed to be carrying out the joke pretty thoroughly, I thought. He turned to Jip with a smile of remarkable affability. You know, are the right sort of boy." I was surprised at his knowing that because, in the interests of discipline, we keep it rather a secret, even at home. But Jip received it in unflinching silence, keeping a steadfast eye on him. "It's only the right sort of boy gets through that doorway." And, as if by way of illustration, there came a rattling at the door, and a squeaking little voice could be faintly heard. "No, I want to go in there, Dad, I want to go in there, yeah." And then the accents of a downtrodden parent urging consolations and propitiations. It's locked, Edward," he said. "But it isn't," said I. "It is, sir," said the shopman. "Always, for that sort of child." And as he spoke, we had a glimpse of the other youngster, a little white face pallid from sweet-eating and over-sapid food, and distorted by evil passions, a ruthless little egotist, pawing at the enchanted pain. "It's no good, sir," said the shopman as I moved with my natural helpfulness doorward, and presently the spoilt child was carried off howling. "How do you manage that?" I said, breathing a little more freely. "Magic," said the shopman, with a careless wave of the hand, and behold, sparks of coloured fire flew out of his fingers and vanished into the shadows of the shop. "You were saying," he said, addressing himself to Jip, "before you came in, that you would like one of our buy one and astonish your friends boxes." Jip, after a gallant effort, said, "Yes, it's in your pocket." And leaning over the counter, he really had an extraordinarily long body. This amazing person produced the article in the customary conjurer's manner. "Paper," he said, and took out a sheet of the empty hat with the springs. "String," and behold, his mouth was a string box from which he drew an unending thread, which when he had tied his parcel, he bit off, and, it seemed to me, swallowed the ball of string. And then he lit a candle at the nose of one of the ventriloquist dummies, stuck one of his fingers, which had become sealing wax red, into the flame, and so sealed the parcel. "Then there was the disappearing egg," he remarked, and produced one from within my coat breast and packed it, and also the crying baby, very human. I handed each parcel to Jip as it was ready, and he clasped them to his chest. He said very little, but his eyes were eloquent. The clutch of his arms was eloquent. He was the playground of unspeakable emotions. These, you know, were real magics. Then, with a start, I discovered something moving about in my hat, something soft and jumpy. I whipped it off, and a ruffled pigeon, no doubt a Confederate, dropped out and ran on the counter and went, I fancy, into the cardboard box behind the papier-mâché tiger. "Tut, tut," said the shopman, dexterously relieving me of my headdress. "Careless bird. And as I live, nesting." He shook my hat and shook out into his extended hand 2 or 3 eggs, a large marble, a watch, about half a dozen of the inevitable glass balls, and then crumpled, crinkled paper, more and more and more, talking all the time of the way in which people neglect to brush their hats inside as well as out, politely, of course, but with a certain personal application. "All sorts of things accumulate, sir. Not you, of course, in particular. Nearly every customer. Astonishing what they carry about with them." The crumpled paper rose and billowed on the counter more and more and more, until he was nearly hidden from us, until he was altogether hidden, and still his voice went on and on. "We none of us know what the fair semblance of a human being may conceal, sir. Are we all then no better than brushed exteriors, whited sepulchres?" His voice stopped, exactly like when you hit a neighbour's gramophone with a well-aimed brick. The same instant silence, and the rustle of paper stopped, and everything was still. Have you done with my hat? I asked, after an interval. And there was no answer. I stared at Jip, and Jip stared at me, and there were our distortions in the magic mirrors, looking very rum and grave and quiet. I think we'll go now, I said. Will you tell me how much all this comes to? I said on a rather louder note, I want the bill, and my hat, please. It might have been a sniff from behind the paper pile. Let's look behind the counter, Jip, I said. He's making fun of us. I led Jip round the head-wagging tiger, and what do you think there was behind the counter? No one at all. Only my hat on the floor and a common conjurer's lop-eared white rabbit, lost in meditation, and looking as stupid and crumpled as only a conjurer's rabbit can do. I resumed my hat, and the rabbit lolloped a lollop or so out of my way. Dada, said Jip in a guilty whisper. What is it, Jip? Said I. I do like this shop, Dada. So should I said to myself, if the counter wouldn't suddenly extend itself to shut one off from the door. But I didn't call Jip's attention to that. Pussy, he said, with a hand out to the rabbit as it came lolloping past us. Pussy, do Jip a magic. And his eyes followed it as it squeezed through a door I had certainly not remarked a moment before. Then this door opened wider, and the man with one ear larger than the other appeared again. He was smiling still, but his eye met mine with something between amusement and defiance. You'd like to see our showroom, sir, he said with an innocent suavity. Jip tugged my finger forward. I glanced at the counter and met the shopman's eye again. I was beginning to think the magic just a little too genuine. We haven't very much time, I said, but somehow we were inside the showroom before I could finish that. All goods of the same quality, said the shopman, rubbing his flexible hands together, and that is the best. Nothing in the place that isn't genuine magic and warranted thoroughly rum. Excuse me, sir. I felt him pull at something that clung to my coat sleeve, and then I saw he held a little wriggling red demon by the tail. The little creature bit and fought and tried to get at his hand, and in a moment he tossed it carelessly behind the counter. No doubt the thing was only an image of twisted India rubber, but for that moment... And his gesture was exactly that of a man who handles some petty, biting bit of vermin. I glanced at Jip, but Jip was looking at a magic rocking horse. I was glad he hadn't seen the thing. I say, I said in an undertone and indicating Jip and the red demon with my eyes, you haven't many things like that about, have you? None of ours. Probably brought it with you, said the shopman, also in an undertone, and with a more dazzling smile than ever. Astonishing what people will carry around with them unawares. And then to Jip, do you see anything you fancy in here? There were many things that Jip fancied there. He turned to this astonishing tradesman with mingled confidence and respect. Is that a magic sword? He said. A magic toy sword. It neither bends, breaks, nor cuts fingers. It renders the bearer invincible in battle against anyone under 18. Half a crown to 7 and 6pence, according to size. These panoplies on cards are for juvenile knights-errant and very useful. Shield of safety, sandals of swiftness, helmet of invisibility. Oh, Daddy, gasped Jip. I tried to find out what they cost, but the shopman didn't heed me. He had got Jip now. He had got him away from my finger. He had embarked upon the exposition of all his confounded stock, and nothing was going to stop him. Presently, I saw, with a qualm of distrust and something very like jealousy, that Jip had hold of this person's finger, as usually he has hold of mine. No doubt the fellow was interesting, I thought, and had an interestingly faked lot of stuff, really good faked stuff. Still, I wandered after them, saying very little, but keeping an eye on this prestidigital fellow. After all, Jip was enjoying it, and no doubt when the time came to go, we should be able to go quite easily. It was a long, rambling place, that showroom, a gallery broken up by stands and stalls and pillars, with archways leading off to other departments, in which the queerest-looking assistants loafed and stared at one, and with perplexing mirrors and curtains. So perplexing indeed were these that I was presently unable to make out the door by which we had come. The shopman showed Jip magic trains that ran without steam or clockwork, just as you set the signals, and then some very, very valuable boxes of soldiers that all came alive directly you took off the lid and said, I myself haven't a very quick ear, and it was a tongue-twisting sound, but Jip, he has his mother's ear, got it in no time. Bravo, said the shopman, putting the men back into the box unceremoniously and handing it to Jip. Now, said the shopman, and in a moment Jip had made them all alive again. You'll take that box? Asked the shopman. We'll take that box, said I, unless you charge its full value, in which case I would need a trust magnate. Dear heart, no. And the shopman swept the little men back again, shut the lid, waved the box in the air, and there it was in brown paper tied up and with Jip's full name and address on the paper. The shopman laughed at my amazement. This is genuine magic, he said. The real thing. It's a little too genuine for my taste, I said again. After that he fell to showing Jip tricks, odd tricks, and still odder the way they were done. He explained them, he turned them inside out, and there was the dear little chap nodding his busy bit of a head in the sagest manner. I didn't attend as well as I might. Hey presto, said the magic shopman, and then would come the clear small hey presto of the boy. But I was distracted by other things. It was being borne in upon me just how tremendously rum this place was. It was, so to speak, inundated by a sense of rumness. There was something a little rum about the fixtures even, about the ceiling, about the floor, about the casually distributed chairs. I had a queer feeling that whenever I wasn't looking at them straight, they went askew and moved about, and played a noiseless puss in the corner behind my back. And the cornice had a serpentine design with masks altogether too expressive for proper plaster. Then, abruptly, my attention was caught by one of the odd-looking assistants. He was some way off, and evidently unaware of my presence. I saw a sort of 3/4 length of him over a pile of toys and through an arch. And he was leaning against a pillar in an idle sort of way, doing the most horrid things with his features. The particular horrid thing he did was with his nose. He did it just as though he was idle and wanted to amuse himself. First of all, it was a short, blobby nose, and then, suddenly, he shot it out like a telescope. And then out it flew and became thinner and thinner until it was a long, red, flexible whip. Like a thing in a nightmare it was. He flourished it about and flung it forth as a fly-fisher flings his line. My instant thought was that Jip mustn't see him. I turned around, and there was Jip, quite preoccupied with the shopman and thinking no evil. They were whispering together and looking at me. Jip was standing on a little stool, and the shopman was holding a sort of big drum in his hand. "Hide and seek, Dada," cried Jip. "You're he." And before I could do anything to prevent it, the shopman had clapped the big drum over him. I saw what was up directly. "Take that off," I cried. "This instant. You'll frighten the boy. Take it off." The shopman, with the unequal ears, did so, without a word, and held the big cylinder towards me to show its emptiness. And the little stool was vacant. In that instant, my boy had utterly disappeared. You know, perhaps, that sinister something that comes like a hand out of the unseen and grips your heart about. You know, it takes your common self away and leaves you tense and deliberate, neither slow nor hasty, neither angry nor afraid. So it was with me. I came up to this grinning shopman and kicked his stool aside. "Stop this folly," I said. "Where's my boy?" "You see," he said, still displaying the drum's interior, "there is no deception." I put out my hand to grip him, and he eluded me by a dexterous movement. I snatched again, and he turned from me and pushed open a door to escape. "Stop," I said, and he laughed, receding. I leapt after him into utter darkness. Thud. "Lord bless me, I didn't see you coming, sir." I was in Regent Street, and I had collided with a decent-looking working man, and a yard away, perhaps, and looking a little perplexed with himself, was Jip. There was some sort of apology, and then Jip had turned and come to me with a bright little smile, as though for a moment he had missed me. and he was carrying 4 parcels in his arm. He secured immediate possession of my finger. For the second, I was rather at a loss. I stared round to see the door of the magic shop, and behold, it was not there. There was no door, no shop, nothing, only the common pilaster between the shop where they sell the pictures and the window with the chicks. I did the only thing possible in that mental tumult. I walked straight to the curbstone and held up my umbrella for a cab. "Hansom," said Jip in a note of culminating exultation. I helped him in, recalled my address with an effort, and got in also. Something unusual proclaimed itself in my tailcoat pocket, and I felt and discovered a glass ball. With a petulant expression, I flung it into the street. Jip said nothing. For a space, neither of us spoke. "Dada," said Jip at last, "that was a proper shop." I came round with that to the problem of just how the whole thing had seemed to him. He looked completely undamaged. So far, so good. He was neither scared nor unhinged. He was simply tremendously satisfied with the afternoon's entertainment, and there in his arms were the 4 parcels. Confound it, what could be in them? I said, "Little boys can't go to shops like that every day." He received this with his usual stoicism, and for a moment I was sorry I was his father and not his mother, and so couldn't suddenly there, coram publico, in our hansom, kiss him. After all, I thought, the thing wasn't so very bad. But it was only when we opened the parcels that I really began to be reassured. 3 of them contained boxes of soldiers, quite ordinary lead soldiers, but of so good a quality as to make Jip altogether forget that originally these parcels had been magic tricks of the only genuine sort. And the 4th contained a kitten, a little living white kitten, in excellent health and appetite and temper. I saw this unpacking with a sort of provisional relief. I hung about in the nursery for quite an unconscionable time. That happened 6 months ago, and now I am beginning to believe it is all right. The kitten had only the magic natural to all kittens, and the soldiers seemed as steady a company as any colonel could desire. And Jip? The intelligent parent will understand that I have to go cautiously with Jip. But I went so far as this one day. I said, "How would you like your soldiers to come alive, Jip, and march about by themselves?" "Mine do," said Jip. "I just have to say a word I know before I open the lid." "Then they march about alone?" "Oh, quite, Dada. I shouldn't like them if they didn't do that." I displayed no unbecoming surprise, and since then I have taken occasion to drop in upon him once or twice unannounced when the soldiers were about, but so far I have never discovered them performing in anything like a magical manner. It's so difficult to tell. There's also a question of finance. I have an incurable habit of paying bills. I've been up and down Regent Street several times looking for that shop. I'm inclined to think, indeed, that in that matter honour is satisfied, and that since Jip's name and address are known to them, I may very well leave it to these people, whoever they may be, to send in their bill in their own time. The Irtonwood Ghost by Elinor Glyn. 1. Mrs. Charters arrived at Euston in plenty of time for the 2:30 train to Islton. She was a woman who was well served, and her footman had already got her all that she required, and she retired with a paper to the farther side of the compartment. "You need not wait, Thomas," she said. "There will probably be no one else getting in, and it is a corridor train." So Thomas touched his hat and left. Just before the guard gave the signal to start, a man, evidently a gentleman, opened the door of the carriage and entered. He had been walking leisurely up and down the platform, and, if she had known it, had observed her maid and footman, looked at her luggage and ascertained her destination. It was the same as his own, Irtonwood Manor, that really charmingly romantic old place Ada Hardress and her obedient husband had just taken from the Walworths for a year. "It is too exquisitely ghostly, pet," she had written to Estelle Charters. "Creaking panelling, underground passages, haunted library, and a big cedarwood bedroom where the White Lady appears. There's no electric light, and a person with your sensibilities can be perfectly certain to receive a thrill. Come and spend Christmas with us." and Mrs. Charters had accepted, won by this alluring description, and was now, the day before Christmas Eve, on her way thither. She was a tall, slender woman of 28 or 30 perhaps. She was not beautiful, but every single thing she put on seemed to enhance her grace. Rather plaintive and distinguished refinement appeared to be the note which first struck strangers about her. That boor, Algernon Alexander Charters, had joined friends in another world some 3 years before this Christmas Eve, leaving his widow most comfortably provided for. Only an unpleasant jar had happened, not more than a week ago. The family lawyer had written to inform Estelle that there might be serious trouble ahead, and it might even eventualize in her loss of most of Algernon Alexander's money if a certain marriage certificate could not be found. The whole fortune was being claimed by a descendant of the great-great-grandfather, who contended that Algernon Alexander himself had enjoyed his 10 or 12,000 a year unlawfully. It appeared that somewhere about 1795, the rich Alderman Charters's son, delighting to move in circles above him, had contracted a marriage secretly with the daughter of a decayed noble who would have none of him, and the lady, regretting her mistake too late, had denied all connection with him, and willingly relinquishing her son, whose existence she had concealed, and of whom she was ashamed, she had retired with her father to Italy, and there, a year or two later, had died, the wife of an Italian count. The abandoned rich city husband had apparently taken the casual behaviour of the noble lady in a philosophical spirit, doting upon her son, on whom, although he married again and had a number of other children, he left the bulk of his great fortune. These second families seemed to have been complacent people, and had accepted their fate. But now one of their descendants had come forward and claimed that the will of John Charters, expressly stating, "to my legitimate eldest son and his heirs," with no name given, the property should come to him as the lineal representative of the eldest son of the second family, there being no proof to be found anywhere of the first marriage with the Lady Marjorie Wildacre. Mrs. Charters thought of all these things as she sat on the train. Her attention had scarcely wandered from them even as she glanced up at the intruder in her carriage, but she did casually notice that he was a thin, dark man with something rather attractive-looking about him, and after a while she became conscious that his eyes were fixed upon her, and she felt compelled to look up. They were too close together, the orbs that met hers, she decided, though their size and shape left nothing to be desired. She had a foolish shiver of foreboding and dislike as she turned away, and let her mind revert to the ceaseless question of where on the face of the earth this certificate could be, and how were they to find it. Presently the stranger leaned forward and said in a most cultivated voice, which yet had a foreign accent somewhere lurking in the background, "You are Mrs. Charters, I believe. We are both going to the same house. May I introduce myself? I am Ambrose Duval. I am afraid not quite an Englishman." His voice was so pleasant, it made you forget the sinister impression left by his eyes. Mrs. Charters was of the world and not easily disconcerted. She bowed politely, and a conversation began, in the course of which it became apparent that Mr. Ambrose Duval, such a name, it reminds one of Claude, she thought, had met the hairdressers abroad, and had renewed his acquaintance lately, and was coming down now to this Christmas party. Nothing could be more polished and smooth than his manner. It had that easy gliding from one subject to another which makes so agreeable a conversationalist. He skimmed all sorts of interesting topics, and at last arrived at English architecture. "Irtonwood is a very romantic old place, Mrs. Hardress tells me," he said. "A fine specimen of Tudor style, with additions of Jacobean. I am longing to study it. Do you know its history?" "Not in the least," Estelle replied. "My friend Ada Hardress merely wrote I should be certain to see ghosts. I love the thought of them, although I have never been fortunate enough to encounter one. Have you?" And she smiled her fascinating, elusive smile that was half melancholy and half gay. Sir George Seafield, who had already arrived at Irtonwood earlier in the day, thought Estelle Charters's smile the most divine thing in the world, but then he was in love. resentfully so at first, then resignedly, and now abjectly. Ambrose Duval, on the contrary, mused, "She is no fool for all her gentleness. It is a capable mouth. Perhaps her innocence about Irtonwood is all bluff, and she is bent upon the same errand as myself. I must lose no time." By 4 o'clock, when they had reached Ilton, they had each taken stock of the other. "He makes me creep down my back," was Mrs. Charters's comment, "although I do feel he is attractive." Some more guests got out of another carriage, and there were greetings and chaff, and the whole party entered motors and were whirled to their destination. Here all was holly and mistletoe, and everything to make a real English Christmas. Huge log fires in every grate, and quantities of wax candles tried to make up for the want of electric light. Nothing could have looked more like a storybook description of things as they once were, in the good old days. Ada Hardress gave her friend a most gushing welcome, and contrived that Sir George Seafield secured a chance for a tete-a-tete word in a suitable window-seat as they drank tea. "You were cruel to me," he said, looking devotedly at the lady of his heart with his keen blue eyes, "promising to be at the junction and never turning up by that train. I came down from Scotland on purpose, and thought I should have been allowed to take care of you from Crewe here." "I can take care of myself," she protested softly, "and I found I wanted to shop this morning before I left." "You think you're capable of looking after yourself always, under any circumstances, I suppose," he hazarded. "But of course, when I feel I cannot, then I shall tell you." And she smiled. "I pray fate to let the chance come sooner than you think," he announced fervently. But at this pious hope, Mrs. Charters only looked sweetfully disdainful, and changed the conversation to less personal things. "You won't be a goose, darling, and snub Sir George to death, will you?" Ada Hardress begged, as she took her friend up the stairs. "You're so provoking with your aloof air, and now wanting to rest until dinner when he's dying to talk to you." But Mrs. Charters was unimpressed. "I'm really tired, Ada, and it does Englishmen good to be made to wait. I learned that in America," she said. "Algernon took me there when I wanted to go to Rome, but I never regretted it. I acquired so many hints from those clever women. Oh, what a heavenly place," she added, when they got to the cedar chamber which had been allotted to her. "Fancy its not having been spoilt in these modern days." For it was all panelled and hung with faded orange silk in its 3 tall windows and capacious 4-post bed. And presently, when Mrs. Charters was tucked up upon the rather hard sofa, preparing to have a siesta before dinner, she felt at peace with all the world. It was not long before she was sound asleep, and here she had a strange dream. She felt herself unaccountably moved and perturbed. She had a sensation of breathless, waiting tension, while she stood in some dark place, and suddenly it seemed as though only one spot in the blackness became illuminated, and then she saw an old escritoire. There was nothing else, no furniture, no room, nothing but this old writing bureau standing in space, and there, on it, lay unfolded a yellow parchment, upon which seemed to have fallen some drops of fresh blood. Estelle woke with a sensation of supernatural excitement and fear, and then she reasoned with herself. Could anything have been more foolish? A dream with no incident, no personages, no action to cause such a feeling. There was something uncanny about it, though. What if the room were really haunted? She was not sure she liked it, after all. She got up quickly and rang for her maid, glad to have company and lights, but all the while she dressed, she saw nothing but the escritoire, the parchment, and the 3 drops of blood. "You look pale and pathetic," Sir George Seafield told her, with tender anxiety in his voice, as they went into dinner. "What has happened? I want to know." But it was not until about the first entree that he could get her to unfold her dream. Her other-hand neighbour was the attractive half-foreigner who had come down in the train with her, and who had no intention of allowing her legitimate partner to monopolize the conversation. He listened attentively as she described minutely the strange incident to Sir George, bending forward so as not to lose a word, much to that gentleman's disgust. "I hate the brute," he thought. Why cannot he attend to the woman he has taken in? What a very strange dream, Mr. Ambrose Duval said. And where was the escritoire? You have no idea? Not in the least, replied Estelle. It was all in space. But why the blood? And then a thought struck her. Of course, she exclaimed. This is some vision sent to tell me where I am to find a most important document. How stupid of me never to have thought of it before. A document? Both men asked. But while Sir George's eyes only expressed deep admiration for the lady herself, Mr. Ambrose Duval's had a concentrated eagerness to hear her words that was arresting. Why should this interest him so? Wondered Sir George, and it caused him to feel puzzled and irritated. Mrs. Charters was no chatterer, and not in the habit of imparting her private affairs to strangers, so she laughed and changed the conversation now to lighter things, dividing her time equally between the two men until the ladies rose to leave the room. Sir George Seafield was incensed. Why had his good friend Ada Hardress asked this foreigner to Irtonwood, and why had she put him next to Estelle, the lady of his heart? I believe she is rather drawn towards the jackanapes, he thought, angrily to himself, and with difficulty kept from sparring with him as they sat over the port. Ada, where did you meet Mr. Duval? Mrs. Charters asked, as a group of women hung over the big drawing-room fire. He seems an interesting creature. Doesn't he? Several of them chimed in. Mysterious and delightful, one affirmed. So good-looking, another announced. His eyes are too close together, old Miss Harcourt said in her sententious way. I shan't play bridge with him. We met him in Hungary last summer, the hostess at last got in. It seems absurd, but he was a hotel acquaintance, only he knew such a lot of people we did. He seemed like an old friend, and we saw him often. And he was always cheery and nice. He has relations in England that he's come to look up. I'm so glad you find him attractive. I do myself. He has been too charming this last fortnight when we were up in town for Christmas shopping. He had just arrived from Paris, and I have never had so delightful a companion, so I asked him down for Christmas. He said he would be lonely, and is so absorbed in the study of old houses. Then someone began to play the piano, and the group broke up, and soon the gentlemen joined them, and a general move to the big oak-panelled hall commenced, when the younger members started a valse, while the fiddlers three, who had come down from London to entertain the Yuletide guests, played merrily. Sir George Seafield was detained by his host for a second, and had the chagrin to see Mrs. Charters whirling in the arms of the foreigner. He shut his firm jaw with an ominous snap. I'm dashed if I'll put up with it, he muttered, and went and claimed the next turn the moment the pair paused for breath. How cross you look tonight, Sir George, Mrs. Charters said as they danced. My last partner was so agreeable and sympathetic. I want to wring his neck, was all the answer she got. And then he added, as they stopped and wandered off to a distant sofa in the gallery, I'm sure he's up to no good. I'd watch the silver if I were Jack Hardress. It is really remarkable to what depths of spite men will descend about one another, Estelle laughed as they sat down. No woman would be so transparent, and all just because Mr. Duval is a foreigner and has good manners and does not show moods. And she leaned back provokingly among the cushions. You like him? Sir George asked indignantly, and then aggrievedly. But anyone can see that. If you're going to be unpleasant, Mrs. Charters said, I shall leave you and dance with him again. He valses divinely. Sir George's eyes blazed. If you do, I will wring his neck. I could easily, he blurted out. Absurd brute force. And she smiled plaintively. Englishmen are so crude. How you do tease me, Estelle, Sir George said, and then stopped suddenly. Who told you you might call me that? Mrs. Charters frowned. A piece of impertinence. But here her voice faltered, for she saw that her companion was no longer listening to her. His eyes were fixed with an intense interest upon a picture which hung upon the wall opposite them, the portrait of a lady in late 18th century dress, with the rather high waist and flowing white draperies, while her hair fell in ruffled, unpowdered curls. It was not by any celebrated artist, but was a pleasing picture, and as Estelle's eyes took it in, she knew why Sir George was so absorbed. for it bore a most wonderful likeness to herself. "By Jove," was all he said. "It certainly might have been painted from me," she allowed. "Who can it be?" But they could not find out. Their host, whom they questioned, did not know. He happened to be passing at that moment and joined them with his foreign guest. They had only taken the place from the Walworths for a year, he said, and the Walworths had bought it just as it stood from someone else. It had changed hands once or twice, and he couldn't remember now who were the original owners. "It is supposed to be a portrait of the ghost, I believe," he told them. "Some old retainer informed Ada when we came. The White Lady who haunts the library and the cedar chamber." "Where I sleep!" cried Estelle with a note of distress. "Oh, Jack! I believe I am half afraid." "I'll come and watch outside your door if you are," said Sir George. "Then you can call me if you feel frightened in the night, and I will tackle any ghost for you. I should glory in the act." "I do not doubt it," laughed the host, and discreetly walked on. But Mr. Ambrose Duval stayed behind, examining every turn of the brush in the picture with a critical eye. Estelle had grown very quiet, Sir George noticed. She suddenly felt again that strange sense of excitement, a cold, unpleasant feeling of tension and dread, and she looked up into his face with an appealing pair of soft grey eyes. "Let's go and dance again," she said. "I want to get warm once more. I feel cold." And Sir George joyfully encircled her slender waist and held her close as they rejoined the dancers and whirled about. "Who sleeps next to me?" Mrs. Charters asked, as a laughing group of women went up to bed about 1 in the morning, but she heard with secret dismay that the only other room in this quaint square wing was a sitting-room, with a little oratory attached. "You have always said you adored ghosts and weird things," Mrs. Hardress said, "or, dearest, I would not have put you in the cedar room." "So I do, of course," returned Estelle rather half-heartedly. She was a proud woman and ashamed to show her fears. Everything looked most bright and comfortable when she got to her room, and her devoted maid had waited up for her and now put her to bed with every care. So, tired out with her dance, Estelle forgot her sense of uneasiness and soon sank to sleep between the slippery fine sheets while the dying fire made flickering lights in the vast room. But in the grey dawn she awoke in mortal fright, for she had dreamed again of the dark space, the escritoire, the parchment, and the drops of fresh blood. 2. Next day was Christmas Eve, and much occupied with all sorts of bygone amusements, in which a Christmas tree for the children figured in the late afternoon. Everyone was particularly gay and cheerful. Only Estelle Charters felt heavy as lead. Her dream haunted her. It had certainly some meaning. It was the second time she had experienced it, and the certificate, the loss of which might make such a difference to her, could quite well look like the parchment on the desk. But why there should be any connection with it in this house, of which she had never heard until her friends had taken it, she could not imagine. And if there were some strange thread in it all, why should the picture of the ghost be like herself? The money she could be deprived of had been Algernon's money, and had not come to her through her own family at all. So it would be more sensible and seemingly in sequence if the ghost looked like him or one of her sisters-in-law. But she could not shake off the unaccountable depression she was filled with, and she tried to divert herself with Mr. Ambrose Duval's inspiriting conversation, to the rage of Sir George, who had left Scotland on purpose to be present at this party and press his suit, feeling full of hope that she would show him some grace. But for some reason all had been at 6s and 7s between them, and this hateful foreigner appeared to be the cause. Towards the end of the day, Sir George's temper had got the better of him, and he had finally gone off and talked to another woman in pique and disgust. And so, once more, the night came, and Estelle was left alone in the cedar room. Now the conduct of the foreign guest had excited suspicion as well as fury in the breast of Sir George, and he had watched him unconsciously most of the day. The brute had come to Irtonwood with some purpose. He now felt sure of that. Such extreme interest in all the rooms and the furniture was overdone if it were really an innocent fancy for old things. The library in particular seemed to have attracted him, and he even contrived to be shown the famous cedar chamber, while he said the most insinuating and admiring things to its present occupant. They had gone there, a company of 4 or 5 after lunch, old Miss Harcourt amongst them, torn from her bridge. "I would not sleep here for the world," she said. "I wonder how you can, Estelle. You must have nerves of iron and a conscience of snow-like purity. It makes me creep, even in broad daylight." "I'm not afraid," affirmed Mrs. Charters, raising her head. From there the group had returned to the library, and here Mr. Duval pointed to an old escritoire, which stood in one window, used now as a writing table. Its surface seemed a good deal warped from the sunlight, which had come in upon it, presumably, for many years. "This could be as the one you told us about in your dream," Mr. Duval said, furtively watching her face. And Estelle recognized that it was indeed the same, with a sharp thrill. But she laughed a little nervously as she evaded a direct reply. Mr. Duval was examining it closely, passing smooth, finely moving fingers over all its sides and top. "There is probably some secret spring," he said. "It would be amusing if your dream came true, and it disclosed the parchment and the drops of blood." But for some reason Estelle did not wish him to find it, if there were any spring. She would examine it herself another time, with Ada alone, and Sir George, watching now intently, felt all sorts of queer ideas come into his head. By the time they said good night, the feeling that there was something going on underneath grew so strong that he determined not to undress or go to bed. "He is going to have a try at opening that old bureau, I'd make any bet," he said to himself, "and I'll balk him if I can and discover what is up." So he pretended to be tired and to go on to his room when the other men moved to the smoking room, which was in a side wing, after the ladies had left. But in reality he waited until he thought the butler would have extinguished the lights in the library and the middle part of the house. Then he lit his candle and softly crept down and stretched himself upon a sofa rather behind a screen, while the dying embers of the fire shed a mysterious glow all over the rest of the room. And in the cedar chamber Estelle, tired out and rather saddened at the estrangement which she had felt had grown up in the day between herself and her hitherto ardent would-be lover, got hastily into bed. It was her own fault, she knew. She had been most capricious and talked far too much to the foreign man, whom she realized now she rather disliked underneath. She had been foolish and nervous and jumpy today, and she felt quite ashamed of herself. But in a very short time she grew sleepy, and all became a blank until, with startling vividness, for the 3rd time, the dream returned, and to it was added a dim figure, which seemed to beckon to her and compel her to rise and follow from her warm, soft bed. It seemed that she crept across the room to a panel beside the fireplace, fascinated, but without fear, following the ghostly shape which, when it turned its face, looked so strangely like herself. And the panel glided back, disclosing a dark opening, and still she was impelled to enter its black depths, and all the while, as she felt herself descending a narrow stair, a dim iridescence seemed like a nimbus to encircle the head of that faint wraith which was leading her on. Whither? Meanwhile, in the library, Sir George was almost dozing off to sleep on his sofa in the shadow of the screen. The clock had struck 2, and the fire had burnt so very low that hardly a glow now illumined the room. But a broad shaft of moonlight came in from the top part of the window, to which the shutters did not reach. It was composed of small panes with a coat of arms emblazoned in the centre, and the beams of the moon threw some weird shapes upon the floor and upon the old escritoire, which happened to stand in its path of light. Sir George thought to himself that he had, after all, perhaps been mistaken. The foreigner had probably gone to bed with the rest, and he too would turn in. Then, just as his meditations reached thus far, he heard the faintest noise of the door opening, and someone, with stealthy footsteps, cautiously advanced up the room. As he sprang to his feet, he felt, rather than saw, that it was Ambrose Duval. He himself was securely hidden in the black shadow of the screen. The man went softly to the shutter of the moonlit window, and with quiet, nervous hands undid its old-fashioned bolt, letting in a still broader shaft of light, which now allowed every detail of the old bureau to be seen. Then he came eagerly to its side, and Sir George held his breath and leaned forward not to miss anything of what might be about to happen. Mr. Duval seemed to be feeling the lid, which he opened with care, and then a search began for the secret spring. And once or twice, as he looked up as if for inspiration, his face seemed like a fiend's in the ashen light. At last he appeared to have discovered something. A drawer flew open with a jerk, and he gave a sharp exclamation of pain. Some part of the steel spring had evidently wounded his hand. But his hesitation was only momentary. With frantic eagerness he now drew forth a roll from the secret place. It looked to Sir George like an old yellow parchment, and as Ambrose Duval bent to scrutinize it, with devilish satisfaction upon his face, there dropped from the cut on his hand some drops of blood. The scene was the exact reproduction of Mrs. Charters's dream. This was the moment Sir George felt for him to interfere. But before he could take more than a step, he was arrested by seeing the thief raise his head, and then start and grow livid and shaking with abject terror as he gazed into a far corner, the parchment dropping from his nerveless fingers back onto the old desk. And Sir George, following the direction of his eyes, also experienced a thrill which, even in him, was not unmixed with something akin to fear. For both men could just distinguish, slowly and noiselessly advancing toward them out of the shadow from a part of the room where there was no door, the tall, slender figure of a woman in a rather short-waisted white garment with ruffled curls of unpowdered hair. She seemed to be ethereal and unreal, but when she got into the moonlight, the likeness was unmistakable. The face was the same as the picture in the gallery, which the host had told them represented the Irtonwood ghost. The great grey eyes were wide and staring like the eyes of a corpse, and the whole figure moved slowly, with a gliding motion unlike life. "My God, is it Estelle?" Sir George gasped to himself as he waited the turn of events. If it were his well-beloved, then she must be walking in her sleep. If the denizen of some other world, then something strange and awful might develop when she got to the escritoire. In either case, his best course would be to watch and be ready to spring. For he fully realized the securing of the parchment was to Ambrose Duval, for some reason, a matter of desperate need. The figure advanced, growing more clear as it reached the goal. Duval was now crouching, an almost inert mass, some paces back, in mortal fright. The lady, whoever or whatever she was, put out a transparent-looking hand in the moonlight, and seizing the parchment was gliding back again from whence she came, but Ambrose Duval gave the hiss of a snake as he saw the precious paper being taken from his grasp, and with a half-articulate cry of rage and terror bounded forward. But Sir George was quicker than he, and ere he could reach the ghost, or woman, he found himself pinioned in the Englishman's strong arms. Then the two men struggled, Ambrose Duval with mad fear in his breast at this new foe, and Sir George with cool determination to frustrate his opponent's ends. As they tottered together, they both saw, with an indescribable thrill, the figure disappear, as it were before their eyes, into the darkness of the wall. And they knew they were alone. Was she a ghost, or real flesh and blood? That was a question which neither could decide. But now that there was no more reason to protect Estelle, if it were she, Sir George let Mr. Duval go. He was breathless from rage and fright, and staggered to a chair, "How dare you attack me like this?" he exclaimed furiously, drawing a revolver from his pocket and pointing it at his foe. But Sir George, far more perturbed at the thought of what might have become of his lady-love, took no notice of him. He walked over to the fire and poked up the dying embers, which threw up a last small flame, giving enough light for him to find his candlestick, which he had put down beside the sofa in the gloom, beyond the shaft of moonlight. Mr. Duval followed him, still livid from fear of the supernatural, and mad with rage at his failure and loss. "You shall answer to me for this now with your life," he snarled. "In that case, you will be hanged for murder," Sir George retorted coolly. "You had better go quietly in the morning before I denounce you as a thief." "I am no thief," Mr. Duval protested violently. "How dare you attack a guest in our friend's house in this most murderous fashion? It is I who can denounce you. You must give me satisfaction for this." "I shall do nothing of the kind," said Sir George. "I should not think of duelling with a thief. Just take my advice and go in the morning without a scandal, and prosecute your scheming tricks elsewhere. I have seen all you did, remember, and can describe it well." Then the two men glared at one another there in the old library, the one candle illuminating their angry faces, and the great shaft of moonlight lighting the rifled escritoire. And then Sir George calmed himself. "You can take what course you please," he said. "I have a pistol too," and he drew his small derringer from the pocket where he had been holding it. "I am a rather good shot sometimes, so we may each hit the other. But there is no use in it, and rats like you are fond of life." This reflection seemed to carry weight with Mr. Duval, unflattering as it was. For it is quite one thing to shoot at an unarmed man, and quite another to find him possessed of a pistol too. With what dignity he could, Mr. Duval now drew himself up and prepared to leave the room. "You have won this time," he said between his teeth, "but some day I will level things up." "I am quite indifferent about that," Sir George answered hurriedly. "Get out now, and get away by the earliest train. I shall give you so much a start. Now I have other and more important things to do. Go." And he almost drove Duval to the door and up to his room. Then, when he had seen him safely shut in, he paused to think what was the next thing to be done. To awaken Jack Hardress and his wife, and ascertain if Estelle was safe in her cedar chamber seemed to be the best move. So, after some difficulty, he found his host's apartment and knocked firmly on the door. "Yes, what is it?" Jack Hardress called out sleepily, and Ada's frightened voice piped, "Oh, who's there?" Then Sir George explained in as few words as he could, when his host and hostess, clothed in dressing gowns, appeared in the passage, and they, all three, carrying lights, set off for the cedar room. But here was deathly silence. No answer came to their knocks, nor could they enter. The door was locked from within. A sickening, icy hand clutched at Sir George's heart. What had happened? Some ill had befallen Estelle. "If we both rush to the door together, we can break the lock, Jack," he said desperately. "We must not delay an instant. Now!" And the two men hurled themselves against the stout panels, but, though they shivered, they held. Then, with the strength of despair, Sir George made a rush by himself, and the bolt gave, and he fell headlong into the room. But alas, Ada's two candles, which she held high, revealed no occupant. The bed had been slept in and left hastily, the clothes were turned back, but there was no sign of Estelle. The three people looked at each other with blanched faces. What mystery was here? Sir George began hastily to examine the walls. It followed, his common sense told him, if the door were locked from within, his beloved lady had left the apartment by some other means. The windows were out of the question, they were too high, and besides were closed, and the orange curtains drawn. There must be some secret panel, and Estelle must have walked in her sleep. But how weird it all was! And he was filled with dread and foreboding as he felt each part of the wall. "We must discover the entrance, Jack," he said. "I saw Mrs. Charters, or her ghost, with my own eyes in the library, and she disappeared at the end of the room." Now, with terrified eagerness, the three set to work, feeling and tapping each cedar panel, while Ada Hardress called continually, "Estelle! Estelle! Answer if you're there and can hear us!" but only silence greeted them. And as the hopelessness of their task made itself felt, a sickening fear grew and grew in each of their hearts. What if she had fallen down some deep secret place, some oubliette, and were dead? They might pull all the house down, and yet be too late. At last Ada, almost weeping from grief and fright, subsided upon the sofa, while her husband and Sir George, rigid and grey with anxiety, faced each other to decide what to do. "Wake the servants and send for a mason and carpenter," Sir George said. "And meanwhile, can't we get an axe and some tools? I will tear the woodwork down myself, when I have an implement." Mrs. Hardress went off to wake the household and send for the required men. "And get a doctor, too," Sir George called. And when some tools were found by a frightened footman and brought, he set to work with such a will that at last a steel bolt was discovered, and the panelling giving way by the fireplace, a very small, narrow door was disclosed in the stonework. The bolts in connection with it were stiff and rusted with age, and how a delicate woman could have moved them was a profound mystery. The door gave way without much difficulty, and here, by the light of a lamp held high, the very narrowest passage was revealed, which in 3 paces developed into a stair. It was so extremely narrow that Sir George was obliged to force his broad shoulders through until he came to the descent. Suddenly, at a sharp turn, he could see the steps rising again on the opposite side. But there, in the space beneath, lay the figure of a woman in white. With an exclamation of anguish he saw that it was Estelle. But was she dead? He handed the lamp to Jack Hardress, who was behind him, and in a second he was beside his love, and had raised her in his arms with difficulty in the confined space, and even in the excitement he noticed that she still clutched in her hand the paper which seemed to have been the cause of all the tragic events of the night. He detached it from her fingers, and saw that the blood drops had smeared her hand, as he put the paper in his pocket and lifted her in his arms to carry her back. A bruise marked where her forehead had struck a projecting stone in the wall. Perhaps she was only stunned and not dead. This hope gave him the strength of a lion, and he clasped her close. But their exit was no easy task. The space had been narrow enough for one person here and there, and was impossible for a man cumbered with a woman in his arms. Jack Hardress retreated before them, holding the lamp high, and when Sir George came to a turn that he could not pass, he was obliged to lay his precious burden down and let Jack Hardress pull her through by the arms. Then he lifted her up again, and so at last all 3 were safe in the cedar room, where a thrilled and excited group awaited them, including the doctor who had now arrived. The room was cleared of all but Ada, Sir George and Estelle's maid, while the doctor bent over the inanimate form, and at last he looked up and announced, "No, she's not dead." And never were more grateful words sent up to heaven than Sir George's fervent, "Thank God! She was not dead then, his darling, and soon she might open her eyes and look into his own." He could afford to wait in the passage now, as he told the good news to the rest of the alarmed guests. And presently the doctor and Mrs. Hardress came out, and he heard that his beloved was conscious and rapidly recovering. "She must have walked in her sleep," the physician said, "and her head struck a stone, but it was the stifling air which made her faint, though no doubt she was stunned too by the blow. If you had been an hour later in finding her, I think she could not have lived." So after all, there were rejoicings on that Christmas morning, which seemed as though it was going to dawn so tragically, and in the excitement of it all, no one thought then to remark upon Mr. Ambrose Duval's departure by the one and only early train. His note of farewell to his hostess was a masterpiece, and caused Sir George to smile as she handed it to him to read. Late in the afternoon he was allowed to see his sweet lady in Ada's own sitting-room, alone and in peace. She was lying on the sofa with a bandage round her forehead, but her small face looked ghastly pale against the blue silk cushions, but her eyes shone, and she stretched out her hands as he bent upon his knees to be near her. "George, you were good to me," she whispered, "and I can't take care of myself." But she could not say any more, because he stopped and kissed her lips, and for some while they were too happy to talk of even a subject so interesting as her dream and the adventure it produced. But at last they became sane enough to examine the parchment which proved to be the certificate of marriage between John Charters, bachelor, and Marjorie Wildacre, spinster, celebrated at a little village in Leicestershire in the year 1795. So the Irtonwood ghost had stood Estelle in good stead. From here was her fortune secured beyond any doubt. But who, then, was Mr. Ambrose Duval, and what was his connection with the affair, and why did Estelle herself resemble the picture of the Irtonwood ghost? These were questions which it would take time to answer. "Though what does anything matter?" exclaimed Sir George, after a while, "since I have enough for us both, and since you cannot take care of yourself, and are going to let me." It was not before the happy pair returned from their honeymoon that all the mystery was unravelled. The lawyers had been busy investigating the while. It appeared that Lady Marjorie Wildacre had lived at Irtonwood, which was her old home, her father having sold it when they went to Italy. She had had a daughter by her second husband, the Italian Count, who eventually married the great-grandfather of Estelle, thus carrying the likeness into her family. And Estelle often loves to weave romance round her dream, and imagine how, influenced by this far-back ancestress's unquiet spirit, she must have been drawn to go to the Irtonwood Christmas party and participate in the events which followed. "You see, George, she probably loved the Italian Count," Estelle told her husband, "and wanted their descendant by him to benefit too. That is why she directed me. But I cannot help being sorry for poor Mr. Duval. Loathsome foreigner," was all Sir George said. His real name was Charters, and he was the claimant to the fortune, but he chose to take his mother's name. She had been a Frenchwoman, the better to pursue his investigations unsuspected. He had got hold of some letter among the papers of his branch of the family which referred to the certificate being at Irtonwood, and Lady Marjorie's residence there, and hearing that his chance acquaintances, the hairdressers, had taken this place, he cultivated them in order to have access for his search, determining, when he found the certificate, he would destroy it, and then with certainty prosecute his claim. But fate takes care of things, and arranges what she thinks best, and even the thoroughly English Sir John Seafield is obliged to own that there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in our philosophy.
The Judge's House by Bram Stoker. When the time for his examination drew near, Malcolm Malcolmson made up his mind to go somewhere to read by himself. He feared the attractions of the seaside, and also he feared completely rural isolation, for of old he knew its charms, and so he determined to find some unpretentious little town where there would be nothing to distract him. He refrained from asking suggestions from any of his friends, for he argued that each would recommend some place of which he had knowledge, and where he had already acquaintances. As Malcolmson wished to avoid friends, he had no wish to encumber himself with the attention of friends' friends, and so he determined to look out for a place for himself. He packed a portmanteau with some clothes and all the books he required, and then took ticket for the first name on the local timetable, which he did not know. When, at the end of the 3 hours' journey, he alighted at Benchurch, he felt satisfied that he had so far obliterated his tracks as to be sure of having a peaceful opportunity of pursuing his studies. He went straight to the one inn which the sleepy little place contained, and put up for the night. Benchurch was a market town, and once in 3 weeks was crowded to excess, but for the remainder of the 21 days it was as attractive as a desert. Malcolmson looked around the day after his arrival to try to find quarters more isolated than even so quiet an inn as the Good Traveller afforded. There was only one place that took his fancy, and it certainly satisfied his wildest ideas regarding quiet. In fact, quiet was not the proper word to apply to it. Desolation was the only term conveying any suitable idea of its isolation. It was an old, rambling, heavy-built house of the Jacobean style, with heavy gables and windows, unusually small, and set higher than was customary in such houses,
and was surrounded with a high brick wall massively built. Indeed, on examination, it looked more like a fortified house than an ordinary dwelling. But all these things pleased Malcolmson. Here, he thought, is the very spot I have been looking for, and if I can only get opportunity of using it, I shall be happy. His joy was increased when he realized beyond doubt that it was not at present inhabited. From the post office he got the name of the agent, who was rarely surprised at the application to rent a part of the old house. Mr. Carnford, the local lawyer and agent, was a genial old gentleman, and frankly confessed his delight at anyone being willing to live in the house. "To tell you the truth," said he, "I should be only too happy, on behalf of the owners, to let anyone have the house rent-free for a term of years, if only to accustom the people here to see it inhabited. It has been so long empty that some kind of absurd prejudice has grown up about it, and this can be best put down by its occupation. If only," he added, with a sly glance at Malcolmson, "by a scholar like yourself who wants its quiet for a time." Malcolmson thought it needless to ask the agent about the absurd prejudice. He knew he'd get more information, if he should require it, on that subject, from other quarters. He paid his 3 months' rent, got a receipt, and the name of an old woman who would probably undertake to do for him, and came away with the keys in his pocket. He then went to the landlady of the inn, who was a cheerful and most kindly person, and asked her advice as to such stores and provisions as he would be likely to require. She threw up her hands in amazement when he told her where he was going to settle himself. "Not the judge's house," she said, and grew pale as she spoke. He explained the locality of the house, saying that he didn't know its name. When he had finished, she answered, "Aye, sure enough, the very place. It is the judge's house, sure enough." He asked her to tell him about the place, why so called, and what there was against it. She told him that it was so called locally because it had been, many years before, how long she couldn't say, as she was herself from another part of the country, but she thought it must have been 100 years or more, the abode of a judge who was held in great terror on account of his harsh sentences and his hostility to prisoners at assizes. As to what there was against the house itself, she couldn't tell. She had often asked, but no one could inform her. But there was a general feeling that there was something. And for her own part, she wouldn't take all the money in Drinkwater's bank and stay in the house an hour by herself. Then she apologised to Malcolmson for her disturbing talk. "It's too bad of me, sir, and you, and a young gentleman too, if you'll pardon me saying it, going to live there all alone. If you were my boy, and you'll excuse me for saying it, you wouldn't sleep there a night, not if I had to go there myself and pull the big alarm bell that's on the roof." The good creature was so manifestly in earnest, and was so kindly in her intentions, that Malcolmson, although amused, was touched. He told her kindly how much he appreciated her interest in him, and added, "But my dear Mrs. Witham, indeed you need not be concerned about me. A man who is reading for the mathematical tripos has too much to think of to be disturbed by any of these mysterious somethings, and his work is of too exact and prosaic a kind to allow of his having any corner in his mind for mysteries of any kind. Harmonical progressions, permutations and combinations, and elliptic functions have sufficient mysteries for me." Mrs. Witham kindly undertook to see after his commissions, and he went himself to look for the old woman who'd been recommended to him. When he returned to the judge's house with her, after an interval of a couple of hours, he found Mrs. Witham herself waiting with several men and boys carrying parcels, and an upholsterer's man with a bed in a cart, for he said, though tables and chairs might be all very well, a bed that hadn't been aired for mayhap 50 years was not proper for young bones to lie on. She was evidently curious to see the inside of the house, and though manifestly so afraid of the somethings, that at the slightest sound she clutched on to Malcolmson, whom she never left for a moment, went over the whole place. After his examination of the house, Malcolmson decided to take up his abode in the great dining room, which was big enough to serve for all his requirements, and Mrs. Witham, with the aid of the charwoman, Mrs. Dempster, proceeded to arrange matters. When the hampers were brought in and unpacked, Malcolmson saw that with much kind forethought she had sent from her own kitchen sufficient provisions to last for a few days. Before going, she expressed all sorts of kind wishes, and at the door turned and said, "And perhaps, as the room is big and draughty, it might be well to have one of those big screens put round your bed at night. Though, truth to tell, I would die myself if I were to be so shut in with all kinds of things that put their heads round the sides or over the top and look on me." The image which she had called up was too much for her nerves, and she fled incontinently. Mrs. Dempster sniffed in a superior manner as the landlady disappeared, and remarked that for her own part she wasn't afraid of all the bogies in the kingdom. "I'll tell you what it is, sir," she said. "Bogies is all kinds and sorts of things, except bogies. Rats and mice and beetles and creaky doors and loose slates and broken panes and stiff drawer handles that stay out when you pull them and then fall down in the middle of the night. Look at the wainscot of the room. It's old, hundreds of years old. Do you think there's no rats and beetles there? And do you imagine, sir, that you won't see none of them? Rats is bogies, I tell you, and bogies is rats, and don't you get to think anything else." "Mrs. Dempster," said Malcolmson gravely, making her a polite bow, "you know more than a senior wrangler, and let me say that as a mark of esteem for your indubitable soundness of head and heart, I shall, when I go, give you possession of this house and let you stay here by yourself for the last 2 months of my tenancy, for 4 weeks will serve my purpose." "Thank you kindly, sir," she answered, "but I couldn't sleep away from home a night. I'm in greenhouse charity, and if I slept away from my rooms, I should lose all I have got to live on. The rules is very strict, and there's too many watching for a vacancy for me to run any risks in the matter. Only for that, sir, I'd gladly come here and attend on you altogether during your stay." "My good woman," said Malcolmson hastily, "I have come here on purpose to obtain solitude, and believe me that I am grateful to the late Greenhow for having so organised his admirable charity, whatever it is, that I am perforce denied the opportunity of suffering from such a form of temptation. St. Anthony himself could not be more rigid on the point." The old woman laughed harshly. "Ah, you young gentleman," she said, "you don't fear for naught, and belike you'll get all the solitude you want here." She set to work with her cleaning, and by nightfall, when Malcolmson returned from his walk, he always had one of his books to study as he walked, he found the room swept and tidied, a fire burning in the old hearth, the lamp lit, and the table spread for supper with Mrs. Witham's excellent fare. "This is comfort indeed," he said, as he rubbed his hands. When he had finished his supper and lifted the tray to the other end of the great oak dining table, he got out his books again, fresh wood on the fire, trimmed his lamp, and set himself down to a spell of real hard work. He went on without pause till about 11 o'clock, when he knocked off for a bit to fix his fire and lamp and to make himself a cup of tea. He'd always been a tea drinker, and during his college life had sat late at work and taken tea late. The rest was a great luxury to him, and he enjoyed it with a sense of delicious, voluptuous ease. The renewed fire leaped and sparkled and threw quaint shadows through the great old room, and as he sipped his hot tea, he revelled in the sense of isolation from his kind. Then it was that he began to notice, for the first time, what a noise the rats were making. Surely, he thought, they cannot have been at it all the time I was reading. Had they been, I must have noticed it. Presently, when the noise increased, he satisfied himself that it really was new. It was evident that at first the rats had been frightened at the presence of a stranger, and the light of the fire and the lamp, but that as the time went on they had grown bolder, and were now disporting themselves as was their wont. How busy they were! And hark to the strange noises. Up and down behind the old wainscot, over the ceiling and under the floor they raced and gnawed, and scratched. Malcolmson smiled to himself as he recalled to mind the saying of Mrs. Dempster, "Bogies is rats, and rats is bogies." The tea began to have its effect of intellectual and nervous stimulus. He saw with joy another long spell of work to be done before the night was past, and in the sense of security which it gave him, he allowed himself the luxury of a good look around the room. He took his lamp in one hand and went all around, wondering that so quaint and beautiful an old house had been so long neglected. The carving of the oak on the panels of the wainscot was fine, and on and round the doors and windows it was beautiful and of rare merit. There were some old pictures on the walls, but they were coated so thick with dust and dirt that he could not distinguish any detail of them, though he held his lamp as high as he could over his head. Here and there, as he went round, he saw some crack or hole blocked for a moment by the face of a rat, with its bright eyes glittering in the light. But in an instant it was gone, and a squeak and a scamper followed. The thing that most struck him, however, was the rope of the great alarm bell on the roof, which hung down in a corner of the room on the right-hand side of the fireplace. He pulled up, close to the hearth, a great high-backed carved oak chair, and sat down to his last cup of tea. When this was done, he made up the fire and went back to his work, sitting at the corner of the table, having the fire to his left. For a little while the rats disturbed him somewhat with their perpetual scampering, but he got accustomed to the noise, as one does to the ticking of a clock or to the roar of moving water, and he became so immersed in his work that everything in the world, except the problem which he was trying to solve, passed away from him. He suddenly looked up, his problem still unsolved, and there was in the air that sense of the hour before the dawn which is so dread to doubtful life. The noise of the rats had ceased. Indeed, it seemed to him that it must have ceased but lately, and that it was the certain cessation which had disturbed him. The fire had fallen low, but still it threw out a deep red glow. As he looked, he started, in spite of his sang-froid. There, on the great high-backed carved oak chair, by the right side of the fireplace, sat an enormous rat, steadily glaring at him with baleful eyes. He made a motion to it as though to hunt it away, but it did not stir. Then he made the motion of throwing something. Still it did not stir, but showed its great white teeth angrily, and its cruel eyes shone in the lamplight with an added vindictiveness. Malcolmson felt amazed, and seizing the poker from the hearth, ran at it to kill it. Before, however, he could strike it, the rat, with a squeak that sounded like the concentration of hate, jumped upon the floor, and running up the rope of the alarm bell, disappeared in the darkness beyond the range of the green-shaded lamp. Instantly, strange to say, the noisy scampering of the rats in the wainscot began again. By this time, Malcolmson's mind was quite off the problem, and as a shrill cock-crow outside told him of the approach of morning, he went to bed and to sleep. He slept so sound that he was not even waked by Mrs. Dempster coming in to make up his room. It was only when she had tidied up the place and got his breakfast ready and tapped on the screen which closed in his bed that he woke. He was a little tired still after his night's hard work, but a strong cup of tea soon freshened him up, and taking his book, he went out for his morning walk, bringing with him a few sandwiches lest he should not care to return till dinner-time. He found a quiet walk between high elms some way outside the town, and here he spent the greater part of the day studying his Laplace. On his return, he looked in to see Mrs. Witham and to thank her for her kindness. When she saw him coming through the diamond-paned bay window of her sanctum, she came out to meet him and asked him in. She looked at him searchingly and shook her head as she said it. "You must not overdo it, sir. You are paler this morning than you should be. 2 late hours and too hard work on the brain isn't good for any man. But tell me, sir, how did you pass the night? Well, I hope. But my heart, sir, I was glad when Mrs. Dempster told me this morning that you were all right and sleeping sound when she went in. Oh, I was all right, he answered smilingly. The some things didn't worry me as yet, only the rats, and they had a circus, I tell you, all over the place. There was one wicked-looking old devil that sat up on my own chair by the fire and wouldn't go till I took the poker to him, and then he ran up the rope of the alarm bell and got to somewhere up the wall or the ceiling. I couldn't see where, it was so dark. Mercy on us, said Mrs. Witham. An old devil and sitting on the chair by the fireside. Take care, sir, take care. There's many a true word spoken in jest. How do you mean? Upon my word, I don't understand. An old devil. The old devil, perhaps. There, sir, you needn't laugh. For Malcolmson had broken into a hearty peal. You young folks thinks it easy to laugh at things that makes older ones shudder. Never mind, sir, never mind. Please God, you laugh all the time. It's what I wish you, myself. And the good lady beamed all over in sympathy with his enjoyment, her fears gone for a moment. Oh, forgive me, said Malcolmson presently. Don't think me rude, but the idea was too much for me. That the old devil himself was on the chair last night. And at the thought he laughed again. Then he went home to dinner. This evening the scampering of the rats began earlier. Indeed, it had been going on before his arrival, and only ceased whilst his presence by its freshness disturbed them. After dinner he sat by the fire for a while and had a smoke, and then, having cleared his table, began to work as before. Tonight the rats disturbed him more than they had done on the previous night. How they scampered up and down and under and over. How they squeaked and scratched and gnawed. How they, getting bolder by degrees, came to the mouths of their holes and to the chinks and cracks and crannies in the wainscoting, till their eyes shone like tiny lamps as the firelight rose and fell. But to him, now doubtless accustomed to them, their eyes were not wicked, only their playfulness touched him. Sometimes the boldest of them made sallies out on the floor or along the mouldings of the wainscot. Now and again, as they disturbed him, Malcolmson made a sound to frighten them, smiting the table with his hand or giving a fierce "shh, shh," so that they fled straight away to their holes. And so the early part of the night wore on, and despite the noise, Malcolmson got more and more immersed in his work. All at once he stopped, as on the previous night, being overcome by a sudden sense of silence. There was not the faintest sound of gnaw or scratch or squeak. The silence was as of the grave. He remembered the odd occurrence of the previous night, and instinctively he looked at the chair standing close by the fireside, and then a very odd sensation thrilled through him. There, on the great old high-backed carved oak chair beside the fireplace, sat the same enormous rat, steadily glaring at him with baleful eyes. Instinctively he took the nearest thing to his hand, a book of logarithms, and flung it at it. The book was badly aimed, and the rat did not stir, so again the poker performance of the previous night was repeated, and again the rat, being closely pursued, fled up the rope of the alarm bell. Strangely, too, the departure of this rat was instantly followed by the renewal of the noise made by the general rat community. On this occasion, as on the previous one, Malcolmson could not see at what part of the room the rat disappeared, for the green shade of his lamp left the upper part of the room in darkness, and the fire had burned low. And looking at his watch, he found it was close on midnight, and not sorry for the divertissement, he made up his fire and made himself his nightly pot of tea. He had got through a good spell of work and thought himself entitled to a cigarette, and so he sat on the great carved oak chair before the fire and enjoyed it. Whilst smoking, he began to think that he would like to know where the rat disappeared to, for he had certain ideas for the morrow not entirely disconnected with a rat trap. Accordingly, he lit another lamp and placed it so that it would shine well into the right-hand corner of the wall by the fireplace. Then he got all the books he had with him and placed them handy to throw at the vermin. Finally, he lifted the rope of the alarm bell and placed the end of it on the table, fixing the extreme end under the lamp. As he handled it, he couldn't help noticing how pliable it was, especially for so strong a rope, and one not in use. You could hang a man with it, he thought to himself. When his preparations were made, he looked around and said complacently, "There now, my friend, I think we shall learn something of you at this time." He began his work again, and though, as before, somewhat disturbed at first by the noise of rats, soon lost himself in his propositions and problems. Again he was called to his immediate surroundings suddenly. This time it might not have been the sudden silence only which took his attention. There was a slight movement of the rope, and the lamp moved. Without stirring, he looked to see if his pile of books was within range, and then he cast his eye along the rope. As he looked, he saw the great rat drop from the rope on the oak armchair and sit there, glaring at him. He raised a book in his right hand and, taking careful aim, flung it at the rat. The latter, with a quick movement, sprang aside and dodged the missile. He then took another book and a third and flung them one after another at the rat, but each time unsuccessfully. At last, as he stood with a book poised in his hand to throw, the rat squeaked and seemed afraid. This made Malcolmson more than ever eager to strike, and the book flew and struck the rat a resounding blow. It gave a terrified squeak, and turning on his pursuer a look of terrible malevolence, ran up the chair back and made a great jump to the rope of the alarm bell, and ran up it like lightning. The lamp rocked under the sudden strain, but it was a heavy one and did not topple over. Malcolmson kept his eyes on the rat, and saw it by the light of the second lamp leap to a moulding of the wainscot, and disappear through a hole in one of the great pictures which hung on the wall, obscured and invisible through its coating of dirt and dust. "I shall look up my friend's habitation in the morning," said the student, as he went over to collect his books. "The third picture from the fireplace. I shall not forget." He picked up the books one by one, commenting on them as he lifted them. Conic sections he does not mind, nor cycloidal oscillations, nor the Principia, nor quaternions, nor thermodynamics. Now for the book that fetched him. Malcolmson took it up and looked at it. As he did so, he started, and a sudden pallor overspread his face. He looked round uneasily and shivered slightly as he murmured to himself, "The Bible my mother gave me." He sat down to work again, and the rats in the wainscot renewed their gambols. It did not disturb him, however. Somehow their presence gave him a sense of companionship. But he couldn't attend to his work, for after striving to master the subject on which he was engaged, gave it up in despair, and went to bed as the first streak of dawn stole in through the eastern window. He slept heavily but uneasily, and dreamed much. And when Mrs. Dempster woke him late in the morning, he seemed ill at ease, and for a few minutes did not seem to realize exactly where he was. His first request rather surprised the servant. "Mrs. Dempster, when I'm out today, I wish you would get the steps and dust or wash those pictures, especially that one, the third from the fireplace. I want to see what they are." Late in the afternoon, Malcolmson worked at his books in the shaded walk, and the cheerfulness of the previous day came back to him as the day wore on, and he found that his reading was progressing well. He had worked out to a satisfactory conclusion all the problems which had as yet baffled him, and it was in a state of jubilation that he paid a visit to Mrs. Witham at the Good Traveller. Found a stranger in the cosy sitting-room with the landlady, who was introduced to him as Dr. Thornhill. She was not quite at ease, and this, combined with the doctor's plunging at once into a series of questions, made Malcolmson come to the conclusion that his presence was not an accident. So without preliminary he said, "Dr. Thornhill, I shall with pleasure answer you any question you may choose to ask me, if you will answer me one question first." The doctor seemed surprised, but he smiled and answered at once, "Done. What is it?" "Did Mrs. Witham ask you to come here and see me and advise me?" Dr. Thornhill for a moment was taken aback, and Mrs. Witham got fiery red and turned away. But the doctor was a frank and ready man, and he answered at once and openly, "She did, but she didn't intend you to know it. I suppose it was my clumsy haste that made you suspect. She told me that she didn't like the idea of your being in that house all by yourself, and that she thought you took too much strong tea. Fact, she wants me to advise you, if possible, to give up the tea and the very late hours. I was a keen student in my time, so I suppose I may take the liberty of a college man, and without offence, advise you not quite as a stranger." Malcolmson, with a bright smile, held out his hand. "Shake, as they say in America," he said. "I must thank you for your kindness, and Mrs. Witham too, and your kindness deserves a return on my part. I promise to take no more strong tea, no tea at all till you tell me, and I shall go to bed tonight at 1 o'clock at latest. Will that do?" "Capital," said the doctor. "Now tell us all that you noticed in the old house." And so Malcolmson then and there told in minute detail all that had happened in the last 2 nights. He was interrupted every now and then by some exclamation from Mrs. Witham, till finally, when he told of the episode of the Bible, the landlady's pent-up emotions found vent in a shriek, and it was not till a stiff glass of brandy and water had been administered that she grew composed again. Dr. Thornhill listened with a face of growing gravity, and when the narrative was complete and Mrs. Witham had been restored, he asked, "The rat always went up the rope of the alarm bell?" "Always." "I suppose you know," said the doctor, after a pause, "what the rope is?" "No." "It is," said the doctor slowly, "the very rope which the hangman used for all the victims of the judge's judicial rancour." Here he was interrupted by another scream from Mrs. Witham, and steps had to be taken for her recovery. Malcolmson, having looked at his watch and found that it was close to his dinner hour, had gone home before her complete recovery. When Mrs. Witham was herself again, she almost assailed the doctor with angry questions as to what he meant by putting such horrible ideas into the poor young man's mind. "He has quite enough there already to upset him," she added. Dr. Thornhill replied, "My dear madam, I had a distinct purpose in it. I wanted to draw his attention to the bell rope and to fix it there. It may be that he is in a highly overwrought state and has been studying too much, although I am bound to say that he seems as sound and healthy a young man, mentally and bodily, as I ever saw. But then, the rats, and that suggestion of the devil." The doctor shook his head and went on. "I would have offered to go and stay the first night with him, but that I felt sure it would have been a cause of offence. He may get in the night some strange fright or hallucination, and if he does, I want him to pull that rope. All alone as he is, it will give us warning, and we may reach him in time to be of service. I shall be sitting up pretty late tonight, and shall keep my ears open. Do not be alarmed if Benchurch gets a surprise before morning." "Oh, doctor, what do you mean? What do you mean?" "I mean this, that possibly, nay, more probably, we shall hear the great alarm bell from the judge's house tonight." And the doctor made about as effective an exit as could be thought of. When Malcolmson arrived home, he found that it was a little after his usual time, and Mrs. Dempster had gone away. The rules of greenhouse charity were not to be neglected. He was glad to see that the place was bright and tidy, with a cheerful fire and a well-trimmed lamp. The evening was colder than might have been expected in April, and a heavy wind was blowing with such rapidly increasing strength that there was every promise of a storm during the night. For a few minutes after his entrance, the noise of the rats ceased, but so soon as they became accustomed to his presence, they began again. He was glad to hear them, for he felt once more the feeling of companionship in their noise, and his mind ran back to the strange fact that they only ceased to manifest themselves when the other, the great rat with the baleful eyes, came upon the scene. The reading lamp only was lit, and its green shade kept the ceiling and the upper part of the room in darkness, so that the cheerful light from the hearth, spreading over the floor and shining on the white cloth laid over the end of the table, was warm and cheery. Malcolmson sat down to his dinner with a good appetite and a buoyant spirit. After his dinner and a cigarette, he sat steadily down to work, determined not to let anything disturb him, for he remembered his promise to the doctor and made up his mind to make the best of the time at his disposal. For an hour or so he worked all right, and then his thoughts began to wander from his books. The actual circumstances around him, the calls on his physical attention, and his nervous susceptibility were not to be denied. By this time, the wind had become a gale, and the gale a storm. The old house, solid though it was, seemed to shake to its foundations, and the storm roared and raged through its many chimneys and its queer old gables, producing strange, unearthly sounds in the empty rooms and corridors. Even the great alarm bell on the roof must have felt the force of the wind, for the rope rose and fell slightly, as though the bell were moved a little from time to time, and the limber rope fell on the oak floor with a hard and hollow sound. As Malcolmson listened to it, he bethought himself of the doctor's words. It is the rope which the hangman used for the victims of the judge's judicial rancour. And he went over to the corner of the fireplace and took it in his hand to look at it. There seemed a sort of deadly interest in it, and as he stood there, he lost himself for a moment in speculation as to who these victims were, and the grim wish of the judge to have such a ghastly relic ever under his eyes. As he stood there, the swaying of the bell on the roof still lifted the rope now and again, but presently there came a new sensation, a sort of tremor in the rope, as though something was moving along it. Looking up instinctively, Malcolmson saw the great rat coming slowly down towards him, glaring at him steadily. He dropped the rope, started back with a muttered curse, and the rat, turning, ran up the rope again and disappeared, and at the same instant Malcolmson became conscious that the noise of the rats, which had ceased for a while, began again. Set him thinking, and it occurred to him that he had not investigated the lair of the rat or looked at the pictures as he had intended. He lit the other lamp without the shade, and holding it up went and stood opposite the third picture from the fireplace on the right-hand side, where he had seen the rat disappear on the previous night. At the first glance he started back so suddenly that he almost dropped the lamp, and a deadly pallor overspread his face. His knees shook, and heavy drops of sweat came on his forehead, and he trembled like an aspen. But he was young and plucky, and pulled himself together, and after the pause of a few seconds stepped forward again, raised the lamp, and examined the picture which had been dusted and washed, and now stood out clearly. It was of a judge, dressed in his robes of scarlet and ermine. His face was strong and merciless, evil, crafty and vindictive, with a sensual mouth, hooked nose of ruddy colour, and shaped like the beak of a bird of prey. The rest of the face was of a cadaverous colour. The eyes were of peculiar brilliance, and with a terribly malignant expression. As he looked at them, Malcolmson grew cold, for he saw there the very counterpart of the eyes of the great rat. The lamp almost fell from his hand. He saw the rat with its baleful eyes peering out through the hole in the corner of the picture, and noted the sudden cessation of the noise of the other rats. However, he pulled himself together and went on with his examination of the picture. The judge was seated in a great high-backed carved oak chair on the right-hand side of a great stone fireplace, where in the corner a rope hung down from the ceiling, its end lying coiled on the floor. With a feeling of something like horror, Malcolmson recognized the scene of the room as it stood, and gazed around him in an awestruck manner, as though he expected to find some strange presence behind him. Then he looked over to the corner of the fireplace, and with a loud cry he let the lamp fall from his hand. There, in the judge's armchair, with the rope hanging behind, sat the rat with the judge's baleful eyes, now intensified and with a fiendish leer. Save for the howling of the storm without, there was silence. The fallen lamp recalled Malcolmson to himself. Fortunately, it was of metal, and so the oil was not spilt. However, the practical need of attending to it settled at once his nervous apprehensions. When he had turned it out, he wiped his brow and thought for a moment. "This will not do," he said to himself. "If I go on like this, I shall become a crazy fool. This must stop. I promised the doctor I would not take tea. Faith, he was pretty right. My nerves must have been getting into a queer state. Funny I didn't notice it. I never felt better in my life. However, it's all right now, and I shall not be such a fool again." Then he mixed himself a good stiff glass of brandy and water, and resolutely sat down to his work. It was nearly an hour when he looked up from his book, disturbed by the sudden stillness. Without, the wind howled and roared louder than ever, and the rain drove in sheets against the windows, beating like hail on the glass. But within, there was no sound whatever, save the echo of the wind as it roared in the great chimney, and now and then a hiss as a few raindrops found their way down the chimney in a lull of the storm. The fire had fallen low and had ceased to flame, though it threw out a red glow. Malcolmson listened attentively, and presently heard a thin squeaking noise, very faint. It came from the corner of the room where the rope hung down, and he thought it was the creaking of the rope on the floor as the swaying of the bell raised and lowered it. Looking up, however, he saw in the dim light the great rat clinging to the rope and gnawing it. The rope was already nearly gnawed through. He could see the lighter colour where the strands were laid bare. As he looked, the job was completed, and the severed end of the rope fell, clattering on the oaken floor, whilst for an instant the great rat remained like a knob or tassel at the end of the rope, which now began to sway to and fro. Malcolmson felt for a moment another pang of terror as he thought that now the possibility of calling the outer world to his assistance was cut off. But an intense anger took its place, and seizing the book he was reading, he hurled it at the rat. The blow was well aimed, but before the missile could reach him, the rat dropped off and struck the floor with a soft thud. Malcolmson instantly rushed over towards him, but it darted away and disappeared in the darkness of the shadows of the room. Malcolmson felt that his work was over for the night, and determined then and there to vary the monotony of the proceedings by a hunt for the rat, and took off the green shade of the lamp so as to ensure a wider spreading light. As he did so, the gloom of the upper part of the room was relieved, and in the new flood of light, great by comparison with the previous darkness, the pictures on the wall stood out boldly. From where he stood, Malcolmson saw right opposite to him the third picture on the wall from the right of the fireplace. He rubbed his eyes in surprise, and then a great fear began to come upon him. In the centre of the picture was a great irregular patch of brown canvas, as fresh as when it was stretched on the frame. The background was as before, with chair and chimney corner and rope, but the figure of the judge had disappeared. Malcolmson, almost in a chill of horror, turned slowly round, and then he began to shake and tremble like a man in a palsy. His strength seemed to have left him, and he was incapable of action or movement, hardly even of thought. He could only see and hear. There, on the great high-backed, carved oak chair, sat the judge, in his robes of scarlet and ermine, with his baleful eyes glaring vindictively, smile of triumph on the resolute, cruel mouth, as he lifted with his hands a black cap. Malcolmson felt as if the blood was running from his heart, as one does in moments of prolonged suspense. There was a singing in his ears. Without, he could hear the roar and howl of the tempest, and through it, swept on the storm, came the striking of midnight by the great chimes in the marketplace. He stood for a space of time that seemed to him endless, still as a statue, and with wide-open, horror-struck eyes, breathless. As the clock struck, so the smile of triumph on the judge's face intensified, and at the last stroke of midnight, he placed the black cap on his head. Slowly and deliberately, the judge rose from his chair and picked up the piece of rope of the alarm bell which lay on the floor, drew it through his hands, as if he enjoyed its touch, and then deliberately began to knot one end of it, fashioning it into a noose. This he tightened and tested with his foot, pulling hard at it till he was satisfied, and then making a running noose of it, which he held in his hand. Then he began to move along the table on the opposite side to Malcolmson, keeping his eyes on him until he had passed him, when, with a quick movement, he stood in front of the door. Malcolmson then began to feel that he was trapped, and tried to think of what he should do. There was some fascination in the judge's eyes which he never took off him, and he had perforce to look. He saw the judge approach, still keeping between him and the door, and raise the noose and throw it towards him as if to entangle him. With a great effort he made a quick movement to one side and saw the rope fall beside him, and heard it strike the oaken floor. Again the judge raised the noose and tried to ensnare him, ever keeping his baleful eyes fixed on him, and each time, by a mighty effort, the student just managed to evade it. So this went on for many times, the judge seeming never discouraged nor discomposed at failure, but playing as a cat does with a mouse. At last, in despair, which had reached its climax, Malcolmson cast a quick glance round him. The lamp seemed to have blazed up, and there was a fairly good light in the room. At the many rat-holes, and in the chinks and crannies of the wainscot, he saw the rat's eyes, and this aspect, that was purely physical, gave him a gleam of comfort. He looked around and saw that the rope of the great alarm bell was laden with rats. Every inch of it was covered with them, and more were pouring through the small circular hole in the ceiling whence it emerged, so that with their weight the bell was beginning to sway. Hark! It had swayed till the clapper had touched the bell. The sound was a tiny one, but the bell was only beginning to sway, and it would increase. At the sound, the judge, who had been keeping his eyes fixed on Malcolmson, looked up, and a scowl of diabolical anger overspread his face. His eyes fairly glowed like hot coals, and he stamped his foot with a sound that seemed to make the house shake. A dreadful peal of thunder broke overhead as he raised the rope again, whilst the rats kept running up and down the rope as though working against time. Instead of throwing it, he drew close to his victim and held open the noose as he approached. As he came closer, there seemed something paralyzing in his very presence, and Malcolmson stood rigid as a corpse. He felt the judge's icy fingers touch his throat as he adjusted the rope. The noose tightened. Then the judge, taking the rigid form of the student in his arms, carried him over and placed him standing in the oak chair, and stepping up beside him, put his hand up and caught the end of the swaying rope of the alarm bell. As he raised his hand, the rats flared squeaking and disappeared through the hole in the ceiling. Taking the end of the noose which was round Malcolmson's neck, he tied it to the hanging rope bell, and then, descending, pulled away the chair. When the alarm bell of the judge's house began to sound, a crowd soon assembled. Lights and torches of various kinds appeared, and soon a silent crowd was hurrying to the spot. They knocked loudly at the door, but there was no reply. Then they burst in the door and poured into the great dining room, the doctor at the head. There, at the end of the rope of the great alarm bell, hung the body of the student, and on the face of the judge in the picture was a malignant smile.
Noises from the attic. I moved into the house towards the end of the year, when the nights darkened and chilly winds blew from Camden all the way to Wapping. I liked the location, right by the river, close to that famous pub at the Prospect of Whitby that stands on the bank of the River Thames. They say the pub was built in 1520, a haunt of pirates, whores and judges. I worked at a hospital not too far away. I liked the oldie-worldy atmosphere of the Prospect, and I used to drink there even before I moved into the house. Funny how I came across the house by chance. I wish I hadn't now. Julie was my landlady. I met her and her boyfriend James at the Prospect. She worked at the same hospital I did. She pitched the rent ridiculously low, far below the market value. So low I thought maybe she fancied me. But it wasn't that. I wish it was, really. I don't know what to say about the house. Did I like it? It had character. It was interesting. It was historic even, and without doubt, I was lucky to be living there in such a fantastic location at such a low rent. But did I like it? No, not at all. Not for a minute. The house was old. I don't know if it was as old as the Prospect of Whitby, but it was at least 18th century, if not earlier. It, too, looked over the lazy, dirty Thames as the cold brown water flowed endlessly to the sea. Funnily enough, though I didn't like the house, I enjoyed standing in the small backyard looking out onto the misty Thames on those cold, slow days of winter. To cap the place's charms, we weren't far from Execution Dock, where they chained pirates at low water and left them to drown as the tide came in. I thought one time maybe the entire thing about the house was something to do with that, but it wasn't. The house belonged to Julie's father. She told me it had been in the family for generations, but her dad lived elsewhere, out in the leafy suburbs with his new young wife. Maybe he didn't like the house either. But the place was handy for me, and the rent was very reasonable, as I said. My bedroom was on the top floor facing the street, so no river view, though I could of course go into the backyard with a cup of coffee and gaze at boats. There were plenty of other rooms in the house. It was big, but their doors were mostly locked. The ones I could see into were full of clutter, mouldy old books, piles of car magazines from 1972, and her dad's old model railway that no longer worked. Downstairs was the living room with its sofas, its TV, its wooden floor and big Persian rugs. There was a dining room and an old-fashioned kitchen that badly needed a refit. When did it all start? The tapping was the first thing. It began in mid-October. I used to lie in my bed looking at the ceiling, wondering what the hell was making the noise. It was rhythmic, but not always the same rhythm, just a light tapping. Light mostly, but sometimes so loud it would wake me up. And sometimes it went crazy and the rhythm went off, beating like a pumped-up heart about to die. I tried to see if the noise coincided with heavy rain, in case it was water dripping, as if maybe the rain was getting into the roof space and tapping down just above my head. Somehow I convinced myself it was. That explanation put my mind at rest for a while. My landlady, Julie, spent her time at her new boyfriend Brian's place. The old boyfriend, James, had been a journalist. I sort of got on with him. Brian was a big rugby-playing jock type. He was okay with me, but we had little to talk about. He had no interest in cardiology and I very little in rugby, but Julie appeared infatuated with him. She would stand there with her arms draped around him as he talked about whatever pointless shit was on his very tiny mind, and she smiled and looked up in awe. I said to her one morning, "What the hell's that dripping that I hear from the attic?" I swear she went white. "Dripping," she said. I couldn't get over her body language. She looked really freaked out. It was an everyday question for her to look so spooked about. I said, "Yeah, the tapping noise. It's like water's got in. You want to get someone up there to check out the roof." "There is no attic," she said in a definite tone of voice. "In an enormous house as old as this, no attic?" It seemed strange, but I couldn't believe it was something anybody would lie about. She shook her head. "No attic, nothing like that. But maybe there is rain getting in somewhere. I'll ask my dad to get it checked out." She frowned. "Does it bother you?" "Well, not mostly. Sometimes it's loud. It comes and goes, you know." "I'll ask Dad to get it seen to. Don't worry." I shrugged. "I'm not worried. It's your house." Then she changed the subject and asked me how work was. The noise went away for about a week, so I had some refreshing baby sleep. Work was busy. There were spending cuts and we lost some staff. The rest of us just had to fill in. So when I went home after my shifts on the ward, I slept deeply. One night, midweek, I woke and knew something was wrong. It was about 2 a.m, and a loud scraping noise, exactly like something being dragged across floorboards, came from the space above my room. That sure as hell wasn't rain. I lay there with my heart racing. There was silence for about 5 minutes. I kidded myself that maybe I'd dreamt it, and I rolled over to try and sleep when I heard the scratching again. Then I tried to convince myself that maybe birds had got in under the roof. That would account for the scratching, but not that awful dragging noise. The scratching came again the next night. It alternated with the tapping noise. It happened the night after that too. It unnerved me, and I took to staying at friends' houses instead of coming home to sleep. To tell the truth, more than once I deliberately drank myself into oblivion so I could stay somewhere far away from that house in Wapping. I thought about moving out, finding somewhere more conducive, but the rent was just too good. The location was too good. I told myself the entire thing about the noises was just my imagination, and it was irrational to let it get on top of me like it was. I came back more, slept in my own bedroom, told myself it had all been because of stress. Then one night, Julie and Big Brian were at home. We cracked open a bottle of wine downstairs while we watched some glitzy big-budget talent show on TV. Work had gone well. I was in an excellent mood. I was getting on with Brian. He said, "Why don't we go to the Prospect?" It seemed a wonderful idea. The pub wasn't far away, and so even though it was raining and the winter nights still cold and cloudy, we walked through the narrow streets of Wapping with their tasteful repro-Victorian street lamps to the Prospect of Whitby. Once inside, Brian bought me a drink. "You're not a bad guy for a nurse," he said. "Thanks, I think." He laughed and sank half his pint in one gulp. 2 drinks in, I found my courage. "Hey," I said to Julie, "what's with that scratching?" She pretended she didn't know what I was talking about. I said, "You must have noticed it. You lived in that house all your life." "I was away at school and we mostly lived in Surrey," she protested. "Even so, you must have heard the scratching." "No," she said, clearly wanting to end this conversation. There was something about her tone of voice that made me suspicious. I still couldn't see what motivation she'd have to lie about some seagulls getting in under the roof. The rest of the time in the pub, she avoided my gaze. Brian had finished his beer. "Beer good," he said. "Let's get another." And so we got another, and the conversation moved on. And for nearly a week, things were okay. On that day, Julie was in. I was in my room. She was in hers, studying for an exam she had the next day, part of her continuing professional development. I was reading a science fiction novel. I was light years away on a huge gas giant planet when the scratching came, but much louder. I jumped off my bed and stood in the middle of the room. My heart hammered and my throat tightened. Then the noise came again. This time, I was sure it was an animal, something big, almost man-sized. I flung my door open and half ran down the upstairs corridor to Julie's room. I banged on the door. She opened the door. "What?" She seemed pissed off that I disturbed her. "That," I said. I could still hear it. It was centered above my room. "What?" she said again. "That noise." I can't hear any noise. I was incredulous. You're joking, right? That awful scratching sound. What the hell is up there? Up where? There must be an attic. I told you, the house has no attic. Come to my room. You can hear it. Reluctantly, she followed me. We stood in my room. Now there was nothing, not a sound, as if it was conspiring with her. She shrugged. I think you're imagining it. I'm not, I said. We waited. Still nothing. I felt deflated, foolish. We waited a bit longer. She turned and said, I need to get back to studying. And then the noise came again. A scrabbling sound, like something with claws. She stopped, but didn't turn to face me. I said, see, that's not rain. It's something. She still didn't turn round. Julie, I said, come on, you can surely hear that. Her silence was annoying me. The scratching came again, a frantic scrabbling, as if something was trying to dig its way through the ceiling into my room. Say something, I said. What is that? A dark suspicion formed in my mind that she knew exactly what it was. I said, I can't sleep with that noise. What is it? Some kind of secret pet or something? I've got to get back to my studying, she said. But you can't leave me with that noise. It'll stop soon. It always does. So she did know. She walked out of my room without looking back. I followed her. She went into her room and turned round, the door handle in her hand, ready to close it in my face. I stood there and said, what's really going on? She shook her head and said vehemently, nothing. She was standing at the door of her room and I looked past her. There was a hatch in the ceiling, like the door to an attic. The next day, Julie was gone early and I missed her at breakfast time. I watched morning TV as I wasn't due in at work until the late shift began at 2 p.m. I didn't go outside, but I stayed downstairs. The bottom of the house seemed okay. It was at the top of the house that I felt uneasy. Then I decided I was going to find out what was really going on in that house. I went upstairs. I knocked on Julie's door just to make sure I hadn't got it wrong, and she was in there asleep. There was no answer. I waited, I knocked again, and then, after 3 minutes of silent hesitation, I pushed the door open. It was a messy girl's room. The bed was unmade. Her pyjamas lay around, the top on the bed, the bottoms on the floor. 2 nursing textbooks also lay on the floor next to a pad filled with notes about blood results. It was also normal. Then I looked up at that hatch in the ceiling. It had been painted white. It looked fixed. I wondered when it had last been opened. I got her chair from the dressing table and I moved it so I could stand right under the hatch. I got up on it and reached up, prodding with my fingers. The door into the attic didn't give, but as I looked closer, I could see that the edges of the oblong door into that space had odd scratch marks on them, as if something with very long nails had opened it and scratched away the paint. I couldn't budge it. And then, for 2 nights, nothing happened. No scratching. The 3rd night I stayed at a friend's house in Crouch End. The 4th night I went back. Brian was in. We cracked a bottle of wine and watched the football. England versus Macedonia. Macedonia won. It's only got a population of about 1,000. How can they fucking win? Asked Brian. Dunno, mate. Let me refresh your glass. Then we watched the IT crowd. I said, Brian, did Julie ever speak to you about the attic? He shook his head. Nope. Is there an attic? You've been in a room? He looked at me as if I was stupid. I'm a boyfriend, so yes? Have you noticed the door in the ceiling? He shook his head again. No, is there one? I nodded yes. Oh, you mean that hatch thing? Yeah, that. He shrugged. It's just a hatch. I don't think it opens. But where's it to? The attic? He didn't look bothered. Have you heard the scratching? Sure, thought it was birds. So did I. He sipped his beer. It's not birds? I don't think so. So, what's scratching? I don't know. Should we go and look? He laughed. Look in the attic. I just want to know what's in there. You're crazy. But do you want to look? Julie would go mental. She doesn't like me in her room if she's not there. Anyway, she's back soon. Should be home about 11. She won't let us look. I think she's hiding something. The wine had made me a bit too open. He looked at me long and hard, then he said, Macedonia, eh? Who the fuck would have thought they'd have beat us? It's a fucking disgrace. Julie came home and they started canoodling, so I went to bed. And then, in the depths of the night, I heard it again. The house was quiet. It was long after they'd gone to bed. It must have been about 3 a.m., and I thought whatever it was trying to scrape its way through the floor and come and get me. Then Brian stopped coming. She never said they'd finished. I just never saw him again. My plan was that I'd wait until Julie was out and I'd go and look into the attic for myself, but I needed equipment. I went to a hardware store and got a flashlight and a crowbar in case I needed to prise the hatch open. Until the time came, I kept all my gear in a sports bag at work. The night I decided to do it, I was on a late shift and I got back about 10:30. I let myself into the house with my key. The downstairs was in darkness. I flicked a light on and began to make my way upstairs. I was scared, but I told myself not to be. What could be in the attic? I thought what I'd find would be some birds, but I was shaking. I told myself if it was birds, they'd be frightened of me, not the other way around. But I didn't think it was birds. I went up the stairs. I could feel my heart banging. I just pulled the chair until it was under the hatch, open it, drag myself up, shine the flashlight round, and that would be that. But I couldn't do it. I hesitated outside the door, and the moment I hesitated, my courage disappeared. I told myself I'd not done it because I didn't need to, but it was really because I feared what was in the attic. I went to bed. I slept. Much later, the scratching woke me. It was the middle of the night, and the room was cold. The scratching kept on. I leaned over to switch on the angle-poised lamp by my bed. I clicked the switch, but nothing happened. Tentatively, I got up out of bed. I switched on the room light by the wall. No light, just an empty click. There must be a power cut. I opened the door, and then I stopped. Above me, the scratching had gone silent, but out in the corridor, I heard a breathing, a ragged breathing. And then I got the strangest idea, as if the thing had come down from the attic and into the house. Something had come from the attic and was now standing there in the corridor. There was no lock on my door. I closed it as quietly as I could, hoping that the thing with its tortured breath wouldn't hear. And I held the door handle, shaking with fear. It had been in the attic. Now it was walking the house. I opened the door 1/2 inch and put my eye to the crack. Through the crack, I saw a face. Something watched me. Its face pressed against the crack in the door, its breath on my cheeks, its blind, white, boiled eyes looking into mine. I jumped back, I tripped and fell on my back. As I scrabbled to get up, the door slowly opened. It was tall and covered in flesh that hung in ribbons. Teeth filled its face. Its hair hung long and dirty, and it stunk of old meat. The thing, taller than a man, wheezed as it entered my room. Its long arms dragged on the floorboards. Its dirty nails clattered as it shuffled in. In the half-light from the window, I saw its mouth open, and it sniffed for me. Its white eyes were blind. It hunted by scent. The thing that lived in the attic had come down for me. Panic ran through me like electricity, but fear gave me strength and quickness. I jumped and rolled. I went to push past it. It sensed me, turned and grabbed. Its fingers gripped my forearm, cold and greasy. I dragged myself away. I pulled free. The stink of it filled my nostrils like something dead by the roadside. And there was Julie at the door of her room. She stood there fully dressed. I said, "Julie, you must come out. The thing from the attic," she said. She was smiling. It turned in my room, smelling me. It walked slowly towards me down the corridor. I couldn't figure out why she was smiling. "Julie, we've got to get out of here." She grinned and grabbed my arm, holding me tight. I struggled to free myself as the thing from the attic shuffled towards me. Julie's grip held me so I couldn't get away from it. She wanted it to have me. "You've lived longer than most of the men in my life. Time's up now." "Let me go," I begged, but she said, "If you go, what'll my monster eat?" It was close now, only feet away. I recoiled from its stink. The monster raised its long hands with its filthy fingers. Its mouth, full of teeth, opened, snapping at me. With a burst of terrified strength, I yanked myself from Julie's grasp and ran, almost falling down the stairs. I got to the front door, but it was locked. The thing from the attic descended the stairs after me. Julie stood behind it with the door key. She wagged her finger. "Didn't you think I'd think of that?" And then I remembered the kitchen. I ran as the thing came down the stairs, now within feet. I only hoped Julie had forgotten to lock the kitchen door. I got to it, panicked, going for the handle, finally getting a grip on it, turned the metal handle, hands shaking, and shoved it, half expecting the door to be locked and the thing to catch me. But the door came open, and I emerged onto the balcony. The frigid London air hit me. The Thames was before me. The thing pushed through the door out onto the balcony behind, snapping and snatching. I looked at the river water. There was no contest. I jumped and nearly drowned. I swam and swam, pulled by the river until I came to a shore 100 yards to the seaward side, carried by the current and frozen by the cold. But I got out of the river dripping wet. I got out, and I never went back to Wapping. I left all my things there and never called to collect them. I count myself lucky. If you ever meet a girl called Julie and get the offer of a house and then she casually mentions a rent that seems too good to be true, walk on by.
The House Behind the Wood by Richmal Crompton. It was after 11 when we discovered that we'd run out of petrol, and of course it was miles away from anywhere. I was motoring with my cousin Frank and his wife. Frank was more like my brother than my cousin. We'd been friends from childhood. "Hoik yourself up and see what you can see, Harold," he called to me from where he was tinkering with the engine. I stood on the back seat and surveyed the landscape. Fields and woodland lay around us in the tranquil light of an opal moon. A river shone like burnished silver in the distance. The trees were black shadows in a grey sheen of moonlit fields. "Any signs of a village or a garage?" said Monica anxiously. "'Fraid not," I said, jumping down again. Frank closed the bonnet with a sigh of resignation. "Yes, that's it," he said. "I'd clean forgot I'd used the spare tin. What a darned fool I am." No one contradicted him. Monica drew her wraps about her with a shiver. The night air struck cold, and there was not a breath of wind. "What shall we do?" she said. "Walk to the next village?" Frank shook his head. "If we're where I think we are," he said, "we're about 6 miles from anywhere. I don't want to leave the car for as long as that, for one thing, and for another, you couldn't do it, my dear. Monica is no walker. She is fragile and delicate and runs a high temperature at any overexertion. We must sleep in the car, I suppose," she said. "Not on your life," said Frank. "I don't want to have you on my hands with pneumonia again." "What can we do then?" said Monica with a little helpless gesture. "Any signs of habitation at all?" said Frank to me. I leapt again onto my point of vantage and gazed round the moon-bathed countryside. "No," I said then. "Wait a sec. I didn't see it before. Funny. Yes, there's a house behind that wood and a light in the window." "Let's try it anyway," said Frank. "They might have some petrol or a bike we could borrow. How do you get to it?" I was still peering into the shadow. "Not sure. Through the wood, I think." "Come along then," said Frank briskly. "Harold and I will go and find out the lie of the land, Monica. You'd better stay here." Again a slight shiver shook Monica's slim form. She looked very, very pale in the moonlight. "Let me come with you," she said. I don't want to be alone. The moonlight's so queer, isn't it?" Frank took her dressing case and cloak in silence, and the three of us set off. A broken gate led into the wood, and a rough winding path through it. It was curiously dank in the wood. Though the road outside had been dry, this path was muddy. The trees seemed to drip moisture. They grew around it thickly. They met overhead. They thrust their undergrowth right up to its edges. "By Jove," muttered Frank, "what a filthy mess. Mind you don't stumble." The wood seemed to end abruptly, and we came out again into the white flood of moonlight. The house stood just in front of us. It was a large house, surrounded by a tangled wilderness of a garden. The house itself wore an air of desolation. It proclaimed itself derelict, untenanted. The moon shone onto dusty uncurtained windows. It seemed to leer at us evilly with blank eyes. "Hard lines," said Frank. "It's empty." "But I swear I saw a light," I said. "Moonlight on one of the windows," suggested Frank. "No," said Monica in a quick, breathless voice. "Look, there is a light in a downstairs window. There." We looked and saw the square of glass lit by a faint flickering of golden light, as of fire or a candle. An overgrown bush almost hid it, though I had seen it plainly enough from the road. "Knock," said Monica. I went up to the front door and knocked. The sound seemed to echo, 10 times magnified, through the empty house, then die slowly away. I had a quick, uneasy sense of having done something irrevocable, of having roused some dormant power in that sinister sleeping house, for it occurred to me suddenly that there was something sinister about it. The effect might have been caused by the moonlight, or the emptiness, or the dark woodland approach, but there was something sinister about it. "I feel like a not-too-brave prince who's rung the bell of an ogre's castle and would like to run away," I said, trying to speak lightly. The other two were listening intently. There was no sound within. "There's no one there," said Frank. "Yes, there is," said Monica. "Listen." We listened. Slow, shuffling steps were approaching the door from inside. It opened, and a little wizened man stood before us. The white moonlight on his face gave him a queer, unearthly look. "I'm awfully sorry to disturb you," said Frank, "but we ran out of petrol. Our car's stranded just outside on the road. I suppose you can't let us have some petrol?" There was a long silence before the man answered. In it I could hear my heart beating. Then he spoke in a high, reedy voice like wind in distant treetops. "No," he said, "I've no petrol." "Can you lend us a bike?" "No." "How far is it to the nearest village?" 6 miles. "Are you the caretaker here?" "Yes." "I suppose you couldn't give us a shakedown for the night?" He hesitated, then, "Yes," he said at last. "I can do that. Come in." I felt an unconquerable reluctance to enter. Alone, I think I should have turned and run back through the dark wood, but Monica and Frank had entered without hesitation, and I followed. The old man led us down a narrow corridor into a room lit by a single candle. The fire on the hearth was a cheering sight after the bitter cold outside. Monica knelt down before it at once, holding out her hands to its blaze. The firelight gleamed on her pale face. The little old man stood in the doorway. The flickering light made his wizened face and grey, wispy hair look more unearthly than ever. "I say, this is fine," said Frank, rubbing his hands cheerfully. The room was furnished with a battered wooden table and a few wooden chairs. The old man spoke from the doorway. "You can have this room for tonight," he said, in his strange, thin voice. "Oh, thanks," said Frank. "That'll be splendid." The eerie effect of it all was gradually disappearing. It was simply an ordinary empty house and an ordinary caretaker, upon which the moonlight had cast a strange, though momentary, effect of terror. Moonlight, of course, can make the most commonplace things take on a look of mystery. "What about food?" went on Frank. "I'm famished." Monica raised her lovely pale face. Her loveliness struck me suddenly then for the first time, with something of a shock. I had known her all my life and accepted her calmly as Frank's wife, and until that moment I had never realized how exquisite she was. I stood staring at her foolishly. She didn't look at me. Her deep blue eyes were fixed on Frank. "There's the hamper," she said. Her voice, clear and silvery, seemed part of the moonlight outside. "Of course," said Frank heartily. "Good egg. We hardly touched the chicken, did we? Harold and I'll fetch it. Might as well get the fur rug, too. We'll leave the others. You stay here and thaw 'em on." "I'll come with you, sir," said the old man from the doorway, and somehow his voice made us all start. "I'll help carry them." "Good man," said Frank. I turned to the doorway, then stood for a minute looking at Monica, who still crouched by the fire, her slim hands outspread, her eyes fixed dreamily on the glowing coals. I could hardly take my eyes off her. The line of her chin and throat was one of blinding beauty. Strange that I had known her all my life, but that, until this night of moonlight and magic, her loveliness had passed me unnoticed. I turned from her with a start. The old man was standing in the doorway watching us. I couldn't fathom the look of his eyes, but a shiver ran through me as I met them. "Come along," called Frank from the front door. We stood in the moonlight outside. "The road's here, isn't it?" said Frank, pointing towards the path by which we had come. "It's shorter by this way, sir," said the old man respectfully, leading us across the garden to a smaller and still muddier path through the dark wood. We walked in silence, the old man between us. "Beastly muddy, isn't it?" said Frank at last. "Yes, sir," said the old man in his curiously faint voice. "The wood's always muddy, always. It never gets any air or sun. It's too thick, too thick." We came out onto the main road. Frank took the hamper, the old man the rug, and I a suitcase. We went back by the muddy path through the wood. "It's awfully good of you to let us dump ourselves down like this," said Frank expansively. There was a strange glint in the old man's eye, or was it only the effect of the moonlight? "Not at all, sir," he said, and he might have been speaking from miles away. So faint, so thin, so reedy was his old voice, and in it was just a hint of irony. Monica was still kneeling where we'd left her, her hands outspread to the blaze. She might not have moved or breathed while we'd been away. She turned her head as we entered and looked at me, then at Frank, then back at me. She didn't speak. There was something in her face vaguely puzzled, vaguely frightened. The old man busied himself about the room. He had found a white tablecloth which he spread out over the table. He placed upon it the cold chicken, the wine, the picnic plates, and glasses from our hamper. He had put fresh coals on the fire and pulled close the curtains, shutting out the pallid glare of the moonlight. The room looked almost cheerful. Once I looked at Monica and caught her eyes fixed on me, and a strange electric thrill went through my body. The old man hovered about like a ghost. His dim, glinting eyes flitted furtively from me to Monica, from Monica to Frank. Only Frank was perfectly normal. He drew the ramshackle chairs up to the table with a flourish. "Come along," he cried cheerily. "I'm half starved." Monica moved to the table as in a dream. She let her cloak fall back over her chair, emerging slim and beautiful in her plain grey travelling dress. There was about it a suggestion of the Quaker that accorded well with her pale cheeks and demurely parted hair. "You look cold, my child," said Frank, pouring some wine into her glass. She drained it, but it brought no colour to her cheeks. The strange meal proceeded. Frank ate and drank heartily, discussing cheerfully the details of our motor tour, the ill fortune of our breakdown, the weather, and then, tiring of that, politics. I hardly heard a word he said. A seething excitement possessed me. The realization that I was in love with Monica was being slowly borne in on me, and the knowledge brought me not depression or shame, but a wild exultation. My eyes feasted on her, on the perfect moulding of her cheeks, the satin smoothness of her skin, the sweet curves of her lips. My love was a mad, bacchanalian intoxication. Frank didn't come into the question at all. He simply didn't exist. Only Monica and I existed. Frank's hearty, rubicund countenance and cheerful, resonant voice seemed part of a distant dream. Suddenly Monica looked up and met my eyes again. The blood crept slowly into her pale face. Her eyes only rested on me a second, but in that second I knew that the miracle had happened. She loved me. My heart sang a paean of joy and triumph, for unreasonably I felt that I had already triumphed. Then I saw the old man watching us, his glinting eyes flitting from me to Monica, from Monica to the unaware Frank, and his eyes sent a cold thrill of terror and apprehension through my joy. They held a sinister weight of knowledge. He had crept silently into the room without our noticing him. He had found some apples and bananas in our hamper and had arranged them on one of our cardboard plates. He placed it silently on the table and withdrew. "Decent old chap, the caretaker," said Frank, and added with his booming laugh, "Knows we'll make it worth his while, of course." He stood in front of the fire and looked round the room. "Well, we can shake down here all right," he said. "We shall be warm, even if we don't sleep." Again, like a shadow, the old man appeared suddenly in the room. "There's another room," said the thin, faint voice, "just next to this. I've lit another fire in it, and if the young gentleman—" He looked at me. "Right," I said. "I'll go there, Frank. Good night." "Good morning," said Frank with a laugh. A distant church clock had just struck 1. I stood in the doorway for a few seconds looking at Monica. Her gaze met mine, straight, unfaltering. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes bright. Her look was an assurance of love as sudden, as passionate as mine. It held something else too, some warning, some guarded promise. The other room was smaller than the one I had left. It contained 3 derelict chairs and an old rug. A log fire crackled in the old wide grate. I had never in all my life felt less like sleep. I felt as a man might feel who, turning over the soil of his garden, has come across a gold mine. I had found treasure, treasure immeasurable. I loved Monica, and she loved me in return. I paced the room, my heart beating tumultuously. I could have leaped and yelled and challenged the whole world. She loved me. She loved me. My whole being chanted it. I stopped in my walk and, throwing back my head, laughed aloud as the memory of Frank's red face and booming voice came to me. I imagined myself killing Frank, fastening my fingers round his throat and slowly squeezing his life out. I longed to do it. It would be so easy. So easy. At last, I felt suddenly weary, and making my coat into a pillow, I lay down in front of the fire. I don't know how long I slept, but I awakened with the distinct impression that someone had knocked softly upon my door. I rose hastily and slipped on my coat. Immediately upon waking, the strange excitement I had been conscious of earlier in the evening returned to me. My love for Monica seemed to fill the world. She loved me. She was mine. She was mine. She loved me. My heart pounding in my ears, I opened the door very softly. I could dimly make out the figure of the old man in the shadow of the staircase. His whisper was no louder than a faint sigh. "She's in the garden, waiting for you, sir." I must be honest, I cannot swear to have actually seen the old man then, or heard his voice, but I was conscious of him, and certainly something said those words to my heart. "She's in the garden waiting for you, sir." I hurried out into the garden, running, panting, my heart aflame. She was there, in the moonlight, just outside the house. Her pale cloak was drawn about her. Her cheeks were softly flushed, her eyes bright. "Come," she whispered urgently, "quickly, quickly, before he wakes and finds out." I knew at once what she meant. She was leaving Frank. She was coming away with me. Perhaps by some magic she and the old man had got petrol for the car. I didn't stay to ask. I seized her hand, and together we ran down the path through the wood, the longer path by which we had first come from the road. I couldn't waste time trying to find the other. We ran, stumbling over the undergrowth, dodging trees. Sometimes we ran hand in hand. Sometimes I went in front to hold back the bushes for her. Then I heard an angry shout behind me. It was Frank's great voice, upraised terribly. I heard a crashing through the woods behind me. "Run to the road," I said breathlessly to Monica. "I'll follow you." She ran on fleetly through the thick shadow of the trees. I turned to face Frank. I remember that I was smiling. I felt a wild, exultant joy. Here was the chance I had longed for all night, the chance to put my fingers round Frank's thick, red neck and slowly squeeze the life out of him. He came suddenly into sight. His face was distorted with fury. He had a stout stick in his hand. He came up to me and stopped. For a second I crouched, ready to spring. He had his stick swung back. My hands were ready. Then, before either of us moved, came a cackling, diabolical laugh from the direction of the house, followed, before it died away, by a low moan from the road. Frank dropped his stick, and together we turned and ran towards the car. Monica lay fainting, half in, half out of the car. This wasn't really as serious as it sounds. Monica had a weak heart and fainted not infrequently at any extra exertion or excitement. She recovered soon after we had arrived, sat up, and looked about her in bewilderment. "I'm so tired," she said at last, in a little, far-away voice. "Come back to the house. It's cold for you out here," said Frank tenderly. He seemed to have forgotten everything in his concern for her. She shrank back, terrified. "Oh, no," she said. "No, no, no." Without a word, he tucked her up on the back seat in the old rugs we had left in the car, and almost immediately she fell asleep. I watched them both in silence. It was Frank, my oldest friend, whom I loved more than anyone else in the whole world. It was Monica, the sweet but rather colourless girl I'd always known, but never loved, whose highest quality in my eyes was that she made Frank happy. I felt as if I had just awakened out of a sinister dream. Frank came over to me. "I say, old chap," he said sheepishly, "I'm awfully sorry. You must have thought me mad. That old chap came to my room and said—" He passed his hand over his brow. "Blessed if I haven't forgotten what he said, but it sent me raving mad. I don't know whether the old chap really came or not, now I come to think of it. I suspect the whole thing was part of a beastly nightmare." He nodded towards his sleeping wife. "I suppose she was walking in her sleep again, and you saw her. Awfully good of you, old chap. I do sleep like the dead. If that old chap hadn't— Or was it all a nightmare?" Dawn was already breaking, a warm golden dawn, putting to flight the silver magic of the moonlight. We walked in silence to the end of the road and back. "Someone ought to come along soon," said Frank hopefully. "I want to get away from this place. Unhealthy, that's what it is. An old house, you know. Drains. I've never gone in for nightmares of that sort before." A boy on a bicycle passed singing, took a kindly interest in our predicament, and departed with an SOS to the nearest garage. Then Monica awoke with a start. She pushed her disordered hair out of her eyes and looked around her. "What's happened?" she said. Frank laughed. "We all spent the night having nightmares," he said, "and you walked in your sleep, and then you scared us stiff by fainting." He laughed again. "I think the chicken must have been a bit high last night." She gazed into the distance, and some faint memory brought the colour to her cheeks. "Did I walk in my sleep?" she said slowly. "I had a perfectly horrid dream." The petrol arrived soon after that, and Frank's spirits rose to their normal high level, but I think he funked returning to the house as much as any of us. "Look here," he said, "we're all starving. Let's go to the next village and feed first, and then come back and collect the things and tip the old codger." There was an old inn on the outskirts of the village, and a homely innkeeper's wife promised us breakfast in half an hour's time. Frank and Monica went upstairs. I went into the dining room. A rosy-cheeked waitress was just coming out. The innkeeper's wife followed me. "Will this table do, sir?" "Yes," I said then. "Do you know the house behind the wood, about 6 miles down the road?" She threw a quick glance at me. "Yes," she said, and shut her lips tightly. "Do you know the caretaker?" I went on. "There is no caretaker," she said shortly. "Hasn't been for over a year." "Do you mean the house is left without a caretaker?" I said rather foolishly. "Yes," she said, and added meaningly, "It's not a house as even tramps would care to spend the night in. You can't get any of the folks in this village to go near it after dark." The rosy-cheeked waitress entered with a tray. "Nessie here used to be maid there, and she wouldn't go near it after dark, I'd be bound." She went out. The girl began to lay the table. "You used to be a maid at the house behind the wood," I began. Somehow I felt desperately anxious to solve the mystery. She threw me a quick, guarded glance, rather like the glance with which the woman had met my reference to the place. "Aye, sir," she said, "in Mr. and Mrs. Trammett's time, before—" She stopped. "Before it happened?" I supplied very quietly and at a venture. I was rewarded by her start of surprise. "You know something about it, then, sir?" she said. "Not much," I said, and again I made a venture. "She was in love with someone else, wasn't she?" "Yes, sir, with Mr. Trammett's cousin, with young Mr. Moxton, an old Sainton, the butler, him that was afterwards a caretaker." She stopped short, as if unwilling to continue. "Tell me what happened exactly," I said, persuasively. "Well," she said, with a curious mixture of reluctance and eagerness, "it was this way, sir. Old Sainton acted as a kind of go-between between Mrs. Trammett and young Mr. Moxton, though I believe he hated young Mr. Moxton all the time. He took notes and told Mr. Trammett lies to put him off the scent and such like. Then, one night—" She shuddered, hesitated a minute, then plunged on. "They were to have eloped, sir. Old Sainton arranged it all, told him she was ready and all that, and then, as soon as they'd started, before they got through the wood, he woke Mr. Trammett and told him." "Why did he do that?" I put in quickly. She shrugged her shoulders. "He disliked Mr. Moxton, sir, I suppose, or perhaps they didn't give him as much money as he'd hoped for. Anyway, Mr. Trammett went after them." "With a stick?" I said breathlessly. "How do you know, sir?" "Oh, the papers, I suppose. Yes, and they fought there in the wood, and Mr. Moxton tried to throttle him," I said. "Did throttle him, sir, but not before Mr. Trammett had given him such a smash with a stick that he died before his trial came off even." "So they were both killed?" "Yes, sir." "And the lady?" "It killed her, sir, too. She never recovered from the shock. She died before the year was out. It's funny you should ask me today, sir, because it was last night, 5 years ago, it happened, and I was just thinking about it when you came in." "What happened to the old man?" I said. "He stayed on as caretaker, sir, till last year, then died in a kind of fit." I went cold. "Died?" I said blankly. But just then Monica and Frank came in, and Frank began to talk about the weather. They seemed, I noticed, more in love with each other than ever. Monica avoided my eyes. The horror of her dream still lay upon her. Directly after breakfast, Frank and I motored back to collect the rugs and, as Frank had put it, tip the old codger. The house looked almost as eerie in the daylight as it had looked in the moonlight. The surrounding wood, the untended garden, dirty, discoloured windows, the whole air of dreary desolation made me shudder afresh. We found the rooms just as we had left them. The hamper, the motor rug, the burnt-out ashes in the grates, the remains of our supper on the table. "Now for finding the caretaker," said Frank, picking up rug and hamper. "Frank," I said slowly, "they told me at the inn that there was no caretaker here." "What?" said Frank blankly. Then he laughed. "I see, some tramp pinching a night's lodging and bluffing it out. Well, I suppose we'd no more right here than he had. Let's rout him out. He's sure to be hanging around waiting for a tip." But he wasn't. We searched the house from top to bottom, and he wasn't there. There were no signs of habitation in the house except in the rooms we had occupied. "Scared off probably by someone," pronounced Frank, "or he would have taken the rug. I say, you know, there is something unhealthy about this house. Do you feel it?" "Yes," I said. We went out into the tangled garden, carrying the rug and basket. "Let me see," said Frank. "Which was the short path he showed us?" We found it at last, the opening half hidden by a large laurel. I remembered it once we were upon it, narrow, muddy, and tortuous. Then halfway down it Frank stopped. The blood had slowly drained away from his face. "Good heavens," he said. "Look." He was pointing at the path before us. Suddenly I saw what he meant. It was the path by which the three of us, Frank and I and the old man, had gone to our car and returned the night before. At each side, where Frank and I had walked, were our footmarks, going and coming. In the middle, where the old man had walked, there was no footprint at all.
Number 13. by M. R. James. Among the towns of Jutland, Viborg justly holds a high place. It is the seat of a bishopric. It has a handsome but almost entirely new cathedral, a charming garden, a lake of great beauty, and many storks. Near it is Hallowed, accounted one of the prettiest things in Denmark, and hard by is Finderup, where Marsk Stig murdered King Eric Glipping on St. Cecilia's Day in the year 1286. 56 blows of square-headed iron maces were traced on Eric's skull when his tomb was opened in the 17th century. But I am not writing a guidebook. There are good hotels in Viborg. Preisler's and the Phoenix are all that can be desired. But my cousin, whose experiences I have to tell you now, went to the Golden Lion the first time that he visited Viborg. He has not been there since, and the following pages will perhaps explain the reason of his abstention. The Golden Lion is one of the very few houses in the town that were not destroyed in the Great Fire of 1726, which practically demolished the cathedral, the Sonnekirke, and the Raadhuis, and so much else that was old and interesting. It is a great red brick house, that is, the front is of brick with corby steps on the gables and a text over the door, but the courtyard into which the omnibus drives is of black and white cagework in wood and plaster. The sun was declining in the heavens when my cousin walked up to the door, and the light smote full upon the imposing facade of the house. He was delighted with the old-fashioned aspect of the place, and promised himself a thoroughly satisfactory and amusing stay in an inn so typical of old Jutland. It was not business in the ordinary sense of the word that had brought Mr. Anderson to Viborg. He was engaged upon some researches into the church history of Denmark, and it had come to his knowledge that in the Rigsarvik of Viborg there were papers, saved from the fire, relating to the last days of Roman Catholicism in the country. He proposed, therefore, to spend a considerable time, perhaps so much as a fortnight or 3 weeks, in examining and copying these, and he hoped that the Golden Lion would be able to give him a room of sufficient size to serve alike as a bedroom and a study. His wishes were explained to the landlord, and after a certain amount of thought, the latter suggested that perhaps it might be the best way for the gentleman to look at 1 or 2 of the larger rooms and pick one for himself. It seemed a good idea. The top floor was soon rejected as entailing too much getting upstairs after a day's work. The second floor contained no room of exactly the dimensions required, but on the first floor there was a choice of 2 or 3 rooms which would, so far as size went, suit admirably. The landlord was strongly in favour of number 17, but Mr. Anderson pointed out that its windows commanded only the blank wall of the next house, and that it would be very dark in the afternoon. Either number 12 or number 14 would be better, for both of them looked on the street, and the bright evening light, and the pretty view would more than compensate him for the additional amount of noise. Eventually, number 12 was selected. Like its neighbours, it had 3 windows, all on one side of the room. It was fairly high and unusually long. There was, of course, no fireplace, but the stove was handsome and rather old, a cast-iron erection on the side of which was a representation of Abraham sacrificing Isaac, and the inscription, 1 Bogmose Cap 22 above. Nothing else in the room was remarkable. The only interesting picture was an old coloured print of the town, date about 1820. Supper time was approaching, but when Anderson, refreshed by the ordinary ablutions, descended the staircase, there was still a few minutes before the bell rang. He devoted them to examining the list of his fellow lodgers. As is usual in Denmark, their names were displayed on a large blackboard, divided into columns and lines, the numbers of the rooms being painted in at the beginning of each line. The list was not exciting. There was an advocate, or sagfører, a German, and some bagmen from Copenhagen. The one and only point which suggested any food for thought was the absence of any number 13 from the tale of the rooms, and even this was a thing which Anderson had already noticed 6 times in his experience of Danish hotels. He couldn't help wondering whether the objection to that particular number, common as it is, were so widespread and so strong as to make it difficult to let a room so ticketed, and he resolved to ask the landlord if he and his colleagues in the profession had actually met with many clients who refused to be accommodated in the 13th room. He had nothing to tell me. I'm giving the story as I heard it from him, about what passed at supper and the evening, which was spent in unpacking and arranging his clothes, books and papers, was not more eventful. Towards 11 o'clock, he resolved to go to bed. But with him, as with a good many other people nowadays, an almost necessary preliminary to bed, if he meant to sleep, was the reading of a few pages of print, and he now remembered that the particular book which he had been reading in the train, and which alone would satisfy him at the present moment, was in the pocket of his greatcoat, then hanging on a peg outside the dining room. To run down and secure it was the work of a moment, and as the passages were by no means dark, it was not difficult for him to find his way back to his own door. So at least he thought. But when he arrived there and turned the handle, the door entirely refused to open, and he caught the sound of a hasty movement towards it from within. He had tried the wrong door, of course. Was his own room to the right or to the left? He glanced at the number. It was 13. His room would be on the left, and so it was. And not before he had been in bed for some minutes, had read his wonted 3 or 4 pages of his book, blown out his light and turned over to go to sleep, did it occur to him that whereas on the blackboard of the hotel there had been no number 13, there was undoubtedly a room numbered 13 in the hotel. He felt rather sorry he hadn't chosen it for his own. Perhaps he might have done the landlord a little service by occupying it, and given him the chance of saying that a well-born English gentleman had lived in it for 3 weeks, and liked it very much, but probably it was used as a servant's room or something of the kind. After all, it was most likely not so large or good a room as his own, and he looked drowsily about the room, which was fairly perceptible in the half-light from the street lamp. It was a curious effect, he thought. Rooms usually look larger in the dim light than the full one, but this seemed to have contracted in length and grown proportionately higher. Well, sleep was more important than these vague ruminations, and to sleep he went. On the day after his arrival, Andersen attacked the Rigsarvik of Viborg. He was, as one might expect in Denmark, kindly received, and access to all that he wished to see was made as easy for him as possible. The documents laid before him were far more numerous and interesting than he had at all anticipated. Besides official papers, there was a large bundle of correspondence relating to Bishop Jürgen Fries, the last Roman Catholic who held the see, and in these there cropped up many amusing and what are called intimate details of private life and individual character. There was much talk of a house owned by the bishop, but not inhabited by him, in the town. Its tenant was apparently somewhat of a scandal and a stumbling block to the reforming party. He was a disgrace, they wrote, to the city. He practiced the secret and wicked arts, and had sold his soul to the enemy. It was of a piece with the gross corruption and superstition of the Babylonish church that such a viper and blood-sucking Troldmand should be patronized and harbored by the bishop. The bishop met these reproaches boldly. He protested his own abhorrence of all such things as secret arts, and required his antagonists to bring the matter before the proper court, of course, the spiritual court, and sift it to the bottom. No one could be more ready and willing than himself to condemn Magister Nicholas Franken if the evidence showed him to have been guilty of any of the crimes informally alleged against him. Andersen had not time to do more than glance at the next letter of the Protestant leader Erasmus Nielsen before the record office was closed for the day, but he gathered its general tenor, which was to the effect that Christian men were now no longer bound by the decisions of the bishops of Rome, and that the bishop's court was not and could not be a fit or competent tribunal to judge so grave and weighty a cause. On leaving the office, Mr. Andersen was accompanied by the old gentleman who presided over it, and as they walked, the conversation very naturally turned to the papers of which I have just been speaking. Herr Scavenius, the archivist of Viborg, though very well informed as to the general run of the documents under his charge, was not a specialist in those of the Reformation period. He was much interested in what Anderson had to tell him about them. He looked forward with great pleasure, he said, to seeing the publication in which Mr. Anderson spoke of embodying their contents. This house of the Bishop Fries, he added, it is a great puzzle to me where it could have stood. I have studied carefully the topography of old Viborg, but it is most unlucky of the old terrier of the bishop's property, which was made in 1560, and of which we have the greatest part in the archive. Just the piece which had the list of the town property is missing. Never mind. Perhaps I shall some day succeed to find him. After taking some exercise, I forget exactly how or where, Anderson went back to the Golden Lion, his supper, his game of patience, and his bed. On the way to his room, it occurred to him that he had forgotten to talk to the landlord about the omission of number 13 from the hotel, and also that he might as well make sure that number 13 did actually exist before he made any reference to the matter. The decision was not difficult to arrive at. There was the door, with its number as plain as could be, and work of some kind was evidently going on inside it, for as he neared the door, he could hear footsteps and voices, or a voice, within. During the few seconds in which he halted to make sure of the number, the footsteps ceased, seemingly very near the door, and he was a little startled at hearing a quick hissing breathing, as of a person in strong excitement. He went on to his own room, and again he was surprised to find how much smaller it seemed now than it had when he selected it. It was a slight disappointment, but only slight. If he found it really not large enough, he could very easily shift to another. In the meantime, he wanted something. As far as I remember, it was a pocket handkerchief out of his portmanteau, which had been placed by the porter on a very inadequate trestle or stool against the wall at the farthest end of the room from his bed. Here was a very curious thing. The portmanteau was not to be seen. It had been moved by officious servants. Doubtless the contents had been put in the wardrobe. No, none of them were there. This was vexatious. The idea of a theft he dismissed at once. Such things rarely happened in Denmark. But some piece of stupidity had certainly been performed, which is not so uncommon, and the Stoopige must be severely spoken to. Whatever it was that he wanted, it was not so necessary to his comfort that he could not wait till the morning for it, and he therefore settled not to ring the bell and disturb the servants. He went to the window, the right-hand window it was, and looked out on the quiet street. There was a tall building opposite with large spaces of dead wall, no passers-by, a dark night, and very little to be seen of any kind. The light was behind him, and he could see his own shadow clearly cast on the wall opposite. Also, the shadow of a bearded man in number 11 on the left, who passed to and fro in shirt-sleeves once or twice, and was seen first brushing his hair, and later on in a nightgown. Also, the shadow of the occupant of number 13 on the right. This might be more interesting. Number 13 was, like himself, leaning on his elbows on the windowsill looking out into the street. He seemed to be a tall, thin man, or was it by any chance a woman? At least it was someone who covered his or her head with some kind of drapery before going to bed, and, he thought, must be possessed of a red lampshade, and the lamp must be flickering very much. There was a distinct playing up and down of a dull red light on the opposite wall. He craned out a little to see if he could make any more of the figure, but beyond a fold of some light, perhaps white material on the windowsill, he could see nothing. Now came a distant step in the street, and its approach seemed to recall number 13 to a sense of his exposed position. Very swiftly and suddenly he swept aside from the window, and his red light went out. Anderson, who had been smoking a cigarette, laid the end of it on the windowsill and went to bed. Next morning he was woken by the Stoopige with hot water, etc. He roused himself, and after thinking out the correct Danish words, said as distinctly as he could, "You must not move my portmanteau. Where is it?" As is not uncommon, the maid laughed. and went away without making any distinct answer. Anderson, rather irritated, sat up in bed, intending to call her back, but he remained sitting up, staring straight in front of him. There was his portmanteau on its trestle, exactly where he had seen the porter put it when he first arrived. This was a rude shock for a man who prided himself on his accuracy of observation. How could it possibly have escaped him the night before? He did not pretend to understand. At any rate, there it was now. The daylight showed more than a portmanteau. It let the true proportions of the room with its 3 windows appear, and satisfied its tenant that his choice, after all, had not been a bad one. When he was almost dressed, he walked to the middle one of the 3 windows to look out at the weather. Another shock awaited him. Strangely unobservant he must have been last night. He could have sworn 10 times over that he had been smoking at the right-hand window the last thing before he went to bed, and here was his cigarette end on the sill of the middle window. He started to go down to breakfast, rather late, but number 13 was later. Here were his boots outside his door, a gentleman's boots. So then, number 13 was a man, not a woman. Just then he caught sight of the number on the door. It was 14. He thought he must have passed number 13 without noticing it. 3 stupid mistakes in 12 hours were too much for a methodical, accurate-minded man, so he turned back to make sure. The next number to 14 was number 12, his own room. There was no number 13 at all. After some minutes devoted to a careful consideration of everything he had had to eat and drink during the last 24 hours, Anderson decided to give the question up. If his sight or his brain were giving way, he would have plenty of opportunities for ascertaining that fact. If not, then he was evidently being treated to a very interesting experience. In either case, the development of events would certainly be worth watching. During the day, he continued his examination of the episcopal correspondence, which I have already summarized. To his disappointment, it was incomplete. Only one other letter could be found which referred to the affair of Magister Nicholas Franken. It was from the Bishop Jürgen Fries to Rasmus Nielsen. He said, "Although we are not in the least degree inclined to assent to your judgment concerning our court, and shall be prepared, if need be, to withstand you to the uttermost in that behalf, yet, forasmuch as our trusty and well-beloved Magister Nicholas Franken, against whom you have dared to allege certain false and malicious charges, hath been suddenly removed from among us, it is apparent that the question for this time falls. But forasmuch as you further allege that the Apostle and Evangelist St. John in his heavenly apocalypse describes the Holy Roman Church under the guise and symbol of the Scarlet Woman, be it known to you, etc." Search as he might, Anderson could find no sequel to this letter, nor any clue to the cause or manner of the removal of the casus belli. He could only suppose that Franken had died suddenly. And as there were only 2 days between the date of Nielsen's last letter, when Franken was evidently still in being, and that of the bishop's letter, the death must have been completely unexpected. In the afternoon he paid a short visit to Hallowed and took his tea at Backalund, nor could he notice, though he was in a somewhat nervous frame of mind, that there was any indication of such a failure of eye or brain as his experiences of the morning had led him to fear. At supper he found himself next to the landlord. "What," he asked him, after some indifferent conversation, "is the reason why in most of the hotels one visits in this country, the number 13 is left out of the list of rooms? I see you have none here." The landlord seemed amused. "To think that you should have noticed a thing like that. I've thought about it once or twice myself, to tell the truth. An educated man, I've said, has no business with these superstitious notions. I was brought up myself here in the high school of Viborg, and our old master was always a man to set his face against anything of that kind. He's been dead now this many years. A fine, upstanding man he was, and ready with his hands as well as his head. I recollect us boys on a snowy day." Here he plunged into reminiscence. "Then you don't think there is any particular objection to having a number 13, said Anderson. "Ah, to be sure. Well, you understand, I was brought up to the business by my poor old father. He kept a hotel in Aarhus first, and then, when we were born, he moved to Viborg here, which was his native place, and had the Phoenix here until he died. That was in 1876. Then I started business in Silkeborg, and only the year before last I moved into this house. Then followed more details as to the state of the house and business when first taken over. And when you came here, was there a number 13? No, I was going to tell you about that. You see, in a place like this, the commercial class, the travellers, are what we have to provide for in general. And put them in number 13? Why, they'd sooner sleep in the street or sooner. As far as I'm concerned myself, it wouldn't make a penny difference to me what the number of my room was, and so I've often said to them, but they stick to it that it brings them bad luck. Quantities of stories I have among them of men that have slept in a number 13 and never been the same again, or lost their best customers, or one thing and another, said the landlord, after searching for a more graphic phrase. Then, what do you use your number 13 for? Said Anderson, conscious, as he said the words, of a curious anxiety, quite disproportionate to the importance of the question. My number 13? Why, don't I tell you that there isn't such a thing in the house? I thought you might have noticed that. If there was, it would be next door to your own room. Well, yes, only I happen to think... that is, I fancied last night that I'd seen a door number 13 in that passage, and really, I'm almost certain I must have been right, for I saw it the night before as well. Of course, Sir Christiansen laughed this notion to scorn, as Anderson had expected, and emphasized with much iteration the fact that no number 13 existed or had existed before him in that hotel. Anderson was in some ways relieved by this certainty, but still puzzled, and he began to think that the best way to make sure whether he had indeed been subject to an illusion or not was to invite the landlord to his room to smoke a cigar later on in the evening. Some photographs of English towns which he had with him formed a sufficiently good excuse. Christiansen was flattered by the invitation and most willingly accepted it. At about 10 o'clock, he was to make his appearance, but before that Anderson had some letters to write and retired for the purpose of writing them. He almost blushed to himself at confessing it, but he could not deny that it was the fact that he was becoming quite nervous about the question of the existence of number 13. So much so that he approached his room by way of number 11 in order that he might not be obliged to pass the door or the place where the door ought to be. He looked quickly and suspiciously about the room when he entered it, but there was nothing beyond that indefinable air of being smaller than usual to warrant any misgivings. There was no question of the presence or absence of his portmanteau tonight. He had himself emptied it of its contents and lodged it under his bed. With a certain effort, he dismissed the thought of number 13 from his mind and sat down to his writing. His neighbours were quiet enough. Occasionally a door opened in the passage and a pair of boots was thrown out, or a bagman walked past humming to himself, and outside, from time to time, a cart thundered over the atrocious cobblestones, or a quick step hurried along the flags. Anderson finished his letters, ordered in whiskey and soda, and then went to the window and studied the dead wall opposite, and the shadows upon it. As far as he could remember, number 14 had been occupied by the lawyer, a staid man who said little at meals, being generally engaged in studying a small bundle of papers beside his plate. Apparently, however, he was in the habit of giving vent to his animal spirits when alone. Why else should he be dancing? The shadow from the next room evidently showed that he was. Again and again his thin form crossed the window, his arms waved, and a gaunt leg was kicked up with surprising agility. He seemed to be barefooted, and the floor must be well laid, for no sound betrayed his movements. Sagfører Herr Anders Jensen, dancing at 10 o'clock at night in a hotel bedroom, seemed a fitting subject for any historical painting in the grand style, and Anderson's thoughts, like those of Emily in The Mysteries of Udolpho, began to arrange themselves in the following lines. When I return to my hotel at 10 o'clock p.m., the waiters think I am unwell. I do not care for them, but when I've locked my chamber door and put my boots outside, I dance all night upon the floor, and even if my neighbours swore I'd go on dancing all the more, for I'm acquainted with the law, and despite of all their jaw, their protests I deride. Had not the landlord at this moment knocked at the door, it is probable that quite a long poem might have been laid before the reader. To judge from his look of surprise when he found himself in the room, Herr Christiansen was struck, as Andersen had been, by something unusual in its aspect, but he made no remark. Andersen's photographs interested him mightily, and formed the text of many autobiographical discourses. Nor is it quite clear how the conversation could have been diverted into the desired channel of number 13, had not the lawyer at this moment begun to sing, and to sing in a manner which could leave no doubt in anyone's mind that he was either exceedingly drunk or raving mad. It was a high, thin voice that they heard, and it seemed dry, as if from long disuse. Of words or tune there was no question. It went sailing up to a surprising height, and was carried down with the despairing moan as of a winter wind in a hollow chimney, or an organ whose wind fails suddenly. It was a really horrible sound, and Andersen felt that if he had been alone, he must have fled for refuge in society to some neighbour bagman's room. The landlord sat open-mouthed. I don't understand it, he said at last, wiping his forehead. It is dreadful. I've heard it once before, but I made sure it was a cat. Is he mad? Said Andersen. He must be. And what a sad thing. Such a good customer too, and so successful in his business, by what I hear, and a young family to bring up. Just then came an impatient knock at the door, and the knocker entered without waiting to be asked. It was the lawyer, in dishabille, and very rough-haired, and very angry he looked. I beg pardon, sir, he said, but I should be much obliged if you would kindly desist. He stopped, for it was evident that neither of the persons before him was responsible for the disturbance, and after a moment's lull, it swelled forth again more wildly than before. But what in the name of heaven does it mean? Broke out the lawyer. Where is it? Who is it? Am I going out of my mind? Surely, Herr Jensen, it comes from your room next door. Isn't there a cat or something stuck in your chimney? This was the best that occurred to Andersen to say, and he realized its futility as he spoke. But anything was better than to stand and listen to that horrible voice, and look at the broad white face of the landlord, all perspiring and quivering, as he clutched the arms of his chair. Impossible, said the lawyer. Impossible. There is no chimney. I came here because I was convinced the noise was going on here. It was certainly in the room next to mine. Was there no door between yours and mine? Said Andersen eagerly. No, sir, said Herr Jensen rather sharply, at least, not this morning. Ah, said Andersen. Nor tonight. I'm not sure, said the lawyer with some hesitation. Suddenly the crying or singing voice in the next room died away, and the singer was heard seemingly to laugh to himself in a crooning manner. The three men actually shivered at the sound. Then there was a silence. Come, said the lawyer. What have you to say, Herr Christiansen? What does this mean? Good heavens, said Christiansen. How should I tell? I know no more than you, gentlemen. I pray I may never hear such a noise again. So do I, said Herr Jensen, and he added something under his breath. Andersen thought it sounded like the last words of the Psalter, Omnis spiritus laudet Dominum, but he couldn't be sure. But we must do something, said Andersen, the three of us. Shall we go and investigate in the next room? But that is Herr Jensen's room, wailed the landlord. It is no use. He has come from there himself. I am not so sure, said Jensen. I think this gentleman is right. We must go and see. The only weapons of defence that could be mustered on the spot were a stick and umbrella. The expedition went out into the passage, not without quakings. There was a deadly quiet outside, but a light shone from under the next door. Andersen and Jensen approached it. The latter turned the handle and gave a sudden, vigorous push. No use. The door stood fast. Herr Christiansen, said Jensen, will you go and fetch the strongest servant you have in the place? We must see this through. The landlord nodded and hurried off, glad to be away from the scene of action. Jensen and Andersen remained outside, looking at the door. It is number 13, you say, said the latter. Yes, there is your door, and there is mine, said Jensen. My room has 3 windows in the daytime, said Anderson with difficulty suppressing a nervous laugh. By George, so has mine, said the lawyer, turning and looking at Anderson. His back was now to the door. In that moment, the door opened, and an arm came out and clawed at his shoulder. It was clad in ragged yellowish linen, and the bare skin, where it could be seen, had long grey hair upon it. Anderson was just in time to pull Jensen out of its reach with a cry of disgust and fright when the door shut again, and a low laugh was heard. Jensen had seen nothing, but when Anderson hurriedly told him what a risk he had run, he fell into a great state of agitation and suggested that they should retire from the enterprise and lock themselves up in one or other of their rooms. However, while he was developing this plan, the landlord and 2 able-bodied men arrived on the scene, all looking rather serious and alarmed. Jensen met them with a torrent of description and explanation, which did not at all tend to encourage them for the fray. The men dropped the crowbars they had brought and said flatly that they were not going to risk their throats in that devil's den. The landlord was miserably nervous and undecided, conscious that if the danger were not faced, his hotel was ruined, and very loath to face it himself. Luckily, Anderson hit upon a way of rallying the demoralized force. "Is this," he said, "the Danish courage I have heard so much of? It isn't a German in there, and if it was, we are 5-1. The 2 servants and Jensen were stung into action by this and made a dash at the door. "Stop," said Anderson. "Don't lose your heads. You stay out here with the light, landlord, and one of you 2 men break in the door, and don't go in when it gives way." The men nodded, and the younger stepped forward, raised his crowbar, and dealt a tremendous blow on the upper panel. The result was not in the least what any of them anticipated. There was no cracking or rending of wood, only a dull sound, as if the solid wall had been struck. The man dropped his tool with a shout and began rubbing his elbow. His cry drew their eyes upon him for a moment, then Anderson looked at the door again. It was gone. The plaster wall of the passage stared him in the face, with a considerable gash in it where the crowbar had struck. Number 13 had passed out of existence. For a brief space they stood perfectly still, gazing at the blank wall. An early cock in the yard beneath was heard to crow, and as Anderson glanced in the direction of the sound, he saw through the window at the end of the long passage that the eastern sky was paling to the dawn. "Perhaps," said the landlord with hesitation, "you gentlemen would like another room for tonight, a double-bedded one." Neither Jensen nor Anderson was averse to the suggestion. They felt inclined to hunt in couples after their late experience. It was found convenient, when each of them went to his room to collect the articles he wanted for the night, that the other should go with him and hold a candle. They noticed that both number 12 and number 14 had 3 windows. Next morning, the same party reassembled in number 12. The landlord was naturally anxious to avoid engaging outside help, and yet it was imperative that the mystery attaching to that part of the house should be cleared up. Accordingly, the 2 servants had been induced to take upon them the function of carpenters. The furniture was cleared away, and, at the cost of a good many irretrievably damaged planks, that portion of the floor was taken up which lay nearest to number 14. You will naturally suppose that a skeleton, say that of Magister Nicholas Franken, was discovered. That was not so. What they did find, lying between the beams which supported the flooring, was a small copper box. In it was a neatly folded vellum document with about 20 lines of writing. Both Anderson and Jensen, who proved to be something of a paleographer, were much excited by this discovery, which promised to afford the key to these extraordinary phenomena. "I possess a copy of an astrological work which I have never read. It has, by way of frontispiece, a woodcut by Hans Sebold Bram, representing a number of sages seated round a table. This detail may enable connoisseurs to identify the book. I cannot myself recollect its title, and it is not at this moment within reach. But the fly-leaves of it are covered with writing, and during the 10 years in which I have owned the volume, I have not been able to determine which way up this writing ought to be read, much less in what language it is. Not dissimilar was the position of Anderson and Jensen after the protracted examination to which they submitted the document in the copper box. After 2 days' contemplation of it, Jensen, who was the bolder spirit of the two, hazarded the conjecture that the language was either Latin or Old Danish. Anderson ventured upon no surmises, and was very willing to surrender the box and the parchment to the Historical Society of Viborg to be placed in their museum. I had the whole story from him a few months later as we sat in a wood near Uppsala after a visit to the library there, where we, or rather I, had laughed over the contract by which Daniel Saltanius, in later life professor of Hebrew at Königsberg, sold himself to Satan. Anderson was not really amused. "Young idiot," he said, meaning Saltanius, who was only an undergraduate when he had committed that indiscretion. How did he know what company he was courting? And when I suggested the usual considerations, he only grunted. That afternoon, he told me what you have read, but he refused to draw any inferences from it, and to assent to any that I drew for him.
The Red Lodge by H R Wakefield. I am writing this from an imperative sense of duty, for I consider the Red Lodge is a foul death trap and utterly unfit to be a human habitation. It has its own proper denizens, and because I know its owner to be an unspeakable blackguard, to allow it so to be used for his financial advantage. He knows the perils of the place perfectly well. I wrote him of our experiences, and he didn't even acknowledge the letter. And 2 days ago, I saw the ghastly pest house advertised in Country Life. So anyone who rents the Red Lodge in future will receive a copy of this document, as well as some uncomfortable words from Sir William. And that scoundrel Wilkes can take what action he pleases. I certainly didn't carry any prejudice against the place down to it with me. I had been too busy to look over it myself, but my wife reported extremely favourably. I take her word for most things, and I could tell by the photographs that it was a magnificent specimen of the medium-sized Queen Anne house, just the ideal thing for me. Mary said the garden was perfect, and there was the river for Tim at the bottom of it. I had been longing for a holiday, and was in the highest spirits as I travelled down. I was not in the highest spirits for long. My first vague uncertainty came to me as soon as I had crossed the threshold. I am a painter by profession, and therefore sharply responsive to colour tone. Well, it was a brilliantly fine day. The hall of the Red Lodge was fully lighted, yet it seemed a shade off the key, as it were, as though I were regarding it through a pair of slightly darkened glasses. Only a painter would have noticed it, I fancy. When Mary came out to greet me, she was not looking as well as I had hoped, or as well as a week in the country should have made her look. "Everything all right?" I asked. "Oh, yes," she replied, but I thought she found it difficult to say so. And then my eye detected a curious little spot of green on the maroon rug in front of the fireplace. I picked it up. It seemed like a patch of river slime. "I suppose Tim brings those in," said Mary. "I found several. Of course he promises he doesn't." And then for a moment we were silent, and a very unusual sense of constraint seemed to set a barrier between us. I went out into the garden to smoke a cigarette before lunch, and sat myself down under a very fine mulberry tree. I wondered if, after all, I had been wise to have left it all to Mary. There was nothing wrong with the house, of course, but I am a bit psychic, and I always know the mood or character of a house. One welcomes you with the tail-writhing enthusiasm of a really nice dog, makes you at home and at your ease at once. Others are sullen, watchful, hostile, with things to hide. They make you feel that you have obtruded yourself into some curious affairs which are none of your business. I had never encountered so hostile, aloof, and secretive a living place as the Red Lodge seemed when I first entered it. Well, it couldn't be helped, though it was disappointing. And there was Tim coming back from his walk, and the luncheon gong. My son seemed a little subdued and thoughtful, though he looked pretty well, and soon we were all chattering away with those quick changes of key which occur when the respective ages of the conversationalists are 40, 33, and 6½ and after half a bottle of Meursault and a glass of port, I began to think I had been a morbid ass. I was still so thinking when I began my holiday in the best possible way by going to sleep in an exquisitely comfortable chair under the mulberry tree. But I have slept better. I dozed off, but I had a silly impression of being watched, so that I kept waking up in case there might be someone with his eye on me. I was lying back and could just see a window on the second floor framed by a gap in the leaves, and on one occasion, when I woke rather sharply from one of these dozes, I thought I saw for a moment a face peering down at me, and this face seemed curiously flattened against the pane. Just a carryover from a dream, I concluded. However, I didn't feel like sleeping any more, and began to explore the garden. It was completely walled in, I found, except at the far end, where there was a door leading through to a path which, running parallel to the right-hand wall, led to the river, a few yards away. I noticed on this door several of those patches of green slime for which Tim was supposedly responsible. It was a dark little corner, cut off from the rest of the garden by 2 rowan trees. A cool, silent little place, I thought it. And then it was time for Tim's cricket lesson, which was interrupted by the arrival of some infernal callers. But they were pleasant people, as a matter of fact. The local nuts, I gathered, who owned the manor house, Sir William Prowse and his lady and his daughter. I went for a walk with him after tea. "Who had this house before us?" I asked. "People called Hawker," he replied. "That was 2 years ago." "I wonder the owner doesn't live in it," I said. "It isn't an expensive place to keep up." Sir William paused, as if considering his reply. I think he dislikes being so near the river. I'm not sorry, for I detest the fellow. By the way, how long have you taken it for?" 3 months," I replied, "till the end of October." "Well, if I can do anything for you, I shall be delighted. If you are in any trouble, come straight to me." He slightly emphasized the last sentence. I rather wondered what sort of trouble Sir William envisaged for me. Probably he shared the general opinion that artists are quite mad at times, and that when I had one of my lapses I should destroy the piece in some manner. However, I was duly grateful. I was sorry to find Tim didn't seem to like the river. He appeared nervous of it, and I determined to help him to overcome this, for the fewer terrors one carries through life with one, the better, and they can often be laid by delicate treatment in childhood. Curiously enough, the year before at Frinton, he seemed to have no fear of the sea. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, at least I think I can say so. After dinner, I strolled down to the end of the garden, meaning to go through the door and have a look at the river. Just as I got my hand on the latch, there came a very sharp, furtive whistle. I turned round quickly, but seeing no one, concluded it had come from someone in the lane outside. However, I didn't investigate further, but went back to the house. I woke up the next morning feeling a shade depressed. My dressing-room smelled stale and bitter, and I flung its windows open. As I did so, I felt my right foot slip on something. It was one of those small, slimy green patches. Now, Tim would never come into my dressing-room. An annoying little puzzle. How on earth had that patch, which question kept forcing its way into my mind as I dressed, how could a patch of green slime? Dropped from something? From what? I am very fond of my wife. She slaved for me when I was poor, and always has kept me happy, comfortable, and faithful, and she gave me my small son Timothy. I must stand between her and patches of green slime. What in hell's name was I talking about? And it was a flaming fine day. Yet all during breakfast my mind was trying to find some sufficient reason for these funny little patches of green slime, and not finding it. After breakfast I told Tim I would take him out in a boat on the river. "Must I, Daddy?" he asked, looking anxiously at me. "No, of course not," I replied a trifle irritably, "but I believe you'll enjoy it." "Should I be a funk if I didn't come?" "No, Tim, but I think you should try it once, anyway." All right," he said. He's a plucky little chap and did his very best to pretend to be enjoying himself, but I saw it was a failure from the start. Perplexed and upset, I asked his nurse if she knew of any reason for this sudden fear of water. "No, sir," she said. "The first day he ran down to the river just as he used to run down to the sea, but all of a sudden he started crying and ran back to the house. It seemed to me he'd seen something in the water which frightened him." We spent the afternoon motoring round the neighbourhood, and already I found a faint distaste at the idea of returning to the house, and again I had the impression that we were intruding, and that something had been going on during our absence which our return had interrupted. Mary, pleading a headache, went to bed soon after dinner, and I went to the study to read. Directly I had shut the door, I had again that very unpleasant sensation of being watched. It made the reading of Sidgwick's The Use of Words in Reasoning, an old favourite of mine, which requires concentration, a difficult business. Time after time I found myself peeping into dark corners and shifting my position. And there were little sharp sounds, just the oak panelling cracking, I supposed. After a time I became more absorbed in the book and less fidgety, and then I heard a very soft cough just behind me. I felt little icy rays pour down and through me, but I would not look round, and I would go on reading. I had just reached the following passage. "However many things may be said about Socrates, or about any fact observed, there remains still more that might be said if the need arose. The need is the determining factor. Hence the distinction between complete and incomplete description, though perfectly sharp and clear in the abstract, can only have a meaning, can only be applied to actual cases, if it be taken as equivalent to sufficient description, the sufficiency being relative to some purpose. Evidently, the description of Socrates as a man, scanty though it is, may be fully sufficient for the purpose of the modest inquiry whether he is mortal or not, when my eye was caught by a green patch which suddenly appeared on the floor beside me, and then another, and another, following a straight line towards the door. I picked up the nearest one, and it was a bit of soaking slime. I called on all my willpower, for I feared something worse to come, and it should not materialize, and then no more patches appeared. I got up and walked deliberately, slowly to the door, turned on the light in the middle of the room, and then came back and turned out the reading lamp, and went to my dressing room. I sat down and thought things over. There was something very wrong with this house. I had passed the stage of pretending otherwise, and my inclination was to take my family away from it the next day. But that meant sacrificing £168, and we had nowhere else to go. It was conceivable that these phenomena were perceptible only to me, being half a Highlander. I might be able to stick it out if I were careful and kept my tail up, for apparitions of this sort are partially subjective. One brings something of oneself to their materialization. That is a hard saying, but I believe it to be true. If Mary and Tim and the servants were immune, it was up to me to face and fight this nastiness. As I undressed, I came to the decision that I would decide nothing then and there, and that I would see what happened. I made this decision against my better judgment, I think. In bed, I tried to thrust all this away from me by a conscious effort to change the subject, as it were. The easiest subject for me to switch over to is the myriad-sided, useless, consistently abused business of creating things, stories out of pens and ink and paper, representations of things and moods out of paint, brushes and canvas, and our own miseries, perhaps, out of wine, women, and song. With a considerable effort, therefore, and with the edges of my brain anxious to be busy with bits of green slime, I recalled an article I had read that day on a glorious word, Jugendbewegung, the youth movement, that pregnant or merely wind-swollen Teutonism. How ponderously it attempted to canonize with its polysyllabic sonority that inverted boy scoutishness of the said youths and maidens, one bad, mad deed, sonnet, scribble of some kind, lousy daub a day. Bunk without spunk, source without force, futurism without a past, merely a transition from one yelping pose to another. And then I suddenly found myself at the end of the garden, attempting desperately to hide myself behind a rowan tree, while my eyes were held relentlessly to face the door. And then it began slowly to open, and something which was horridly unlike anything I had seen before began passing through it, and I knew, it knew, I was there. And then my head seemed to burst and flamed asunder, splintered and destroyed, and I awoke, trembling, to feel that something in the darkness was poised an inch or two above me, and then drip, 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 something began falling on my face. Mary was in the bed next to mine, and I would not scream, but flung the clothes over my head, my eyes streaming with the tears of terror, and so I remained cowering until I heard the clock strike 5, and dawn, the ally I longed for, came, and the birds began to sing. And then I slept. I awoke a wreck, and after breakfast, feeling the need to be alone, I pretended I wanted to sketch and went out into the garden. Suddenly I recalled Sir William's remark about coming to see him if there was any trouble. Not much difficulty in guessing what he had meant. I'd go and see him about it at once. I wished I knew whether Mary was troubled too. I hesitated to ask her, for if she were not, she was certain to become suspicious and uneasy if I questioned her. And then I discovered that while my brain had been busy with its thoughts, my hand had also not been idle, but had been occupied in drawing a very singular design on the sketching block. I watched it as it went automatically on. Was it a design or a figure of some sort? When had I seen something like it before? My God, in my dream last night. I tore it to pieces and got up in agitation and made my way to the manor house along a path through tall, bowing, stippled grasses hissing lightly in the breeze. My inclination was to run to the station and take the next train to anywhere, pure, undiluted panic, an insufficiently analysed word, that which causes men to trample on women and children when death is making his choice. Of course, I had Mary and Tim and the servants to keep me from it, but supposing they had no claim on me, should I desert them? No, I should not. Why? Such things are not done by respectable inhabitants of Great Britain, a people despised and respected by all other tribes, despised as Philistines, but it took the jawbone of an ass to subdue that hardy race. Respected for what? Birkenhead stuff. No, not the noble lord, for there were no glittering prizes for those who went down to the bottom of the sea in ships. My mind deliberately restricting itself to such highly debatable jingoism, I reached the manor house, to be told that Sir William was up in London for the day, but would return that evening. Would he ring me up on his return? Yes, sir. And then, with lagging steps, back to the Red Lodge. I took Mary for a drive in the car after lunch. Anything to get out of the beastly place. Tim didn't come, as he preferred to play in the garden. In the light of what happened, I suppose I shall be criticised for leaving Tim alone with the nurse, but at that time I held the theory that these appearances were in no way malignant, and that it was more than possible that even if Tim did see anything, he wouldn't be frightened, not realizing it was out of the ordinary in any way. After all, nothing that I had seen or heard, at any rate during the daytime, would strike him as unusual. Mary was very silent, and I was beginning to feel sure, from a certain depression and oppression in her manner and appearance, that my trouble was hers. It was on the tip of my tongue to say something, but I resolved to wait until I had heard what Sir William had to say. It was a dark, sombre, and brooding afternoon, and my spirits fell as we returned for home. What a home! We got back at 6, and I had just stopped the engine and helped Mary out when I heard a scream from the garden. I rushed round to see Tim, his hands to his eyes, staggering across the lawn, the nurse running behind him, and then he screamed again and fell. I carried him into the house and laid him down on the sofa in the drawing-room, and Mary went with him. I took the nurse by the arm and out of the room. She was panting and crying down a face of chalk. "What happened? What happened?" I asked. "I don't know what it was, sir, but we had been walking in the lane and had left the door open. Master Tim was a bit ahead of me and went through the door first, and then he screamed like that." "Did you see anything that could have frightened him?" "No, sir, nothing." I went back to them. It was no good questioning Tim, and there was nothing coherent to be learned from his hysterical sobbing. He grew calmer presently and was taken up to bed. Suddenly he turned to Mary and looked at her with eyes of terror. "The green monkey won't get me, will it, Mummy?" No, it's all right now," said Mary. And soon after he went to sleep, and then she and I went down to the drawing-room. She was on the border of hysteria herself. "Oh, Tom, what is the matter with this awful house? I'm terrified. Ever since I've been here, I've been terrified." "Do you see things?" "Yes," I replied. "Oh, I wish I'd known. I didn't want to worry you if you hadn't. Let me tell you what it's been like. On the day we arrived, I saw a man pass ahead of me into my bedroom. Of course, I only thought I had. And then I've heard beastly whisperings. And every time I pass that turn in the corridor, I know there's someone just round the corner. And then, the day before you arrived, I woke suddenly and something seemed to force me to go to the window, and I crawled there on hands and knees and peeped through the blind. It was just light enough to see. And suddenly I saw someone running down the lawn, his or her hands outstretched, and there was something ghastly just beside him, and they disappeared behind the trees at the end. I'm terrified every minute." "What about the servants?" "Nurse hasn't seen anything, but the others have, I'm certain. And then there are those slimy patches. I think they're the vilest of all. I don't think Tim has been troubled till now, but I'm sure he's been puzzled and uncertain several times." "Well," I said, "it's pretty obvious we must clear out. I'm seeing Sir William about it tomorrow, I hope, and I'm certain enough of what he'll advise. Meanwhile, we must think over where to go. It's a nasty jar, though. I don't mean merely the money, though that's bad enough, but the fuss, just when I hoped we were going to be so happy and settled. However, it's got to be done. We should be mad after a week of this filth-drenched hole." Just then the telephone bell rang. It was a message to say Sir William would be pleased to see me at 10:30 tomorrow. With the dusk came that sense of being watched, waited for, followed about, plotted against, an atmosphere of quiet, hunting malignancy. A thick mist came up from the river, and as I was changing for dinner, I noticed the lights from the windows seemed to project a series of swiftly changing pictures on its grey, crawling screen. The one opposite my window, for example, was unpleasantly suggestive of 3 figures staring in and seeming to grow nearer and larger. The effect must have been slightly hypnotic, for suddenly I started back, for it was as if they were about to close on me. I pulled down the blind and hurried downstairs. During dinner, we decided that unless Sir William had something very reassuring to say, we would go back to London 2 days later and stay at a hotel till we could find somewhere to spend the next 6 weeks. Just before going to bed, we went up to the night nursery to see if Tim was all right. This room was at the top of a short flight of stairs. As these stairs were covered in green slime, and there was a pool of the muck just outside the door, we took him down to sleep with us. The permanent occupants of the Red Lodge waited till the light was out. But then I felt them come thronging, slipping in one by one, their weapon, fear. It seemed to me they were massed for the attack. A yard away, my wife was lying with my son in her arms. So I must fight. I lay back, gripped the sides of the bed, and strove with all my might to hold my assailants back. As the hours went by, I felt myself beginning to get the upper hand, and a sense of exultation came to me. But an hour before dawn, they made their greatest effort. I knew that they were willing me to creep on my hands and knees to the window and peep through the blind, and that if I did so, we were doomed. As I set my teeth and tightened my grip till I felt racked with agony, the sweat poured from me. I felt them come crowding round the bed and thrusting their faces into mine, and a voice in my head kept saying insistently,
"You must crawl to the window and look through the blind."
In my mind's eye, I could see myself crawling stealthily across the floor and pulling the blind aside. But who would be staring back at me? Just when I felt my resistance breaking, I heard a sweet, sleepy twitter from a tree outside and saw the blind touched by a faint suggestion of light, and at once those with whom I had been struggling left me and went their way, and, utterly exhausted, I slept. In the morning, I found, somewhat ironically, that Mary had slept better than on any night since she came down. 10:30 found me entering the manor house, a delightful, nondescript old place, which started wagging its tail as soon as I entered it. Sir William was awaiting me in the library. "I expected this would happen," he said gravely, "and now tell me." I gave him a short outline of our experiences. "Yes," he said, "it's always much the same story. Every time that horrible place has been let, I have felt a sense of personal responsibility, and yet I cannot give a proper warning, for the letting of haunted houses is not yet a criminal offence, though it ought to be, and I couldn't afford a libel action, and, as a matter of fact, one old couple had the house for 15 years and were perfectly delighted with it, being troubled in no way. But now, let me tell you what I know of the Red Lodge. I have studied it for 40 years, and I regard it as my personal enemy. The local tradition is that the second owner, early in the 18th century, wished to get rid of his wife and bribed his servants to frighten her to death, just the sort of ancestor I can imagine that blackguard Wilkes being descended from. What devilries they perpetrated, I don't know, but she is supposed to have rushed from the house just before dawn one day and drowned herself, whereupon her husband installed a small harem in the house. But it was a failure, for each of these charmers, one by one, rushed down to the river just before dawn, and finally the husband did the same. Of the period between then and 40 years ago, I have no record, but the local tradition has it that it was the scene of tragedy after tragedy, and then was shut up for a long time. When I first began to study it, it was occupied by two bachelor brothers. One shot himself in the room which I imagine you use as your bedroom, and the other drowned himself in the usual way. I may tell you that the worst room in the house, the one the unfortunate lady is supposed to have occupied, is locked up. You know, the one on the second floor. I imagine Wilkes mentioned it to you. Yes, he did, I replied. Said he kept important papers there. Yes, well, he was forced in self-defense to do so 10 years ago, and since then the death rate has been lower, but in those 40 years 20 people have taken their lives in the house or in the river, and 6 children have been drowned accidentally. The last case was Lord Passover's butler in 1924. He was seen to run down to the river and leap in. He was pulled out, but had died of shock. The people who took the house 2 years ago left in a week and threatened to bring an action against Wilkes, but they were warned they had no legal case. And I strongly advise you, more than that, implore you to follow their example, though I can imagine the financial loss and great inconvenience. For that house is a death trap. I will, I replied. I forgot to mention one thing. When my little boy was so badly frightened, he said something about a green monkey. He did, said Sir William sharply. Well then, it is absolutely imperative that you should leave at once. You remember I mentioned the death of certain children. Well, in each case they have been found drowned in the reeds just at the end of that lane, and the people about here have a firm belief that the green thing, or the green death, it is sometimes referred to as the first and sometimes as the other, is connected with danger to children. Have you ever seen anything yourself? I asked. I go to the infernal place as little as possible, replied Sir William, but when I called on your predecessors, I most distinctly saw someone leave the drawing-room as we entered it. Otherwise, all I have noted is a certain dream which recurs with curious regularity. I find myself standing at the end of the lane and watching the river, always in a sort of brassy half-light. And presently something comes floating down the stream. I can see it jerking up and down, and I always feel passionately anxious to see what it may be. At first I think it is a log, but when it gets exactly opposite me, it changes its course and comes towards me. And then I see that it is a dead body, very decomposed. And when it reaches the bank, it begins to climb up towards me. And then, I am thankful to say, I always awake. Sometimes I have thought that one day I shall not wake just then, and that on this occasion something will happen to me, but that is probably merely the silly fancy of an old gentleman who has concerned himself with these singular events rather more than is good for his nerves. That is obviously the explanation, I said, and I am extremely grateful to you. We will leave tomorrow. But don't you think we should attempt to devise some means by which other people may be spared this sort of thing, and this brute Wilkes be prevented from letting the house again? I certainly do so, and we will discuss it further on some other occasion. And now, go and pack. A very great and charming gentleman, Sir William, I reflected, as I walked back to the Red Lodge. Tim seemed to have recovered excellently well, but I thought it wise to keep him out of the house as much as possible, so while Mary and the maids packed after lunch, I went with him for a walk through the fields. We took our time, and it was only when the sky grew black and there was a distant rumble of thunder and a menacing little breeze came from the west that we turned to come back. We had to hurry, and as we reached the meadow next to the house, there came a ripping flash and the storm broke. We started to run for the door into the garden when I tripped over my bootlace, which had come undone, and fell. Tim ran on. I had just tied the lace and was on my feet again when I saw something slip through the door. It was green, thin, tall. It seemed to glance back at me, and what should have been its face was a patch of soused slime. At that moment Tim saw it, screamed, and ran for the river. The figure turned and followed him, and before I could reach him, hovered over him. Tim screamed again and flung himself in. A moment later I passed through a green and stenching film and dived after him. I found him, writhing in the reeds, and brought him to the bank. I ran with him in my arms to the house, and I shall not forget Mary's face as she saw us from the bedroom window. By 9 o'clock we were all in a hotel in London, and the Red Lodge was an evil, fading memory. I shut the front door when I had packed them all into the car. As I took hold of the knob, I felt a quick and powerful pressure from the other side, and it shut with a crash. The permanent occupants of the Red Lodge were in sole possession once more. The Visit to the Museum by Vladimir Nabokov. Several years ago, a friend of mine in Paris, a person with oddities, to put it mildly, learning that I was going to spend 2 or 3 days at Monticello, asked me to drop in at the local museum, where there hung, he was told, a portrait of his grandfather by Leroy. Smiling and spreading out his hands, he related a rather vague story, to which I confess I paid little attention, partly because I do not like other people's obtrusive affairs, but chiefly because I had always had doubts about my friend's capacity to remain this side of fantasy. It went more or less as follows. After the grandfather died in their St. Petersburg house back at the time of the Russo-Japanese War, the contents of his apartment in Paris were sold at auction. The portrait, after some obscure peregrinations, was acquired by the museum of Leroy's native town. My friend wished to know if the portrait was really there, if it could be ransomed, and if it could, for what price. When I asked why he did not get in touch with the museum, he replied that he had written several times but had never received an answer. I made an inward resolution not to carry out the request. I could always tell him I had fallen ill or changed my itinerary. Whether they be museums or ancient buildings is loathsome to me. Besides, the good freak's commission seemed absolute nonsense. It so happened, however, that while wandering about in Montiser's empty streets in search of a stationery store, and cursing the spire of a long-necked cathedral, always the same one, that kept popping up at the end of every street, I was caught in a violent downpour which immediately went about accelerating the fall of the maple leaves, for the fair weather of a southern October was holding on by a mere thread. I dashed for cover and found myself on the steps of the museum. It was a building of modest proportions, constructed of many-coloured stones, with columns, a gilt inscription over the frescoes of the pediment, and a lion-legged stone bench on either side of the bronze door. One of its leaves stood open, and the interior seemed dark against the shimmer of the shower. I stood there for a while on the steps, but despite the overhanging roof, they were gradually growing speckled. I saw that the rain had set in for good, and so, having nothing better to do, I decided to go inside. No sooner had I trod on the smooth, resonant flagstones of the vestibule than the clatter of a moved stool came from a distant corner, and the custodian, a banal pensioner with an empty sleeve, rose to meet me, laying aside his newspaper and peering at me over his spectacles. I paid my franc, and trying not to look at some statues at the entrance, which were as traditional and as insignificant as the first number in a circus program, I entered the main hall. Everything was as it should be. Grey tints, the sleep of substance, matter dematerialized. There was the usual case of old worn coins resting in the inclined velvet of their compartments. There was, on top of the case, a pair of owls, eagle owl and long-eared, with their French names reading Grand Duke and Middle Duke, if translated. Venerable minerals lay in their open graves of dusty papier-mâché. A photograph of an astonished gentleman with a pointed beard dominated an assortment of strange black lumps of various sizes. They bore a great resemblance to frozen frass, and I paused involuntarily over them, for I was quite at a loss to guess their nature, composition, and function. The custodian had been following me with felted steps, always keeping a respectful distance. Now, however, he came up, with one hand behind his back and the ghost of the other in his pocket, and gulping, if one judged by his Adam's apple. "What are they?" I asked. "Science has not yet determined," he replied, undoubtedly having learned the phrase by rote. "They were found," he continued in the same phony tone, "in 1895 by Louis Pradier, municipal councillor and knight of the Legion of Honor," and his trembling finger indicated the photograph. "Well and good," I said, "but who decided and why that they merited a place in the museum?" "And now I call your attention to this skull," the old man cried energetically, obviously changing the subject. "Still, I'd be interested to know what they were made of," I interrupted. "Science," he began anew, but stopped short and looked crossly at his fingers, which were soiled with dust from the glass. I proceeded to examine a Chinese vase, probably brought back by a naval officer, a group of porous fossils, a pale worm in clouded alcohol, a red and green map of Montiserre in the 17th century, and a trio of rusted tools bound by a funereal ribbon, a spade, a mattock, and a pick. To dig in the past, I thought absent-mindedly, but this time did not seek clarification from the custodian, who was following me noiselessly and meekly, weaving in and out among the display cases. Beyond the first hall there was another, apparently the last, and in its centre a large sarcophagus stood like a dirty bathtub, while the walls were hung with paintings. At once my eye was caught by the portrait of a man between two abominable landscapes with cattle and atmosphere. I moved closer, and, to my considerable amazement, found the very object whose existence had hitherto seemed to me but the figment of an unstable mind. The man, depicted in wretched oils, wore a frock-coat, whiskers, and a large pince-nez on a cord. He bore a likeness to Offenbach, but, in spite of the work's vile conventionality, I had the feeling one could make out in his features the horizon of a resemblance, as it were, to my friend. In one corner, meticulously traced in carmine against the black background, was the signature Leroy, in a hand as commonplace as the work itself. I felt a vinegarish breath near my shoulder and turned to meet the custodian's kindly gaze. "Tell me," I asked, "supposing someone wished to buy one of these paintings, whom should he see?" "The treasures of the museum are the pride of the city," replied the old man, "and pride is not for sale." Fearing his eloquence, I hastily concurred, but nevertheless asked for the name of the museum's director. He tried to distract me with the story of the sarcophagus, but I insisted. Finally he gave me the name of one Monsieur Godard, and explained where I could find him. Frankly, I enjoyed the thought that the portrait existed. It is fun to be present at the coming true of a dream, even if it's not one's own. I decided to settle the matter without delay. When I get in the spirit, no one can hold me back. I left the museum with a brisk, resonant step and found that the rain had stopped. Blueness had spread across the sky. A woman in besplattered stockings was spinning along on a silver-shining bicycle, and only over the surrounding hills did clouds still hang. Once again, Cathedral began playing hide-and-seek with me, but I outwitted it. Barely escaping the onrushing tires of a furious red bus packed with singing youths, I crossed the asphalt thoroughfare, and a minute later was ringing at the garden gate of Monsieur Godard. He turned out to be a thin, middle-aged gentleman in high collar and dicky, with a pearl in the knot of his tie, and a face very much resembling a Russian wolfhound. As if that were not enough, he was licking his chops in a most dog-like manner, while sticking a stamp on an envelope. When I entered his small but lavishly furnished room, with its malachite inkstand on the desk and a strangely familiar Chinese vase on the mantel, a pair of fencing foils hung crossed over the mirror, which reflected the narrow grey back of his head. Here and there, photographs of a warship pleasantly broke up the blue flora of the wallpaper. "What can I do for you?" he asked, throwing the letter he had just sealed into the waste-basket. This act seemed unusual to me, however. I did not see fit to interfere. I explained in brief my reason for coming, even naming the substantial sum with which my friend was willing to part, though he had asked me not to mention it, but wait instead for the museum's terms. "All this is delightful," said Monsieur Godard. "The only thing is, you are mistaken. There is no such picture in our museum." "What do you mean there's no such picture?" "I've just seen it. Portrait of a Russian nobleman by Gustave Leroy." "We do have one Leroy," said Monsieur Godard, when he had leafed through an oilcloth notebook, and his black fingernail had stopped at the entry in question. "However, it is not a portrait, but a rural landscape, the return of the herd." I repeated that I had seen the picture with my own eyes 5 minutes before, and that no power on earth could make me doubt its existence. "Agreed," said Monsieur Gondard, "but I am not crazy either. I have been curator of our museum for almost 20 years now, and I know this catalogue as well as I know the Lord's Prayer. It says here, return of the herd, and that means the herd is returning, and unless perhaps your friend's grandfather is depicted as a shepherd, I cannot conceive of his portrait's existence in our museum." "He's wearing a frock coat," I cried. "I swear he is wearing a frock coat." "And how did you like our museum in general?" Mr. Goddard asked suspiciously. "Did you appreciate the sarcophagus?" "Listen," I said, and I think there was already a tremor in my voice. "Do me a favour. Let's go there this minute, and let's make an agreement that if the portrait's there, you'll sell it." "And if not?" inquired Monsieur Goddard. "I shall pay the sum anyway." "All right," he said. "Here, take this red and blue pencil, and using the red, please, put it in writing for me." In my excitement, I carried out his demand. Upon glancing at my signature, he deplored the difficult pronunciation of Russian names. Then he appended his own signature, and quickly folding the sheet, thrust it into his waistcoat pocket. "Let's go," he said, freeing a cuff. On the way, he stepped into a shop and bought a bag of sticky-looking caramels, which he began offering me insistently. When I flatly refused, he tried to shake out a couple of them into my hand. I pulled my hand away. Several caramels fell on the sidewalk. He stopped to pick them up and then overtook me at a trot. When we drew near the museum, we saw the red tourist bus, now empty, parked outside. "Aha," said Mr. Goddard, pleased. "I see we have many visitors today." He doffed his hat and, holding it in front of him, walked decorously up the steps. All was not well at the museum. From within issued rowdy cries, lewd laughter, and even what sounded like the sound of a scuffle. We entered the first hall. There the elderly custodian was restraining two sacrilegists who wore some kind of festive emblems in their lapels and were altogether very purple-faced and full of pep as they tried to extract the municipal councillor's merds from beneath the glass. The rest of the youths, members of some rural athletic organisation, were making noisy fun, some of the worm in alcohol, others of the skull. One joker was in rapture over the pipes of the steam radiator, which he pretended was an exhibit. Another was taking an aim at an owl with his fist and forefinger. There were about 30 of them in all, and their motion and voices created a condition of crush and thick noise. Monsieur Goddard clapped his hands and pointed at the sign reading, "Visitors to the museum must be decently attired." Then he pushed his way, with me following, into the second hall. The whole company immediately swarmed after us. I steered Goddard to the portrait. He froze before it, chest inflated, and then stepped back a bit, as if admiring it, and his feminine heel trod on somebody's foot. "Splendid picture," he exclaimed with genuine sincerity. "Well, let's not be petty about this. You are right, and there must be an error in the catalogue." As he spoke, his fingers, moving as it were on their own, tore up our agreement into little bits which fell like snowflakes into a massive spittoon. "Who's the old ape?" asked an individual in a striped jersey, and as my friend's grandfather was depicted holding a glowing cigar, another funster took out a cigarette and prepared to borrow a light from the portrait. "All right, let us settle on the price," I said. "And, in any case, let's get out of here." "Make way, please," shouted Monsieur Goddard, pushing aside the curious. There was an exit, which I had not noticed previously, at the end of the hall, and we thrust our way through it. "I can make no decision," Mr. Goddard was shouting above the din. "Decisiveness is a good thing only when supported by law. I must first discuss the matter with the mayor, who has just died and has not yet been elected. I doubt that you will be able to purchase the portrait, but nonetheless I would like to show you still other treasures of ours." We found ourselves in a hall of considerable dimensions. Brown books with a half-baked look and coarse, foxed pages lay open under glass on a long table. Along the walls stood dummy soldiers in jackboots with flared tops. Come, let's talk it over, I cried out in desperation, trying to direct Monsieur Godard's evolutions to a plush-covered sofa in a corner. But in this I was prevented by the custodian. Flailing his one arm, he came running after us, pursued by a merry crowd of youths, one of whom had put on his head a copper helmet with a Rembrandt-esque gleam. Take it off, shouted Monsieur Godard, and someone's shove made the helmet fly off the hooligan's head with a clatter. Let us move on, said Monsieur Godard, tugging at my sleeve, and we passed into the section of antique sculpture. I lost my way for a moment among some enormous marble legs, and twice ran around a giant knee before I again caught sight of Monsieur Godard, who was looking for me behind the white ankle of a neighbouring giantess. Here a person in a bowler, who must have clambered up her, suddenly fell from a great height to the stone floor. One of his companions began helping him up, but they were both drunk, and dismissing them with a wave of the hand, Monsieur Godard rushed on to the next room, radiant with oriental fabrics. There hounds raced across azure carpets, and a bow and quiver lay on a tiger skin. Strangely, though, the expanse and motley only gave me a feeling of oppressiveness and imprecision, and perhaps because new visitors kept dashing by, or perhaps because I was impatient to leave the unnecessarily spreading museum, and amid calm and freedom conclude my business negotiations with Monsieur Godard. I began to experience a vague sense of alarm. Meanwhile, we had transported ourselves into yet another hall, which must have been really enormous, judging by the fact that it housed the entire skeleton of a whale, resembling a frigate's frame. Beyond were visible still other halls, with the oblique sheen of large paintings full of storm clouds, among which floated the delicate idols of religious art in blue and pink vestments. And all this resolved itself in an abrupt turbulence of misty draperies, and chandeliers came a-glitter, and fish with translucent frills meandered through illuminated aquariums. Racing up a staircase, we saw from the gallery above a crowd of grey-haired people with umbrellas examining a gigantic mock-up of the universe. At last, in a sombre but magnificent room dedicated to the history of steam machines, I managed to halt my carefree guide for an instant. "Enough!" I shouted. "I'm leaving. We'll talk tomorrow." He had already vanished. I turned and saw, scarcely an inch from me, the lofty wheels of a sweaty locomotive. For a long time I tried to find the way back among models of railroad stations. How strangely glowed the violet signals in the gloom beyond the fan of wet tracks, and what spasms shook my poor heart. Suddenly everything changed again. In front of me stretched an infinitely long passage containing numerous office cabinets and elusive scurrying people. Taking a sharp turn, I found myself amid 1,000 musical instruments. The walls, all mirror, reflected an enfilade of grand pianos, while in the centre there was a pool with a bronze Orpheus atop a green rock. The aquatic theme did not end here, as, racing back, I ended up in the section of fountains and brooks, and it was difficult to walk along the winding, slimy edges of those waters. Now and then, on one side or the other, stone stairs with puddles on the steps, which gave me a strange sensation of fear, would descend into misty abysses, whence issued whistles, the rattle of dishes, the clatter of typewriters, the ring of hammers, and many other sounds, as if, down there, were exposition halls of some kind or other, already closing or not yet completed. Then I found myself in darkness, and kept bumping into unknown furniture, until I finally saw a red light and walked out onto a platform that clanged under me, and suddenly, beyond it, there was a bright parlour, tastefully furnished in Empire style, but not a living soul. Not a living soul. By now I was indescribably terrified, but every time I turned and tried to retrace my steps along the passages, I found myself in hitherto unseen places. A greenhouse with hydrangeas and broken window panes, with the darkness of artificial night showing through beyond. or a deserted laboratory with dusty alembics on its tables. Finally, I ran into a room of some sort with coat racks monstrously loaded down with black coats and astrakhan furs. From beyond a door came a burst of applause, but when I flung the door open, there was no theatre, but only a soft opacity and splendidly counterfeited fog, with the perfectly convincing blotches of indistinct streetlights. More than convincing. I advanced, and immediately a joyous and unmistakable sensation of reality at last replaced all the unreal trash amid which I had just been dashing to and fro. The stone beneath my feet was real sidewalk, powdered with wonderfully fragrant, newly fallen snow, in which the infrequent pedestrians had already left fresh black tracks. At first, the quiet and the snowy coolness of the night, somehow strikingly familiar, gave me a pleasant feeling after my feverish wanderings. Trustfully, I started to conjecture just where I had come out, and why the snow, and what were those lights exaggeratedly but indistinctly beaming here and there in the brown darkness. I examined, and, stooping, even touched a round spur stone on the curb, then glanced at the palm of my hand, full of wet, granular cold, as if hoping to read an explanation there. I felt how lightly, how naively I was clothed, but the distinct realization that I had escaped from the museum's maze was still so strong that for the first 2 or 3 minutes I experienced neither surprise nor fear. Continuing my leisurely examination, I looked up at the house beside which I was standing, and was immediately struck by the sight of iron steps and railings that descended into the snow on their way to the cellar. There was a twinge in my heart, and it was with a new, alarmed curiosity that I glanced at the pavement, at its white cover along which stretched black lines, at the brown sky across which there kept sweeping a mysterious light, and at the massive parapet some distance away. I sensed that there was a drop beyond it. Something was creaking and gurgling down there. Further on, beyond the murky cavity, stretched a chain of fuzzy lights. Scuffling along the snow in my soaked shoes, I walked a few paces, all the time glancing at the dark house on my right. Only in a single window did a lamp glow softly under its green glass shade. Here, a locked wooden gate. There, what must be the shutters of a sleeping shop. And by the light of a street lamp whose shape had long been shouting to me its impossible message, I made out the ending of a sign, Inkasapog, no repair. But no, it was not the snow that had obliterated the heart sign at the end. No, in a minute I shall wake up, I said aloud, and trembling, my heart pounding, I turned, walked on, stooped again. From somewhere came the receding sound of hoofs. The snow sat like a skull-cap on a slightly leaning spur-stone, and indistinctly showed white on the wood-pile on the other side of the fence, and already I knew, irrevocably, where I was. Alas, it was not the Russia I remembered, but the factual Russia of today, forbidden to me, hopelessly slavish, and hopelessly my own native land. A semi-phantom in a light foreign suit, I stood on the impassive snow of an October night, somewhere on the Moika or the Fontanka Canal, or perhaps on the Obvodny, and I had to do something, go somewhere, run, desperately protect my fragile, illegal life. Oh, how many times in my sleep I had experienced a similar sensation. Now, though, it was reality. Everything was real. The air that seemed to mingle with scattered snowflakes, the still unfrozen canal, the floating fish house, and that peculiar squareness of the darkened and the yellow windows. A man in a fur cap, with a briefcase under his arm, came toward me out of the fog, gave me a startled glance, and turned to look again when he had passed me. I waited for him to disappear, and then, with a tremendous haste, began pulling out everything I had in my pockets, ripping up papers, throwing them into the snow, and stamping them down. There were some documents, a letter from my sister in Paris, 500 francs, a handkerchief, cigarettes. However, in order to shed all the integument of exile, I would have to tear off and destroy my clothes, my linen, my shoes, everything, and remain ideally naked. And even though I was already shivering from my anguish and my cold, I did what I could. But enough. I shall not recount how I was arrested, nor tell of my subsequent ordeals. Suffice it to say that it cost me incredible patience and effort to get back abroad, and that ever since I have forsworn carrying out commissions entrusted one by the insanity of others. Note: the unfortunate narrator notices a shop sign and realizes he is not in the Russia of his past, but in the Russia of the Soviets. What gives it away is the absence of one letter which used to decorate the ends of words after consonants, but is now omitted in the reformed orthography. Vladimir Nabokov.
Walnut Tree House, a ghost story. Written by Charlotte Riddell. Published in 1878. 1. The New Owner. Many years ago, there stood at the corner of a street leading out of Upper Kennington Lane a great red brick mansion, which, one very wet evening, in an autumn the leaves of which have been long dead and gone, looked more than ordinarily desolate and deserted. There was not a sign of life about it. For 7 years no one had been found to live in it. For 7 years it had remained empty, while its owner wore out existence in fits of moody dejection or of wild frenzy in the madhouse close at hand. And now that owner was dead and buried and forgotten, and the new owner was returning to take possession. This new owner had written to his lawyers, or rather he had written to the lawyers of his late relative, begging them to request the person in charge of the house to have rooms prepared for his arrival. And when the train drew into the station, he was met by one of Messrs. Timpson & Co. clerks, who, picking out Mr. Stainton, delivered to that gentleman a letter from the firm, and said he would wait to hear if there were any message in reply. Mr. Stainton read the letter, looked at the blank flyleaf, and then, turning back to the first words, read what his solicitors had to say all through once again. Said the new owner, after he had finished. "I'll go and take a look at the place, anyhow. Is it far from here, do you know?" he asked, turning to the young man from Timpson's. "No, sir, not very far." "Can you spare time to go over there with me?" inquired Mr. Stainton. The young man believed that he could, adding, "If you want to go into the house, we'd better call for the key. It's at an estate agent's in the Westminster Bridge Road." "I cannot say I have any great passion for hotels," remarked the new owner as he took his seat in the cab. "Indeed, sir?" "No, either they don't suit me, or I don't suit them. I've led a wild sort of life, not much civilization in the bush or at the goldfields, I can tell you. Then I've not been well, and I can't stand noise and the trampling of feet. I had enough of that on board ship, and I used to lie awake at nights and think how pleasant it would be to have a big house all to myself, to do as I liked in." "Yes, sir," agreed the clerk. "You see, I've been accustomed to roughing it, and I can get along very well for a night without servants. No doubt, sir. I suppose the house is in substantial repair, roof tight and all that sort of thing?" "I can't say, I'm sure, sir." "Well, if there's a dry corner where I can spread a rug, I shall sleep there tonight." The clerk coughed. He looked out of the window, and then he looked at Messrs. Timpson's client. "I do not think," he began apologetically, and then stopped. "You don't think what?" asked the other.
You'll excuse me, sir, but I really do not think, if I were you, I'd stay in that house tonight. Why not? Well, it hasn't been slept in for nearly 7 years, and it must be blue mouldy with damp, and if you've been ill, that's all the more reason you shouldn't run such a risk, and besides... Besides, suggested Mr. Stainton, out with it. No doubt that besides holds the marrow of the argument. The house has stood empty for years, sir, because there's no use making any secret of it. The place has a bad name. What sort of a bad name? Unhealthy? Oh, no. Haunted. The clerk inclined his head. You've hit it, sir, he said. And that is the reason no one's lived there. We have been quite unable to let the house on that account. The sooner it gets unhaunted, then, the better, retorted Mr. Stainton. I shall certainly stop there tonight. You are not disposed to stay and keep me company, I suppose? With a little gesture of dismay, the clerk drew back. Certainly, this was one of the most unconventional of clients. The young man from Timpson's did not at all know what to make of him. A rough sort of fellow, he said afterwards when describing the new owner. Boorish, never mixed with good society, that sort of thing. He did not in the least understand this rich man who treated him as an equal, who objected to hotels, who didn't mind taking up his abode in a house where not even a drunken charwoman could be induced to stop, and who calmly asked a stranger, on whom he had never set eyes before, a clerk in the respectable office of Timpson & Co., a young fellow anxious to rise in the world, careful as to his associates, particular about the whiteness of his shirts and the set of his collar and the cut of his coats, to rough things with him in that dreadful old dungeon where perhaps he mightn't even be expected to light a fire. Still, he didn't wish to offend the new owner. Messrs. Timpson's anticipated he would be a profitable client, and to that impartial firm the money of a boor would, he knew, seem as good as the money of a count. "I'm very sorry," he stammered. "Should only have felt too much honoured, but the fact is, previous engagement." Mr. Stainton laughed. "I understand," he said. "Adventures are quite as much out of your line as ghosts. And now, tell me about this apparition. Does the old man walk?" "Not that I ever heard of," answered the other. "Is it, then, the miserable beggar who tried to do for himself?" "It is not the late Mr. Stainton, I believe," said the young man in a tone which mildly suggested that reference to a client of Timpson's as a miserable beggar might be considered bad taste. "Then who on earth is it?" persisted Mr. Stainton. "If you must know, sir, it is a child who has driven every tenant in succession out of the house." The new owner burst into a hearty laugh, a laugh which gave serious offence to Timpson's clerk. "That is too good a joke," said Mr. Stainton. "I do not know when I heard anything so delicious." "It is a fact, whether it be delicious or not," retorted the young man, driven out of all his former propriety of voice and demeanour by the contemptuous ridicule this digger thought fit to cast on his story. "And I, for one, would not, after all I have heard about your house, pass a night in it. No, not if anybody offered me £50 down." "Make your mind easy, my friend," said the new owner quietly. "I'm not going to bid for your company. The child and I can manage, I'll be bound, to get on very comfortably by ourselves." 2. The child. It was later on the same evening. Mr. Stainton had an hour previously taken possession of Walnut Tree House, bidden Timpson's clerk good evening, and having ordered in wood and coals from the nearest greengrocer, he now stood by the front gate, waiting the coming of the goods purchased. As he waited, he looked up at the house, which in the uncertain light of the street lamps appeared gloomier and darker than had been the case even in the gathering twilight. "It has an uncanny look, certainly," he considered. "But once I can get a good fire up, I shall be all right. Now, I wonder when those coals are coming." As he turned once again towards the road, he beheld on its way the sack of fuel with which the nearest greengrocer said he thought he could, indeed said he would, oblige him. A ton, half a ton, quarter of a ton, the greengrocer affirmed would be impossible until the next day. But a sack? Yes, he would promise that. Bill should bring it round, and Bill was told to put his burden on the truck and 12 bundles of wood. And we'll make up the rest tomorrow, added Bill's master with the air of one who has conferred a favour. In the distance, Mr. Stainton described a very grimy Bill and a very small boy coming along with the truck leisurely, as though the load had been Herculean. Through the rain, he watched the pair advancing and greeted Bill with a glad voice of welcome. "So you've come at last. That's right. Better late than never. Bring them this way. I'll have this small lot shot in the kitchen for the night." "Begging your pardon, sir," answered Bill, "I don't think you will. That is to say, not by me. As I told our governor, I'll take them to the house as you've sold them to the house, but I won't set foot inside it." "Do you mean to say that you're going to leave them out on the pavement?" asked Mr. Stainton. "Well, sir, I don't mind taking them to the front door, if that'll be a convenience." "That'll do. You're a brave lot of people in these parts, I must say." "As for that," retorted Bill, with the sack on back and head bent forward, "I dare say we're as brave about here as where you come from." "It's not impossible," retorted Mr. Stainton. "There are plenty of cowards over there too." After he had shot his coals on the margin of the steps, Bill retreated from the door, which stood partly open, and when the boy who brought up the wood was again out with the truck, said, putting his knuckles to his eyebrows, "Beg pardon, sir, but I suppose you wouldn't give me a drop of beer. Very wet night, sir." "No, I would not," answered Mr. Stainton very decidedly. "I shall have to shovel these coals into the house myself, and as for the night, it's as wet for me as it is for you." Nevertheless, as Bill shuffled along the short drive, shuffling wearily, like a man who, having nearly finished one day's hard work, was looking forward to beginning another hard day in the morning, the new owner relented. "Here," he said, picking out a sixpence to give to him. "It isn't your fault, I suppose, that you believe in old women's tales." "Thank you kindly, sir," Bill answered. "I'm sure I'm extremely obliged, but if I was in your shoes, I wouldn't stop in that house. You excuse me, sir, meaning no offence, but I wouldn't. Indeed, I would not." "It seems to have got a good name, at any rate," thought Mr. Stainton, while retracing his steps to the band tenement. "Let us see what effect a fire will have in routing the shadows." He entered the house and, striking a match, lighted some candles he'd brought in with him from a neighbouring oil shop. After an inspection of the ground-floor rooms, he decided to take up his quarters for the night in one which had evidently served as a library. In the centre of the apartment there was the table covered with leather. Around the walls were bookcases. In one corner stood a bureau, where the man who for so many years had been dead even while living kept his letters and papers. He ate his frugal supper, and then, pushing aside the table on which the remains of his repast were spread, began walking slowly up and down the room, thinking over the past and forming plans for the future. Buried in reflection, the fire began to die down without his noticing the fact. But a feeling of chilliness at length causing him instinctively to look towards the hearth, he threw wood into the grate, and while the flames went blazing up the wide chimney, piled on coals as though he desired to set the house alight. While he was so engaged, there came a knock at the door of the room, a feeble, hesitating knock, which was repeated more than once before it attracted Mr. Stainton's attention. When it did, being still busy with the fire and forgetting he was alone in the house, he called out, "Come in!" Along the panels there stole a rustling sort of touch, as if someone were feeling uncertainly for the handle. A curious noise, as of a weak hand fumbling about the door in the dark. Then, in similar manner, the person seeking admittance tried to turn the lock. "Come in, can't you?" repeated Mr. Stainton. But even as he spoke, he remembered he was, or ought to be, the sole occupant of the mansion. He was not alarmed, he was too much accustomed to solitude and danger for that, but he rose from his stooping position and instinctively seized his revolver, which he had chanced, while unpacking some of his effects, to place on the top of the bureau. "Come in, whoever you are," he cried. But seeing the door still remained closed, though the intruder was evidently making futile efforts to open it, he strode halfway across the room and then stopped, amazed. For suddenly the door opened, and there entered, shyly and timidly, a little child. A child with the saddest face mortal ever beheld. A child with wistful eyes and long, ill-kept hair. A child poorly dressed, wasted and worn, and with the mournfullest expression on its countenance that face of child ever wore. "What a hungry-looking little beggar," thought Mr. Stainton. "Well, young one, and what do you want here?" he added aloud. The boy never answered, never took the slightest notice of his questioner, but simply walked slowly round the room, peering into all the corners as if looking for something, searching the embrasures of the windows, examining the recesses beside the fireplace, pausing on the hearth to glance under the library table, and finally, when the doorway was reached once more, turning round to survey the contents of the apartment with an eager and yet hopeless scrutiny. "What is it you want, my boy?" asked Mr. Stainton, glancing as he spoke at the child's poor thin legs and short shabby frock, and shoes well nigh worn out, and arms bare and lean and unbeautiful. "Is it anything I can get for you?" Not a word, not a whisper, only for reply a glance of the wistful brown eyes. "Where do you come from, and whom do you belong to?" persisted Mr. Stainton. The child turned slowly away. "Come, you shall not get off so easily as you seem to imagine," persisted the new owner, advancing towards his visitor. "You have no business to be here at all, and before you go you must tell me how you chanced to be in this house, and what you expected to find in this room." He was close to the doorway by this time, and the child stood on the threshold with its back towards him. Mr. Stainton could see every detail of the boy's attire, his little plaid frock, the hooks which fastened it, the pinafore, soiled and crumpled, tied behind with strings broken and knotted. In one place the skirt had given from the bodice, and a piece of thin, poor flannel showed that the child's under-habiliment matched in shabbiness his exterior garments. "Poor little chap," thought Mr. Stainton. "I wonder if he'd like something to eat. Are you hungry, my lad?" The child turned and looked at him earnestly, but answered never a word. "I wonder if he is dumb," marvelled Mr. Stainton, and seeing he was moving away, put out a hand to detain him. But the child eluded his touch and flitted into the hall and up the wide staircase with swift, noiseless feet. Only waiting to snatch a candle from one of the sconces, Mr. Stainton pursued as fast as he could follow. Up the easy steps he ran at the top of his speed, but, fast as he went, the child went faster. Higher and higher he beheld the tiny creature mounting, then, still keeping the same distance between them, it turned when it reached the top story and trotted along a narrow corridor with rooms opening off to right and left. At the extreme end of this passage a door stood ajar. Through this the child passed, Mr. Stainton still following. "I have run you to earth at last," he said, entering and closing the door. "Why, where's the boy gone?" he added, holding the candle above his head and gazing round the dingy garret in which he found himself. The room was quite empty. He examined it closely, but could find no possible outlet save the door and a skylight which had evidently not been opened for years. There was no furniture in the apartment, except a truckle bedstead, a rush-bottomed chair, and a rickety washstand. No wardrobe or box or press, where even a kitten might have lain concealed. "It's very strange," muttered Mr. Stainton, as he turned away baffled. "Very strange," he repeated, while he walked along the corridor. "I don't understand it at all," he decided, proceeding slowly down the topmost flight of stairs. But there, all at once, he stopped. "It's the child!" he exclaimed aloud, and the sound of his own voice woke strange echoes through the silence of that desolate house. "It is the child!" And he descended the principal staircase very slowly, with bowed head, and his grave, worn face graver and more thoughtful than ever. 3. Searching for information. It was enough to make any man look grave, and as time went on, the new owner of Walnut Tree House found himself pondering continually as to what the mystery could be which attached to the child he had found in possession of his property, and who had already driven tenant after tenant out of the premises. Inclined at first to regard the clerk's story as a joke, and his own experience on the night of his arrival a delusion, it was impossible for him to continue incredulous when he found, even in broad daylight, that terrible child stealing down the staircase and entering the rooms, looking for something it never found. At bed and at board he had company, or the expectation of it. No apartment in the building was secure from intrusion. It did not matter where he lay, it did not matter where he ate. Between sleeping and waking, between breakfast and dinner, whenever the notion seized it, the child came gliding in, looking, and never finding, not lingering longer than was necessary to be certain the object of its search was absent, but wandering hither and thither, from garret to kitchen, from parlour to bedchamber, in that quest which still seemed fresh as when first begun. Mr. Stainton went to his solicitors, as the most likely persons from whom to obtain information on the subject, and plunged at once into the matter. "Who is the child supposed to be, Mr. Timpson?" he asked, making no secret that he had seen it. "Well, that's really very difficult to say," answered Mr. Timpson. "There was a child once, I suppose, a real child, flesh and blood." Mr. Timpson took off his spectacles and wiped them. "There were two, yes, certainly, in the time of Mr. Felix Stainton, a boy and a girl." "In that house?" "In that house. They survived him." "And what became of them?" "The girl was adopted by a relation of her father's, and the boy died." "Oh, the boy died, did he? Do you happen to know what he died of?" "No, I really do not. There was nothing wrong about the affair, however, if that's what you're thinking of. There never was a hint of that sort." Mr. Stainton sat silent for a minute. Then he said, "Mr. Timpson, I cannot shake off the idea that somehow there has been foul play with regard to those children. Who were they?" "Felix Stainton's grandchildren. His daughter made a low marriage, and he cast her adrift. After her death, the two children were received at Walnut Tree House on sufferance, fed and clothed, I believe, that was all. And when the old man died, the heir at law permitted them to remain." "Alfred Stainton?" "Yes, the unhappy man who became insane. His uncle died intestate, and he consequently succeeded to everything but the personality, which was very small, and of which the children had a share. There never was any suspicion, you say, of foul play on the part of the late owner?" Dear, no, quite the contrary." "Then you cannot throw the least light on the mystery?" "Not in the least. I wish I could." For all that, Mr. Stainton carried away an impression Mr. Timpson knew more of the matter than he cared to tell. "There's a mystery behind it all," he considered. "I must learn more about these children. Perhaps some of the local tradespeople may recollect them." But the local tradespeople, for the most part, were newcomers, or else had not supplied the house. "There's only one person I can think of, sir," said one family butcher, "likely to be able to give you any information about the matter." "And that is?" Mr. Hennings at the Pedlar's Arms. He had some acquaintance with the old lady as was housekeeper, both to Mr. Felix Stainton and a gentleman that went out of his mind. Following which advice, the new owner repaired to the Pedlar's Arms. "Do I know Walnut Tree House, sir?" said Mr. Hennings, repeating his visitor's question. "Well, yes, rather. Well, you might as well ask me, do I know the Pedlar's Arms? As boy and man, I can remember the old house for close on 55 years. I remember Mr. George Stainton. He used to wear a skull cap and knee breeches. There was an orchard then where Stainton Street is now, and his whole day was taken up in keeping the boys out of it. Many a time I've run from him." "Did you ever see anything of the boy and girl who were there after Mr. Alfred succeeded to the property? Felix Stainton's grandchildren, I mean," asked the new owner, when a pause in Mr. Henning's reminiscences enabled him to take his part in the conversation. "Well, sir, I may have seen the girl, but I can't bring it to my recollection. The boy I do remember, however. He come over here 2 or 3 times with Mrs. Topless, who kept house for both Mr. Staintons, and I took notice of him, both because he looked so peaky and old-fashioned, and also on account of the talk about him." "There was talk about him, then?" "Bless you, sir, yes. As much talk while he was living as since he died. Everybody thought he ought to be in the air. But if you want to hear all about him, sir, Mr. Topless is the one to tell you. If you have a mind to give a shilling to a poor old lady who always did to try to keep herself respectable, and who, I will say, paid her way honourable as long as she had a sixpence to pay it honourable with, you cannot do better than to go and see Mrs. Topless, who will talk to you for hours about the time she lived at Walnut Tree House." And with this delicate hint that his minutes were more valuable than the days of Mrs. Topless, Mr. Hennings would have closed the interview, but that his visitor asked where he should be able to find the housekeeper. "1,000 pardons," answered the publican with an air, "forgetting the very cream and marrow of it, wasn't I? Mrs. Topless, sir, is to be found in Lambeth Workhouse, and a pity too." Edgar Stainton turned away, heartsick. Was this all wealth had done for his people and those connected with them? 4. Brother and sister. Mr. Stainton had expected to find Mrs. Topless a decrepit crone, bowed with age and racked with rheumatism, and it was therefore like a gleam of sunshine streaming across his path to behold a woman, elderly, certainly, but carrying her years with ease, ruddy-cheeked, clear-eyed, upright as a dart, who welcomed him with respectful enthusiasm. "And so you are Mr. Edgar, the son of the dear old captain," she said, after the first greetings and explanations were over, after she had wiped her eyes and uttered many ejaculations of astonishment and expressions of delight. "Hey, I remember him coming to the house just after he was married and telling me about the dear lady, his wife. I never heard a gentleman speak so proud. He never seemed tired of saying the words, 'my wife.'" "She was a dear lady," answered the new owner. "And so the house has come to you, sir. Well, I wish you joy. I hope you may have peace and health and happiness and prosperity in it, and I don't see why you should not. No, indeed, sir." Edgar Stainton sat silent for a minute, thinking how he should best approach his subject. "Mrs. Topless," at last he began, plunging into the very middle of the difficulty, "I want you to tell me all about it. I have come here on purpose to ask you what it all means." The old woman covered her face with her hands, and he could see that she trembled violently. You need not be afraid to speak openly to me," he went on. "I'm quite satisfied there was some great wrong done in the house, and I want to put it right, if it lies in my power to do so. I am a rich man. I was rich when the news of this inheritance reached me, and I would gladly give up the property tomorrow if I could only undo whatever may have been done amiss." Mrs. Topless shook her head. "Ah, sir, you can't do that," she said. "Money can't bring back the dead to life, and if it could, I doubt if even you would prove as good a friend to the poor child sleeping in the churchyard yonder as his Maker did when he took him out of this troublesome world. It was just soul-rending to see the boy in the last few months of his life. I can't bear to think of it, sir." Often at night I wake in a fright, fancying I still hear the patter-patter of his poor little feet upon the stair. Do you know, it's a curious thing, but he doesn't frighten me, said Mr. Stainton. That is, when I am in the house. Although, when I am away from it, the recollection seems to dog every step I take. What? Cried Mrs. Topless. Have you then seen him too? There, what am I talking about? I hope, sir, you will forgive my foolishness. I see him constantly, was the calm reply. I wonder what it means. I wonder what it can mean, exclaimed the housekeeper, wringing her hands in dire perplexity and dismay. I do not know, answered the new owner philosophically, but I want you to help me find out. I suppose you remember the children coming there at first. Well, sir, well. They were poor Miss Mary's son and daughter. She ran away, you know, with a Mr. Fenton, made a very bad match, but I believe he was kind to her. When they were brought to us, a shivering little pair, my master was for sending them here. Aye, and he would have done it too, if somebody hadn't said he could be made to pay for their keep. You never saw brother and sister so fond of one another. Never. They were twins, but Lord, he was more like a father to the little girl than aught else. He'd have kept an apple a month rather than eat it unless she had half, and the same with all else. I think it was seeing that, watching the love they had, he for her and she for him, coming upon them unsuspected with their little arms round one another's necks, made the old gentleman alter his mind about leaving the place to Mr. Alfred, for he said to me one day, thoughtful-like, pointing to them, "Wonderful fond, Topless." And I answered, "Yes, sir, for all the world like the babes in the wood," not thinking of how lonely that meant. Shortly afterwards, he took to his bed, and while he was lying there, no doubt, better thoughts came to him, for he used to talk about his wife and Miss Mary and the captain, your father, sir, and ask if the children were gone to bed and such like, things he never used to mention before. So when he made the will Mr. Quinance drew up, I was not surprised, no, well, not one bit, though before that time he always spoke of Mr. Alfred as his heir and treated him as such. That will was never found, suggested Mr. Stainton, anxious to get at another portion of the narrative. Never, sir. We hunted for it high and low. Perhaps I wronged him, but I always thought Mr. Alfred knew what became of it. After the old gentleman's death, the children were treated shameful. I don't mean beaten or such like, but half starved and neglected. He wouldn't buy 'em proper clothes, and he wouldn't suffer them to wear decent things if anybody else bought 'em. It's just the same with their food. I durstn't give 'em even a bit of bread and butter unless it was on the sly, and indeed there was not much to give in that house. He turned regular miser. Hoarding came into the family with Mrs. Lancelot Stainton, Mr. Alfred's great-grandmother, and they went on from bad to worse, each one closer and nearer than the last. Begging your pardon for saying so, sir, but it's the truth. I fear so, Mrs. Topless, agreed the man, who certainly was neither close nor near. Well, sir, at last, when the little girl was about 6 years old, she fell sick, and we didn't think she would get over the illness. While she was about at her worst, Mrs. May, her father's sister, chanced to be stopping up in London, and as Mr. Alfred refused to let a doctor inside his doors, she made no more ado but wrapped the child up in blankets, sent for a cab, and carried her off to her own lodgings. Mr. Alfred made no objection to that. All he said as she went through the hall was, "If you take her now, remember, you must keep her." "Very well," she replied, "I will keep her." "And the boy," cried Mr. Stainton in an agony of impatience. "I'm coming to him, sir, if you please. He just dwined away after his sister and he were parted, and died in December, as she was taken in the July." "What did he die of?" "Broken heart, sir. Seems a queer thing to say about a child, but if ever a heart was broken, his was. At first he was always going about the house looking for her, but towards the end he used to go up to his room and stay there all by himself. At last I wrote to Mrs. May, but she was ill when the letter got to her, and when she did come up he was dead. My word, she talked to Mr. Alfred. I never heard any one person say so much to another. She declared he had first cheated the boy of his inheritance, and then starved him to death, but that wasn't true. The child broke his heart fretting, after his sister. Yes, and when he was dead? Sir, I don't like to speak of it, but as true as I am sitting here, the night he was put in his coffin, he come pattering down, just as usual, looking for his sister. I went straight upstairs, and if I hadn't seen the little wasted body lying there still and quiet, I must have thought he'd come back to life. We were never without him afterwards, never. That, and nothing else, drove Mr. Alfred mad. He used to think he was fighting the child and killing it. When the worst fits were on him, he tried to trample it underfoot or crush it up in a corner, and then he would sob and cry and pray for it to be taken away. I have heard he recovered a little before he died, and said his uncle told him there was a will leaving all to the boy, but he never saw such a paper. Perhaps it was only talk, though, or that he was still raving. 5. The next afternoon. Mr. Stainton was trying to work off some portion of his perplexities by pruning the grimy evergreens in front of Walnut Tree House and chopping away at the undergrowth of weeds and couch grass which had, in the course of years, matted together beneath the shrubs, when his attention was attracted to two ladies who stood outside the great iron gate looking up at the house. "Seems to be occupied now," remarked the elder, turning to her companion. "I suppose the new owner's going to live there. It appears just as dingy as ever, but you do not remember it, Mary." "I think I do," was the answer. "As I look, the place grows familiar to me. I do recollect some of the rooms, I'm sure, just like a dream, as I remember Georgie. What I would give to have a peep inside." At this juncture the new owner emerged from amongst the bushes and, opening the gate, asked if the ladies would like to look over the place. The elder hesitated, whilst the younger whispered, "Oh, aunt, pray do." "Thank you," said Mrs. May to the stranger, whom she believed to be a gardener, "but perhaps Mr. Stainton might object." "No, he wouldn't, I know," declared the new owner. "You can go through the house if you wish. There's no one in it. Nobody lives there except myself." "Taking charge, I suppose," suggested Mrs. May blandly. "Something of the sort," he answered. "I don't think he is a caretaker," said the girl, as she and her relative passed into the old house together. "What do you suppose he is, then?" asked the aunt. "Mr. Stainton himself." "Nonsense, child!" exclaimed Mrs. May, turning nevertheless to one of the windows, and casting a curious glance towards the new owner, who was now, his hands thrust deep in his pockets, walking idly up and down the drive. After they had been all over the place, from hall to garret, with a peep into this room and a glance into that, Mrs. May found the man who puzzled her leaning against one of the pillars of the porch, waiting, apparently, for their reappearance. "I'm sure we are very much obliged to you," she began, with a certain hesitation in her manner. "Pray don't mention it," he said. "This young lady has sad associations connected with the house," Mrs. May proceeded, still doubtfully feeling her way. He turned his eyes towards the girl for a moment, and though her veil was down, saw she had been weeping. "I surmised as much," she replied. "She is Miss Fenton, is she not?" "Yes, certainly," was the answer. "And you are—" "Edgar Stainton," said the new owner, holding out his hand. "I'm all alone here," he explained, after the first explanations were over. "But I can manage to give you a cup of tea. Pray do come in, and let me feel I'm not entirely alone in England." Only too well pleased, Mrs. May complied, and 10 minutes later the three were sitting round a fire, the blaze of which leapt and flickered upon the walls and over the ceiling, casting bright lights on the dingy mirrors and the dark oak shelves. "It's all coming back to me now," said the girl softly, addressing her aunt. "Many an hour Georgie and I have sat on that hearth seeing pictures in the fire." But she didn't see something which was even then standing close beside her, and which the new owner had witnessed approach with a feeling of terror that precluded speech. It was the child searching about no longer for something it failed to find, but standing at the girl's side, still and motionless, with its eyes fixed upon her face and its poor wasted figure nestling amongst the folds of her dress, Thank heaven she doesn't see it, he thought, and drew his breath, relieved. No, she did not see it, though its one cheek touched her shoulder, though its thin hand rested on her arm, though through the long conversation which followed, it never moved from her side, nor turned its wistful eyes from her face. When she went away, when she took her fresh young beauty out of the house, her presence seemed to gladden and light up. The child followed her to the threshold, and then, in an instant, it vanished, and Mr. Stainton watched for its flitting up the staircase, all in vain. But later on in the evening, when he was sitting alone beside the fire, with his eyes bent on the glowing coals, and perhaps seeing pictures there, as Mary said she and her brother had done in their lonely childhood, he felt conscious, even without looking around, that the boy was there once again. And when he fell to thinking of the long, long years during which the dead child had kept faithful and weary watch for his sister, searching through the empty rooms for one who never came, and then bethought him of the sister to whom her dead brother had become but the vaguest of memories, of the summers and winters during the course of which she had probably forgotten him altogether, he sighed deeply. He heard his sigh echoed behind him in the merest, faintest whisper. More, when he, thinking about his newly found relative and trying to recall each feature in her face, each tone of her voice, found it impossible to dissociate the girl grown to womanhood from the child he had pictured to himself, as wandering about the old house in company with her twin brother, their arms twined together, their thoughts one, their sorrows one, their poor pleasures one. He felt a touch on his hand, and knew the boy was beside him, looking with wistful eyes into the firelight too. But when he turned, he saw that sadness clouded those eyes no longer. She was found. The lost had come again to meet a living friend on the once desolate hearth, and up and down the wide desolate staircase those weary little feet pattered no more. The quest was over, the search ended. Into the darksome corners of that dreary house the child's glance peered no longer. She was come. Through years he had kept faithful watch for her, but the waiting was ended now. 6. The missing will. Ere long there were changes in the old house. Once again Mrs. Topless reigned there, but this time with servants under her, with maids she could scold and lads she could harass. The larder was well plenished, the cellars sufficiently stocked, windows formerly closely shuttered now stood open to admit the air, and on the drive grass grew no longer. Too many footsteps passed that way for weeds to flourish. It was Christmas time. The joints in the butcher's shops were gay with ribbons, the grocer's windows were tricked out to delight the eyes of the children young and old who passed along. In Mr. May's house up the Clapham Road all was excitement, for the whole of the family, father, mother, grown-up sons and daughters, girls still in short frocks and boys in round jackets, were going to spend Christmas Eve with their newly found cousin, whom they had adopted as a relation with a unanimity as rare as charming. Cousin Mary also was going. Cousin Mary had got a new dress for the occasion, but was having her hair done up in a specially effective manner by Chrissy May, when the toilette proceedings were interrupted by half a dozen young voices announcing, "Gentleman in the parlour wants to see you, Mary. Pa says you to make haste and come down immediately." Obediently, Mary made haste as bidden and descended to the parlour, to find there the clerk from Timpson's, who met Mr. Stainton on his arrival in London. His business was simple but important. Once again he was the bearer of a letter from Timpson and Co., this time announcing to Miss Fenton that the will of Mr. Felix Stainton had been found, and that under it she was entitled to the interest of £10,000 secured upon the houses in Stainton Street. "Oh, aunt, oh, uncle, how rich we shall be!" cried the girl, running off to tell her cousins. But the uncle and aunt looked grave. They were wondering how this will might affect Edgar Stainton. While they were still talking it over, after Timpson's young man had taken his departure, Mr. Edgar Stainton himself arrived. "That's all right," he said in answer to their questions. "I found the will in the room where Felix Stainton died. Walnut Tree House and all the freeholds were left to the poor little chap who died, chargeable with Mary's £10,000, 500 to Mrs. Topless and a few other legacies. Failing George, the property was to come to me. I have been to Quinance's successor and found out that the old man and Alfred had a grievous quarrel, and that in consequence he determined to cut him off altogether. Where's Mary? I want to wish her joy. Mary was in the little conservatory searching for a rose to put in her pretty brown hair. He went straight to her and said, "Mary, dear, you've had one Christmas gift tonight, and I want you to take another with it." "What is it, Cousin Edgar?" she asked. But when she looked in his face, she must have guessed his meaning, for she drooped her head and began pulling her sweet rose to pieces. He took the flower, and with it her fingers. "Will you have me, dear?" he asked. "I am but a rough fellow, but I am true, and I love you dearly." Somehow she answered him as she wished, and they all spent a very happy evening in the old house. Once, when he was standing close beside her in the familiar room, hand clasped in hand, Edgar Stainton saw the child looking at them. There was no sorrow or yearning in his eyes as he gazed, only a great peace, a calm which seemed to fill and light them up with an exquisite beauty.
The Dining Room Ghost by Megan Taylor. Every night the woman is there. Every single night as you follow the crooked Victorian steps that wind down from the nursery with the baby hot and heavy on your shoulder, you know that she will be there, waiting. She is always in the same place, in the dining room. She keeps to her own particular corner, hovering with the shadows beside the ticking grandmother clock that came with the bricks and mortar. Another period feature, you tell your husband when he phones. Always she stands in that same grey spot, with her head bowed and her shoulders hunched, her hands knotted at her thighs. Beneath her long dress her feet are bare and stained. Between the dirt that strings up from her soles like seaweed, her ankle bones shine. They are so pale as to be almost blue. Her toenails glint like broken glass. Her feet are her most distinctive feature. The patches through the grime are the only sections of her skin that you can see clearly. Her tangled hands are sketchy, roped against her cloud-like dress, and because of the way in which her head droops, you have never once yet seen her face. For many nights, you have dreaded that moment when her head will rise, when finally you'll feel her gaze on yours. You have dreaded it so sharply, so repeatedly, that at times the fear has twisted as a blade might. And get over it, you think then. Just get it done. Although perhaps it's simply because her hair is so unnerving. While she holds the rest of herself so perfectly still, those hanging curls hint at motion, so that you find yourself imagining lice and squirming beetles, a darker flicker between the tangles. If you were able to hear them, they would click and whisper. They'd rustle like bin bags, like the things that you might find in bin bags scuttling rot. Sometimes you feel the itch of them on your own scalp, their countless catching furry legs. Every night, counting down those steps, 13, 12, 11, 10, you see the woman even before you've reached the dining room. You're already picturing her as you concentrate, descending oh so carefully, because the staircase is steep and narrow. The house's spine, it's as chilly as bone. It aches with its age beneath your own bare feet. And of course you tread cautiously too, because your arms are full, as your head is full with the baby. You have no spare hand to clutch at the banister, scarcely a gap for proper thought around his crying. If the woman in the dining room were to make any sound at all, you'd never hear it. Although by step 4 or step 3, even while you're focusing on that final splintered corner, you can smell her. Her scent is powerful, both beautiful and repugnant. It is smoke, and it is autumn. She is the mulch that hides beneath the golden fall of leaves, and she is carbon. She is pink match heads scorched to black, and the cold hollow of a long dead hearth. She is the ashes there, piled in cobwebbed layers, as fine and feathery as lace. The woman smells of everything that your baby doesn't. As he reels against your breasts, he is all hot, dreaming flesh and wet toweling, thrumming with such ferocious, beating life. Nevertheless, you can imagine how very easily his sense might be consumed by hers, lapping over the pair of you in a sooty tide. Well, at least you have company, your husband tells you. His voice, kept deliberately light, creeps tentative through the crackle on the line. But never for long. You have tried to explain how quickly your ghost can vanish, fluttering out like ancient celluloid, scratching back into the wall's dim grain, and how her disappearing can at times be as disturbing as her presence. And yet, you laugh into the receiver as if you're not scared. It's an odd sort of laughter, though, giddy and gulped. And with the long distance, you hear it echoing back at you, your giggles transformed into something strange, a stranger's laughter. It's as if there is another woman, yet another woman, trapped amid the static, or else holed up, even further away, in your husband's hotel room. Isn't it possible that he has company of his own? Lately, when you reach the dining room, you've pretended to ignore your waiting ghost, as you pretend that what you're doing downstairs is soothing your frantic, screaming son. The hard chill of the dark lacquered parquet is undeniable. It rises up through your soles, so much less giving than the creaking steps, and yet you walk single-mindedly across the room. You turn on the stereo, attempting to swamp the crying or at least locate some different rhythm underneath it, and while you do so, you no longer look directly towards the grandmother clock, but only hold that corner of the room in the corner of your eye. In that manner, you're sometimes able to keep the woman, to contain her. You'd rather know exactly where she is. Clutching the baby and fumbling your steps as you attempt to dance, you have feared her flying at you, unreeling like some devil in a horror film, attacking. But as your son battles against you, his crying intensifying, you wonder if it's the woman who is angry. Before the baby was born, when you first came to live in this house, this most desirable of properties, so different from the Lego-like rooms where you grew up, the woman wasn't there. Or if she was, you couldn't see her, as your husband still can't see her on his fleeting visits between work. Back then in the summer, every elegant room, every corner had been dappled with light. Dust motes swam like cotton fluff and twinkled as they turned. And wherever shadows did manage to fall, there were gentle things, velvety, laden with your hope, as your body was laden, tingling with your life, and more. It's a struggle to conjure that time back now, to believe in it. The house then so sensuous around you, and how you drifted through it, safe in your proud growing body, your shared body, all of it carried so carefully, that August warmth. It's difficult now that your body feels full of blackness, now that there's nothing but black in that space where the baby isn't any longer. Even as he was being born, you seem to sense it pouring through you, a clumped emptiness rushing to fill that gap. It makes no sense, and yet, so strongly had you felt it, that you'd expected the blood that seeped out of you to be black too, blacker than mud. Instead, it was scarlet, crimson, as bright as a balloon. It had surprised you, as your milk continues to surprise you with its pallor. It creeps out of you as you danced. This milk that the baby wants so furiously, so feverishly, but fights to drink. It stains the baggy t-shirt that you wear to sleep in. It leaves white, wilting petals on all of your clothes. You first glimpsed your ghost on the night that you returned from the hospital, your son just 4 days old. There she was, in her corner, a streak of cold, of frozen time, beside the clock's tick-tock. She was exactly the same then as now, that matted hair, those glassy feet. You didn't scream that first night, but you did flee clumsily, coddling back up the twisted steps, back to your bedroom, to where your husband had been then, sleeping. You woke him. "There's a woman," you said, a ghost, downstairs. Yet practically right away you found yourself smiling, instinctively returning your husband's bleary grin, his shaking head. It was ludicrous, you both knew it. Especially coming from you, when you'd always been the clear-minded one, bold, pushing for this beautiful house and then pushing for the pregnancy, always knowing exactly what you wanted, and then, making it happen. It's sleep deprivation, your husband had said, escaping dreams. And as you nodded, he'd reached across the covers, eased the wriggling baby from the clamp of your arms. Poor thing, he said, poor frightened thing. Except the next night, of course, the woman had been there again, and the next, and despite your fear, as whole months have passed, you have come to study her. She remains dreadful, but you're fascinated. Her pristine stillness, her precarious bones. Inside the smudged hang of her dress, she's scarecrow thin, and you have considered the possibility that she isn't a ghost after all, but a witch, or perhaps some kind of combination, a witch ghost. You suggested to your husband yesterday evening when he called, and then you tried not to hear his replying sigh. It has seemed natural, essential even, the way in which the woman has become such a long-standing joke, except that maybe by now the joke is wearing through, becoming a tired story like the others you recite, tales about rambling, strolls in the bare-treed park and the support of parent groups, and happiness. Far away your husband sighs, and again you hear your own strange laugh, and nothing changes. The baby cries. The woman waits. You do not share her patience. As you dance your ridiculous dining room dance, clenching your son tighter when he heats and buckles, as the crying continues impossibly on and on, it strikes you. Perhaps she isn't patient. She isn't waiting. Maybe for all these nights, it has been you who has felt the dread warp and transform, twisting into anticipation, you in this dining room, sensing hunger, your own hunger, you realize, your eagerness for the woman to look up, to see you, for the connection to be made. With your fingers scrabbling around your squalling son, you understand, get it over with, just get it done. And at last you can imagine it so cleanly, so clearly, how you will set your sadness down and how, in exchange, you might be granted silence. You think of this house without the telephone ringing and free of your own laughter, free of his screaming. This is what you have been longing for. Her silence wrapped about you as soft as fog. You can feel how close it is. So close. You see it happen. Your damp hands opening, the letting go. The baby, finally, lying still before her dirty, shining feet.
The Villa Lucienne by Ella Darcy. Madame Courtlegon told the story, and told it so well that her audience seemed to know the sombre alley, the neglected garden, the shuttered house as intimately as though they had visited it themselves, seemed to feel a faint reverberation of the incommunicable thrill which she had felt, which the surly guardian, the torn rag of lace, the closed pavilion had made her feel. And yet, as you will see, there is in reality no story at all. It is merely an account of how, when in the Riviera 2 winters ago, she went with some friends to look over a furnished villa, which one of them thought of taking. It was afternoon when we started on our expedition. Madame de M., Cécile, her widowed daughter-in-law, and I. Cécile's little girl Renée, the nurse, and Médor, the boarhound of which poor Guy had been so inordinately fond, dawdled after us up the steep and sunny road. The December day was deliciously blue and warm. Cécile took off her furs and carried them over her arm. We only put down our sunshades when a screen of olive trees on the left interposed their grey-green foliage between us and the sunshine. Up in these trees, barefooted men, armed with bamboos, were beating the branches to knock down the fruit. And 3 generations of women, grandmothers, wives, and children, knelt in the grass, gathering up the little purplish olives into baskets. All these paused to follow us with black, persistent eyes as we passed by, but the men went on working, unmoved. The tap-tapping, swish-swishing of their light sticks against the boughs played a characteristically southern accompaniment to our desultory talk. We were reasonably happy, pleasantly exhilarated by the beauty of the weather and the scene. Renée and Médor, with shrill laughter and deep-mouthed joy notes, played together the whole way,
And when the garden wall, which now replaced the olive trees upon our right, gave place to a couple of iron gates standing open upon a broad, straight drive, and we, looking up between the overarching palm trees and coconuts, saw a white, elegant, sun-bathed house at the end. Cecile jumped to the conclusion that here was the Villa Lucienne, and that nowhere else could she find a house which on the face of it would suit her better. But the woman who came to greet us, the jocund, brown-faced young woman with the superb abundance of bosom beneath her crossed neckerchief of orange-coloured wool, told us no, this was the Villa Soleil, an appropriate name, and belonged to Monsieur Montgerat, the deputy, who was now in Paris. The Villa Lucienne was higher up. She pointed vaguely behind her through the house, a long walk round by the road. But if these ladies didn't mind a path which was a trifle damp, perhaps, owing to Monday's rain, they would find themselves in 5 minutes at the villa, for the two houses in reality were not more than a stone's throw apart. She conducted us across a spacious garden, golden with sunshine, lyric with birdsong, brilliant with flowers, where eucalyptus, mimosa, and tea roses interwove their strong and subtle perfumes through the air, to an angle in a remote laurel hedge. Here she stooped to pull aside some ancient pine boughs which ineffectually closed the entrance to a dark and trellised walk. Peering up at it, it seemed to stretch away interminably into green gloom, the ground rising a little all the while, and the steepness of the ascent being modified every here and there by a couple of rotting wooden steps. We were to go up this alley, our guide told us, and we would be sure to find Laurent at the top. Laurent, she explained to us, was the gardener who lived at the Villa Lucienne and showed it to visitors, but there were not many who came, although it had been let an immense time, ever since the death of old Madame Gray, and that had occurred before she, the speaker, had come south with the Montgerat. We were to explain to Laurent that we had been sent up from the Villa Soleil, and then it would be all right, for he sometimes used the alley himself, as it gave a short cut into the Antibes, but the passage had been blocked up many years ago to prevent the Montgerat children running into it. Oh, Madame was very kind, it was no trouble at all, and of course, if the ladies liked, they could return by the alley also, but once they found themselves at the villa, they would be closer to the upper road, which they would probably prefer. Then came her cordial voice calling after Cecile. Madame had best put on her furs again, it's cold in there. It was cold, and damp too, with the damp coldness of places where sun and wind never penetrate. It was so narrow that we had to walk in single file. The walls on either hand, the low roof above our heads, were formed of trellised woodwork, dropping into complete decay. But roof and walls might have been removed altogether, and the tunnel, nevertheless, would still have retained its shape, for the creepers which overgrew it had with time developed gnarled trunks and branches, which formed a second, natural tunnelling outside. Through the broken places in the woodwork, we could see the thick, inextricably twisted stems, and beyond again was a tangled matting of greenery that suffered no drop of sunlight to trickle through. The ground was covered with lichens, death stools, and a spongy moss exuding water beneath the foot, and one had the consciousness that the whole place, floor, walls, and roof, must creep with the repulsive, slimy running life which pullulates in dark and solitary places. The change from the gay and scented garden to this dull alley, heavy with the smells of moisture and decay, was curiously depressing. We followed each other in silence, first Cecile, then Renée clinging to her nurse's hand, with Médor pressing close against them, Madame de M next, and I brought up the rear. You would have pronounced it impossible to find in any southern garden so sombre a place, but that, after all, it is only in the south that such an extraordinary contrast of gaiety and gloom ever presents itself. The sudden tearing away of a portion of one of the wooden steps beneath my tread startled us all, and the circular scatter of an immense colony of woodlice that had formed its habitat in the crevices of the wood filled me with shivering disgust. I was exceedingly glad when we emerged from the tunnel upon daylight again, and the villa. Upon daylight, but not upon sunlight, for the small garden in which we found ourselves was ringed by the compact tops of the umbrella pines which climbed the hill on every side. The site had been chosen, of course, on account of the magnificent view which we knew must be obtainable from the villa windows, though, from where we stood, we could see nothing but dark trees, the wild garden, the overshadowed house, and we saw none of these things very distinctly, for our attention was focused on a man standing there in the middle of the garden, knee-deep in the grass, evidently awaiting us. He was a short, thick-set peasant, dressed in the immensely wide blue velveteen trousers, the broad crimson sash, and the flannel shirt open at the throat that are customary in these parts. He was strong-necked as a bull, dark as a mulatto, and his curling grizzled hair was thickly matted over his head and face and breast. He wore a flat knitted cap and held the inevitable cigarette between his lips, but he made no attempt to remove one or the other at our approach. He stood, silent, stolid, his hands thrust deep into his pockets, staring at us, and shifting from one to another his suspicious and truculent little eyes. So far as I was concerned, and though the villa had proved a palace, I should have preferred abandoning the quest at once to going over it in his company. But Cecile addressed him with intrepid politeness. We had been permitted to come up from the Villa Soleil. We understood that the Villa Lucienne was to be let furnished. If so, might we look over it? From his heavy, expressionless expression, one might have supposed that the very last thing he expected or desired was to find a tenant for the villa, and I thought with relief that he was going to refuse Cecile's request. But, after a longish pause, "Yes, you can see it," he said grudgingly, and turned from us to disappear into the lower part of the house. We looked into each other's disconcerted faces, then round the grey and shadowy garden, a garden long since gone to ruin, with paths and flower beds inextricably mingled, with docks and nettles choking up the rose trees run wild, with wind-planted trees growing from the stone vases on the terrace, with grasses pushing between the marble steps leading up to the hall door. In the middle of the lawn, a terracotta faun, tumbled from his pedestal, grinned sardonically up from amidst the tangled greenery, and Madame de M. began to quote: "Un vieux faun en terre cuite rit au centre des boules en grain, présageant sans doute une fuite de ces instants sereins qui m'ont conduit et t'ont conduit." The villa itself was as dilapidated, as mournful-looking as the garden. The ground floor alone gave signs of occupation. In a checked shirt, spread out upon a window ledge to dry, in a worn besom, an earthenware pipkin and a pewter jug ranged against the wall, but the upper part, with the yellow plaster crumbling from the walls, the grey-painted persiennes all monotonously closed, said with 1,000 voices it was never opened, never entered, had not been lived in for years. A surly gardener reappeared carrying some keys. He led the way up the steps. We exchanged mute questions. All desire to inspect the villa was gone, but Cecile is a woman of character. She devoted herself. "I'll just run up and see what it's like," she said. "It's not worthwhile you should tie yourself to, Mamma. You all wait here." We stood at the foot of the steps. Laurent was already at the top. Cecile began to mount lightly towards him, but before she was halfway up she turned, and to our surprise, "I wish you would all come up, all of you," she said, and stopped there until we joined her. Laurent fitted a key to the door, and it opened with a shriek of rusty hinges. As he followed us, pulling it to behind him, we found ourselves in total darkness. I assure you I went through a bad quarter of a minute. Then we heard the turning of a handle, an inner door was opened, and in the semi-daylight of closed shutters, we saw the man's squat figure going from us down a long, old-fashioned vacant drawing-room towards 2 windows at the further end. At the same instant, Renée burst into tears. "Oh, I don't like it. I'm frightened," she sobbed. "Little goosey," said her grandmother. "See, it's quite light now." For Laurent had pushed back the persienne, and a magical panorama had sprung into view. The whole range of the mountains behind Nice, their snow-caps suffused with a heavenly rose-colour by the setting sun. But Renée only clutched tighter at Madame de M.'s gown end and wept. "Oh, I don't like it, bon maman. She is looking at me still. I want to go home." "No one's looking at you," her grandmother told her. Talk to your friend Medor, he'll take care of you. But René whispered, he wouldn't come in. He's frightened too. And listening, we heard the dog's impatient and complaining bark calling to us from the garden. Cécile sent René and the nurse to join him, and while Laurent let them out, we stepped onto the terrace, and for a moment our hearts were eased by the incomparable beauty of the view, for raised now above the tree-tops, we looked over the admirable bay, the illimitable sky. We feasted our eyes upon unimaginable colour, upon matchless form. We were almost prepared to declare that the possession of the villa was a piece of good fortune not to be let slip, when we heard a step behind us, and turned to see Laurent surveying us morosely from the window threshold, and again to experience the oppression of his ungenial personality. Under his guidance we now inspected the century-old furniture, the faded silks, the tarnished gilt, the ragged brocades which had once embellished the room. The oval mirrors were dim with mildew. The parquet floor might have been a mere piece of grey drugget, so thick was the overlying dust. Curtains, yellowish, ropey, of undeterminable material, hung forlornly where once they had draped windows and doors. Originally, they may have been of rose satin, for there were traces of rose colour still on the walls and the ceiling, painted in gay southern fashion with loves and doves, festoons of flowers and knots of ribbons. But these paintings were all fragmentary, indistinct, seeming to lose sequence and outline the more diligently you tried to decipher them. Yet you couldn't fail to see that when first furnished the room must have been charming and coquettish. I wondered for whom it had been thus arranged, why it had been thus abandoned, for there grew upon me, I cannot tell you why, the curious conviction that the last inhabitant of the room, having casually left it, had, from some unexpected obstacle, never again returned. They were but the merest trifles that created this idea, the tiny heap of brown ash which lay upon a marble guéridon, the few withered twigs in the vase beside it, speaking of the last rose plucked from the garden, the big Berceuse chair drawn out beside the sculptured mantelpiece, which seemed to retain the impression of the last occupant, and in the dark recesses of the unclosed hearth, the smouldering heat which my fancy detected in the half-charred logs of wood. The other rooms in the villa resembled the salon. Each time our surly guide opened the shutters, we saw a repetition of the ancient furniture, of the faded decoration, everything dust-covered and time-decayed. Nor in these other rooms was any sign of former occupation to be seen until, caught upon a girandole of a pier-glass, a long, ragged fragment of lace took my eye. An exquisitely fine and cobwebby piece of lace, as though caught and torn from some gala shawl or flounce as the wearer had hurried by. It was odd, perhaps, to see this piece of lace caught thus, but not odd enough surely to account for the strange emotion which seized hold of me, an overwhelming pity, succeeded by an overwhelming fear. I had had a momentary intention to point the lace out to the others, but a glance at Laurent froze the words on my lips. Never in my life have I experienced such a paralyzing fear. I was filled with an intense desire to get away from the man and from the villa. But Madame de M, looking from the window, had noticed a pavilion standing isolated in the garden. She inquired if it were to be let with the house. He gave a surly assent. Then she supposed we could visit it. No, said the man, that was impossible. Cécile pointed out that it was only right that tenants should see the whole of the premises for which they would have to pay, but he refused this time with so much rudeness, and his little brutish eyes narrowed with so much malignancy, that the panic which I had just experienced now seized the others, and it was a sauve-qui-peut. We gathered up René, the nurse, and Medor in our hasty passage through the garden, and found our way unguided to the gate upon the upper road. At once, at large beneath the serene evening sky, winding slowly westward down the olive-bordered ways. "What an odious old ruffian," said one. "What an eerie, uncanny place," said another. We compared notes. We found that each of us had been conscious of the same immense, the same inexplicable sense of fear. Cecile, the least nervous of women, had felt it the first. It had laid hold of her when going up the steps to the door, and it had been so real a terror, she explained to us, that if we hadn't joined her, she would have turned back. Nothing could have induced her to enter the villa alone. Madame de M's account was that her mind had been more or less troubled from the first moment of entering the garden, but when the man refused us access to the pavilion, it had been suddenly invaded by a most intolerable sense of wrong. Being very imaginative, poor Guy undoubtedly derived his extraordinary gifts from her. Madame de M was convinced that the gardener had murdered someone and buried the body inside the pavilion. But for me, it wasn't so much the personality of the man, although I admitted he was unprepossessing enough, as the villa itself which inspired fear. Fear seemed to exude from the walls, to dim the mirrors with its clammy breath, to stir shudderingly among the tattered draperies, to impregnate the whole atmosphere as with an essence, a gas, a contagious disease. You fought it off for shorter or longer time according to your powers of resistance, but you were bound to succumb to it at last. The oppressive and invisible fumes had laid hold of us one after the other, and the incident of the closed pavilion had raised our terrors to a ludicrous pitch. Nurse's experiences, which she gave us a day or two later, supported this view, for she told us that when Renee began to cry and she took a hand to lead her out, all at once she felt quite nervous and uncomfortable too, as though the little one's trouble had passed by touch into her. And what is very strange, said she, when we reached the garden, there was Meadow, his forepaws planted firmly on the ground, his whole body rigid, and his hair bristling all along his backbone from end to end. Nurse was convinced that both the child and the dog had seen something which we others could not see. This reminded us of a word of Rene's, a very curious word. I don't like it. She is looking at me still, and Cecile undertook to question her. You remember, Rene, when Mother took you the other day to look over the pretty villa? Rene opened wide, apprehensive eyes. Why did you cry? I was frightened at the lady, she whispered. The lady? Where was the lady? Cecile asked her. She was in the drawing room, sitting in the big chair. Was she an old lady like Grandmama, or a young lady like Mother? She was like Bonmaman, said Rene, and her little mouth began to quiver. And what did she do? But here Rene again burst into tears, and as she is a very nervous, a very excitable child, we had to drop the subject. But what it all meant, whether there was anything in the history of the house or of its guardian which could account for our sensations, we never knew. We made inquiries, of course, concerning Laurent and the Villa Lucienne, but we learned very little, and that little was so vague, so remote, so irrelevant, that it doesn't seem worthwhile repeating. The indisputable fact is the overwhelming fear which the adventure woke in each and all of us, and this effect is impossible to describe, being just the crystallization of one of those subtle, unformulated emotions in which only poor Guy himself could have hoped to succeed.